Heavenly Father, thank you for this day, and thank you for loving us, and thank you for this Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. Thank you for our friend and brother, Lowman Henry, and for his heart for us and for America. Let this conference be everything that we hope that it would be, Lord, and be with all of our speakers and presenters and panelists and everybody in the audience as well. And Lord, help us to live out what you've encouraged all of us to do, which is to love you with all of our heart, mind, soul, and strength, and to love our neighbors like we love ourselves. Let that be with us, Father. Let it so be with us. And be with us, Father, as we talk about what we dream for our great country. Thank you for loving us. We love you back. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome to the 35th Annual Pennsylvania Leadership Conference. You know, that's a long time. It was 35 years ago that two college students went down to CPAC in Washington, D.C., and came back to Pennsylvania with the idea that we should have a similar conference here in Pennsylvania. And they went to Frederick W. Anton III with the idea, and he, along with Don Eberly, who headed the Commonwealth Foundation at the time, and Susan Staub of Pennsylvanians for Right to Work, they put together the first Pennsylvania Leadership Conference in 1989, and our speaker that year was a little-known congressman from Georgia by the name of Newt Gingrich, who, as you may know, has become a lot less little-known and a lot more famous in the interim years. So we've had a stellar run, and we're pleased that this year we are going to welcome Dinesh D'Souza as our featured dinner speaker, and at dinner this evening, our very special guest speaker, Vivek Ramaswamy, will be joining us. There are a couple of changes I would like to point out to the agenda today. We had some travel issues, so we moved a few things around. The segment that we are going to do with Tom Homan, who served as director of the Immigration and Naturalization Service under Donald Trump, you know, when we actually tried to have a secure border. He had some travel issues, so he is going to be here, but we're going to have that presentation at 2:05. So Tom Homan and Rose Tennant will do their conversation at 2:05, and then we will move the next 3 or 4 presentations all back by 20 minutes till we get back on schedule a little later in the day. Our sympathies do go out to State Representative Martina White, whose grandfather passed away a couple of days ago. So Jim Struzzi, State Representative from Indiana County, will be replacing her on the energy panel. Jimmy Zumba will be replacing Bianca Gracia on the Latino voting panel. Bianca got a new job, which was good news, but unfortunately she cannot be with us. And then tomorrow, Dawn Kiefer will be replacing Cleta Mitchell, who we pass our sympathies along to her. A dear friend of hers passed away yesterday on that panel. And we're also very pleased to announce, in addition to our schedule, Saturday, we're going to begin our lunch program at 11:30 rather than 12 o'clock. Former United States Senator from Georgia, David Perdue, will be joining us to speak on behalf of the Donald Trump campaign, and that will be at lunch tomorrow. So there are a few changes. Please bear with us with that. But now we're ready to get started with our kickoff speaker, and here to get us started, our Master of Ceremonies for today, the host of State of Independence on Lighthouse Television, Joe Watkins. Joe, it's all yours.
Thank you, Loman. Thanks so much, Loman. Thanks so much. Well, we have a great program in store for you today, and we're so excited that you're here with us. What a blessing to have you here with us today for this great conference. Our first speaker is Mary Katherine Ham, and let me tell you a little bit about Mary. You'll be excited to hear her. She's a nationally prominent journalist, author, and speaker, and host of her own lighthearted news podcast, Getting Hammered. As a political commentator, she's brought conservative perspective mixed with a humorous take on politics and pop culture to CNN from 2016 to 2022 and Fox News from 2007 to 2015. She's also a frequent speaker on college campuses on the issue of free speech. In 2016, she moderated an ABC News 2016 GOP presidential primary debate in New Hampshire, which featured 9 candidates. She's the co-author with Guy Benson of End of Discussion, How the Left's Outraged Industry Shuts Down Debate. manipulates voters, and makes America less free and fun, and has written for The Atlantic, USA Today, and the New York Post. She's also spoken and written on her faith in overcoming hardships after the loss of her first husband in 2015. Remarried in 2020, Ham brings a message of resilience and redemption to audiences, and she's a diehard, some of you will like this, UGA football fan, others won't like that. There you go, there are a little bit of applause. She's a great Southern gal who's close to her family in North Carolina. She lives with her husband, 3 daughters, newborn son, and a very energetic Belgian Merlino. Please welcome Mary Katherine Ham.
Hey guys. Thank you for that very generous introduction, which I need to update because my newborn is gigantic now. He's 1 year old. So you may have heard and you may remember me from my Fox News days. Thank you. A lot of people get confused because they're like, did she retire? What happened to her? And the answer is that I changed channels, but you never did. And I did a lot of hard work over at CNN for many years, staying conservative in all those rooms with all those crazy people who looked at me like I had a third eyeball when I told them, like, hey guys, I don't know if this Russia thing you're talking about is real. It seems kind of fake. It turns out that being right didn't really do me a lot of good over there. But I did enjoy trying to get the message out to people. Today is my birthday, by the way. And when I got offered the chance to spend it with the good people of Pennsylvania, I said, absolutely. Absolutely. I drove up from DC today because I like to drive in my gas-powered vehicle over long distances and enjoy myself listening to country music. And seeing giant American flags the entire way up, which is a thing that I've lodged a complaint with the administration about because I just think it's a little triggering for people on the publicly funded roadways to be subjected to such things. So I've just put that in. I don't know if there will be a response anytime soon, but I'll keep you posted. I hear you guys are very popular in 2024. It's a big year for y'all. You're like the hottest chick on campus when it comes to electioneering. And your reward for that is that you get a ton of attention from Joe Biden and Donald Trump, which I guess is also the reward if you are literally the hottest chick on campus. Let me put it this way. Electorally speaking, if Pennsylvania were a woman, Biden would be sniffing your hair 24/7. But do you know why Pennsylvania is important? Pennsylvania is important because it is full of normal people. Now, I know there are exceptions, obviously. I'm sure you guys know them intimately. But it's full of normal people, normal families with normal problems, struggling with normal finances. And those are the people to whom politicians, who are often the farthest thing from normal, must speak to. So you have to spend a lot of time with this alien species coming to visit and trying to figure out how to address their problems. Now, don't get too excited, because you guys aren't normal, and neither am I, which is why I'm with you on my birthday, and why you're listening to me on my birthday. There's my long-running metaphor is that people who are very interested in politics are like people who are really dedicated Days of Our Lives fans. Or if you prefer a different metaphor, really dedicated pro wrestling fans, right? You know every day's story. You know every week's scenario. You know every villain and every hero and how they match up and what their strengths are, right? And you're telling your normal friends every day, oh, no, what's happening on Raw or what's happening on Days of Our Lives is super important every day. And they're looking at you like, I don't know, I feel like if I tune in every 4 years, it's gonna be fine, and I'll understand it, right? You guys know this feeling. Part of my job at CNN, and I hope in my career, but particularly at CNN, was to be as close to normal as possible. Normie adjacent. I'm a mom. I got 4 kids. There was a period of time during which I had to purchase healthcare, like on the healthcare market that Obamacare ruined, right? So I went from saying, hey guys, I think this might ruin this healthcare market to being the person who's paying the price for that. And then I would go on TV and say, hey, by the way, you know the thing that I said was gonna happen happened, and now I'm paying the price for it. And they, first of all, once again, it did not help me to be correct. They frown upon that over there. Second of all, they would look at me like, wait, you purchase healthcare? None of them have ever been anywhere near the private healthcare market, right? They've always been on employer healthcare. They have enough money that they don't have to worry about this. They don't have several kids that they're having to privately fund healthcare for and find solutions. So they're baffled by this. But this is a pattern with both media and politicians, is that they don't have to live with the consequences of their policies. They don't have to live with the consequences of their failures. And then I show up as the normie adjacent commentator and say, hey, a lot of people are actually struggling with this. And they're blown away. Or they just tell me I'm lying. That's a preferred tactic as well. But yeah, I do have 4 kids, which makes me, actually, in Northern Virginia and DC, that makes me weird. People are like, but why? 4 is the number that people start going like, what happened? Or as they call it it's 4 kids, or as they call it in Lancaster, a decent start. By the way, did I look up how to say the name of that city before I said it to you guys? I did. I do my homework, guys. Unlike your politicians. Okay. But parenting is a bit like being an engaged voter, an activist, as I know that all of you guys are, okay? Let me give you a story. We just got back from Easter, had a lovely trip down to North Carolina, lots of good Southern food, including my birthday pie, which my mother made for me. I'm not a cake person, I know, it's probably a bad opinion, don't cancel me. I prefer pie. My mother sends me back with a pie, it's in a nice little container. She's packed it all up with a ice pack so it's safe. We get back home. We're a big family. We end up in 2 cars. So there's 2 cars that need to be cleaned out of all the nonsense from this trip. And we have this, again, controversial thing that we do, which is that we make our children do things. Particularly in DC, this is weird. But they have working arms and legs. So we send them out to the car, the 10 and 8-year-old, to clean out the 2 cars, bring everything in, get the trash out, even do a little vacuuming. That's right. Don't report me to CPS. So they take care of it, they come back inside. The next morning, I look for my breakfast birthday pie, as one does, and I can't find it. And the first thing I do, which look, to be fair, he has a really big sweet tooth. But any of you who are married will understand this impulse. The first thing I do is, Steve, did you throw my pie away? It's my husband. Did you eat my pie? He did not. So he says, send the kids outside, see if it got left in the car. So I send the kids outside. Turns out the Jeep had been left mid-clean with a door wide open, birthday pie in a container on the ground with like 1 or 2 other items. Now, everything looks safe. The birthday pie container has not been breached. They bring it inside, they shut the door, they explain to me what happened, and I say, well, I'm obviously still eating this pie because inflation is insane, and I can't buy the ingredients for this again. And that's almost the end of the story, but not quite. because my husband gets in the car to go to the gym, and it turns out that a neighborhood kitty cat seeking warmth in the night. Oh, I should note that the pie was outside, but it was like plausibly refrigerated out there. It was about 40 degrees out. Has crawled into the car and done some business on the back mat. Now, we have all-weather mats, so this was solved fairly quickly. But it reminded me of the fact that unless you supervise them closely, if you hand off responsibility to your political leaders, they will take both your simple pleasures of life, your birthday pie, and your expensive goods, like your Jeep, or 1/3 of your income in your taxes, and leave them totally unsecured and let a cat pee on them. And I'm not sure what that last part means in the metaphor, but just stick with me. When parenting, however, thank you, she said, it stinks. When parenting, we dealt with this in a normal way, which is that we ask somebody to take responsibility for this. We discipline them to some extent. We clean the mess and sort of live with the consequences of the fact that we handed off this responsibility. We solve the problem and we put in safeguards for the future. Because I don't want the door wide open, like a certain border. I don't want the door wide open so that anyone can come in and ruin my stuff. I want the people that I've put in charge of this thing to do it well and to learn that there are consequences for the actions. This is common sense, right? Except, as I'm sure you guys know, common sense is not that common. And it feels like lately it gets more uncommon the more educated you are and the more powerful you are. So for instance, there's this guy, Bob Casey. Do you guys know him? That's good because no one else does. It's like if a piece of furniture were a senator. But that other senator, though, is not like a piece of furniture. It's very noticeable from the state of Pennsylvania. I was hearing him talk about greedflation and shrinkflation, which, by the way, are terms that roll off the tongue as well as Bidenomics. Like, well done, guys. Did you see, by the way, that Americans for Prosperity bought Bidenomics.com? Like, speaking of common sense, you guys that was your decision to make it Bidenomics. Buy the URL. That would have been like a week-long story if Trump had dropped the ball on something like that, by the way. So he's talking about greedflation. My husband, by the way, who's like sort of center-right but more normie than we are, he's not super into politics. He called the State of the Union the air in your chip bag speech. One of the great moments in American oratory. The problem with all of this, first of all, speaking of parenting, is that Casey is less economically literate than my 10-year-old. But what he's telling you, and what all these guys are going to try to tell you, as they always do, is, I know you know I made this problem. I was part of the problem with inflation. Like, they know that in their heads, and they know you know that the trillions of dollars they spent caused this problem. But with government and with our liberal friends, the answer is always, I'm taking absolutely no responsibility for that. And then what I need from you is more of your money so that I can solve it for you. That's the plan. That's the pitch. And I've been around long enough, frankly, my 10-year-old has been around long enough to know that that pitch doesn't work out in the end. I was listening on the way up here to a Chuck Todd, don't hate me, a Chuck Todd podcast. I was kind of thinking I could just skip past the bias and hear the Senate preview, right? That's what I was hoping for, because he knows stuff about the state of the races. But their panel, in getting there, I'm going to be polite about this, was so delusional that I couldn't even get past it to the politics part. And this is where, again, like parenting, the key to winning in politics is to be a weirdo, but as I remind my children when we go out in public, can y'all please act normal? Can y'all please act normal, right? I know you guys have said it to your children before, or maybe your spouse. I don't judge. But that's the key, and so many people cannot act normal. So I'm listening to this panel, and they're noodling on it, guys. They're very confused about how everything, the economy, employment, is going gangbusters. And the American people are just not getting the message. They're just not getting the message that, like Casey would have you believe, it's corporate greed that did this, not trillions in government spending. By the way, just one question on the economic front there. If indeed it's corporate greed, were they not greedy 4 years ago? Like they just decided to be greedy now? Because I'm pretty sure if you check Casey's press releases, he probably thought they were greedy then. So how does that work? But they really can't figure out why people aren't getting the message about how amazing this is. And their options are, well, I guess maybe Biden's just not selling it well enough. You know, because he's got all these accomplishments, and they're laying out all the things that everyone thinks are the problem. The CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, which was not designed to reduce inflation at all. Then they're like, well, maybe he's just not seen out there enough. He's not energetic enough being in public, being on the trail. Lucky for you guys, less hair sniffing. He's not energetic enough. No one ever considers, maybe people aren't helped by all of these solutions that end up costing them so much money. Maybe they're actually hurting. Maybe it's not just a feeling. And I know they're hurting because I look at our grocery bill, and I know that we are more fortunate than so many American families. And when I look, I call it my bacon index, like we can afford that anymore. When I look at the price of bacon over the past 4 years, I go, I can't imagine how people are feeding their kids on a regular basis. I'm gonna steal a quick anecdote from my friend Guy Benson, who had an encounter with an Uber driver in Milwaukee. African-American woman, Milwaukee Uber driver. This is a Democrat through and through, right? Working class Democrat voter. And she has him in the back of the car, and she asks, are you here for the debate? He says, yes, and they get into a conversation. And she tells him all about how, she doesn't like Trump. She's like checking the boxes. And he's like, okay, just listening, friendly. And then he realizes it's all just prelude. It's all just throat clearing to make clear she's not a Trump fan. But then she tells him, I'm driving an Uber to support my mother and my children. So she's got her mom and the next generation to take care of. The prices at the pump mean I make half as much as I did a couple years ago every day. So I'm working more hours to make less money. Chicken costs so much. I can barely get my kid to school in the morning. We're just trying to hold it together. And in the end, and it sounds like a campaign commercial, it sounds like it's made up. But she tears up and she says, I'm not gonna vote for Trump, but I gotta admit that things were better a couple of years ago. And then she says, we can't take much more of this. Now that is a normal person with normal problems. And if Biden and Democrats do not address those things, they will lose those voters. Those voters might not cross over, but they will lose that vote to staying home in frustration, which is, I think, what you're seeing now. And their insistence on telling voters like that they're not feeling what they're feeling, is an opening for freedom, for less chaos. Because when they make the pitch to me, look, let's be serious. Donald Trump ain't normal either. Okay? We all know that. But there's an argument that he can make that, your normal problems were less big when I was here. And he can say, and as I look around and say all the time, is it normal to not acknowledge, say, the deaths of 13 service members who died in the Afghanistan withdrawal in any State of the Union address in 3 years? Is that normal? Is it normal to say that your son died in combat when he did not? I have many Gold Star family friends, and it's just wrong. He served his country honorably, but he did not die in combat. Is it normal to spend, 650 words on Trans Visibility Day and 48 on Easter? Is it normal to close schools for 2 years for your union buddies to pay them out and then point at all of us who said, hey, can we open schools, and call us crazy? Is that normal? Is it normal to, send billions of dollars to Iran while our ally Israel is fighting tooth and nail against Iranian proxies? When I look at that scene, oh, and by the way, is it normal to let, 7 million people in, 10,000 people per day with no idea of what's happening at the border? I was a border moderate. They made me into a hawk. And it's happening all over the country because this was their battle cry, right? It's not normal. That was the battle cry throughout the Trump years. This is not normal. And people know it. And they're reacting to it. So, moving forward in 2024, can we please act normal? Because that is the key to appealing to regular voters, which is what you must do to win. And we've got plenty of open places to do it, right? Montana, even Maryland, by the way, where Larry Hogan is running and is going to make them spend money there. West Virginia, here. But it is contingent upon that. It's contingent about doing the easy stuff, on blocking and tackling. Because if you go outside to clean the car and you leave that door wide open and you don't check your work and you don't do the things you need to do, a cat will pee in your back seat. And it will stink. And America deserves better than that. Thank you very much. I'll be around tonight too, so I hope to see you guys later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary Catherine. We're just delighted to have you. We've got a speaker. Our next speaker is somebody that I would imagine that all of you would know already. That is, if you know anything at all about the Heritage. How many of you here have heard of the Heritage Foundation? There you go. There you go. Oh, very good. So here's our next speaker. Kevin Roberts was named president of the Heritage Foundation in October of 2021. He succeeded former Heritage President Kay James, an old friend of mine, as the 7th president of the organization's 50-year history. In September 2023, Roberts was named president of Heritage Action for America and serves both organizations in a joint role. Roberts previously served as the CEO of the Texas Public Policy Foundation. He's a lifelong educator, earned his PhD in American history from the University of Texas. And after several years of teaching history at the collegiate level, Roberts in 2006 left the university to found John Paul the Great Academy, a co-ed K-12 Catholic liberal arts school in Lafayette, Louisiana. He served as the Academy's president and headmaster for 7 years. In 2013, he resigned from the Academy to become president of Wyoming Catholic College. In addition to his doctorate, Roberts holds a master's degree in history from Virginia Tech and a bachelor's degree in history from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. Roberts and his wife have 4 beautiful children, and his oldest daughter is going to be married soon. I'm excited for them and their family. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Kevin Roberts.
Thank you, very kind. Well, it's great to be here because this is America, and when you leave Washington, where I have the privilege but also the burden of working every day, it is good to be back in America, so God bless you for being here. I come with a message of hopefulness because we live at a time when the radical left, which I know something about, I'll tell you about how I got to know them as a young history professor, wants us to be discouraged. They want you to be sitting here in your tables right now and be despairing, not just about the future of America, which they hate, but they want you to be so despairing that you decide that you're no longer going to be politically active. And I'm here to tell you that now is the time, more than any other time in our lifetimes, to reject what the radical left wants you to be, which is to be discouraged, and instead dig ever deeper than we ever have before, because this is the year, 2024, when we take this country back. You see, it's impossible for me as an early American historian to be in Pennsylvania, the birthplace of this country, and not be excited. 90 miles east of here, as you know, in the winter of 1777 and 1778, if you were at Valley Forge, you would have been very discouraged. In fact, if you were advising General George Washington in those bleak months of that winter, not only would you be cold, but you might in fact have been despairing because your men were shoeless. Some of them were dying of starvation. And yet, by God's grace, not only did Washington's army emerge from Valley Forge, as you know, but just 3 years later, they went on to conquer the most powerful army the world to that point had ever seen. I'm not necessarily suggesting that we're going to enter a season of warfare, my friends. But what I am suggesting is, at least figuratively, that the radical left has brought this culture war to our feet, and we darn well better wake up and fight it. I'm telling you something you know. Even more importantly, I'm telling you something that you not only know, but that you take action on every day. And so more than anything else, what I want to do for you today, on behalf of all of us at the Heritage Foundation and Heritage Action, is extend our gratitude for what you do every single day. Because you see, as I look out at the audience, and I know a few of you here, I know that you are the unsung heroes of the conservative movement in the United States. You are the unsung heroes of this generation. You are the unsung heroes, the people, the men and women who are in fact fighting what I like to call the Second American Revolution. And so for those of us, as I said, who have the privilege and the burden of working in the imperial city of Washington, I want to tell you what we're doing for the first time to assist you with your efforts. We intend for these to be complementary. You're the real experts about getting this done in this great state of Pennsylvania. And of course, you would say, as Pennsylvanians, that as Pennsylvania goes, so goes the country. I'm an adopted Texan. I might quibble with that sometimes. But today, here with you, I would say that you're right. And so there are three things I want to cover with you that Heritage is doing, and I want you to, if you don't already know, to see these efforts as being complementary to what you're doing. The first is we have to win this election. You see, at the large Heritage enterprise, rather than being focused on specific candidates, we are instead focused on issues, those issues that bind us together as Americans. And we're pretty good, as I think all of you are, at speaking to our friends on the political right. But what we realized a year ago we needed to do a better job of is to cultivate a broader movement, to make sure that this silent majority of Americans, some of them who might have voted for your native son, Joe Biden, last time, that they might be willing to switch their votes in the spirit of common sense and believing in America. And so what we've been doing in all of the swing states that will determine the outcome of this upcoming presidential election, for the first time, is a wide-scale voter registration effort, which is vital. But the thing that we're even more excited about, as important as that is making sure that we're talking to the movable middle. And I'm going to give you a little bit of insight into what we have discovered. We've done focus groups in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, in Wisconsin, Nevada, and Georgia. And by the way, we're so excited about the prospects for this. We're looking forward to not only making sure that those states vote red, but we're going to flip Virginia red again too. And so what we've been doing is basically based on what we've learned from those focus groups. These are regular Americans like all of you. But as I said, these are regular Americans who voted for President Biden the last time. These are people who are either unaffiliated voters, some of them even registered Democrats, and what they have told us unsolicited, because we're just trying to learn from them. Tell us what's on your mind, the facilitator of the focus group starts. And what they say is, basically, that what you and I recognize as the American dream is slipping through their fingers. And many of these unaffiliated voters who are open to voting the right way in 2024 are saying that they're less concerned about the particular candidates on the political right, and far more concerned that they see what you and I believe in as the answer for restoring America. They lead with the problems with the economy. And not only do they tell us, as you and I know, if you drove more than a mile here, you know the price of gas, and if you drove a mile here, you know the price of gas too. Gas, groceries, and rent, they say repeatedly in these focus groups, the cost of those have not only gone up, but very importantly for all of us, they know who's to blame. They know that, as Mary Catherine was talking about, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act is decidedly not reduced inflation, but increased it. They also know that the so-called Green New Deal, which is the most preposterous agenda since the New Deal, has dramatically increased inflation, dramatically increased costs, and they're ready to hold the administration accountable for initiating this. This is like a layup in basketball if we get this wrong. But the second thing they tell us is really about the culture war. And the way they put it, these are not necessarily doctrinaire religious conservatives, as I might be, is in terms of common sense. They say, why is it that in the United States of America, when our children go to their school, that teachers and administrators in that school think that somehow they replace us as parents? Why is it when we scrimp and save to send our children to college, that those college professors somehow think that they know more about American values than we do? And why, by the way, are we spending so doggone much money on an education system that is failing our kids? And then, this is a good question. I'll come back to that in a minute. And then the third thing they say is, whether we live in urban areas or whether we live in the suburbs, and even if we don't live in border counties, the lawlessness on the southern border is matched by the lawlessness in our urban core and also increasingly in our suburbs. And what they're telling us, friends, is that's not the America they believe in. And number two, that's the America that they regret voting for when they cast the ballot for Joe Biden in 2020. So, our objective at Heritage, in addition to the great work that you're doing, is to make sure that we're communicating with those people in a way that not only secures common sense votes in 2024, but helps to build our movement from a movement that's 50 or 51% of Pennsylvania or America to one that accurately reflects that 65% of Americans agree with us. That's the opportunity we have in front of us. That's the opportunity that George Washington saw coming out of those bleak days of Valley Forge. And so let me paint you a picture of what's going to happen when the center-right in this country is back in power in Washington, because I happen to think that we're going to win a trifecta: the White House, the U.S. House, and the U.S. Senate. You see, it's here I should tell you why I just reject all of the discouraging rhetoric from the radical left. And it's because about 20 years ago or so, I had the really bad sense to become a history professor. And I say really bad sense because I was the only conservative Christian professor in the entire College of Arts and Sciences at a major university in the Southwest. Now look, I knew what I was getting into, and I sort of liked mixing it up with my colleagues. But I was unprepared for how radical these people were. And that's now 2 decades ago. And so as I've made the professional transition from higher education to public policy work, first at the state level and now, as you know, at the federal level, I always remind people, audiences like you, that however crazy you think the academic radical left is, it's 3 times as bad. And with each passing year, they get worse, such that it is not an exaggeration for me to say, unfortunately, as I stand before you today, that the radical left hates this country, they hate what you and I believe, and they want to destroy everything associated with it. They have marched through our institutions, K through 12 schools, institutions of higher education, your universities, your alma maters, your churches, your Rotary clubs, and they've taken them over. And when they do that, they deny us, just as regular Americans forget about our politics, where we can set up friendships. How many of you, raise your hand, have lost friendships or important family relationships because of your politics? That is the rotten fruit of the radical left. This is what we get to reject this year. But it has to start with the belief that we're not only going to win, but to my friends in Washington, D.C. and power who are elected officials, we're going to govern like conservatives when we do win. What does that look like? You've probably heard a little bit about this project that we have the privilege of facilitating at Heritage called Project 2025. Some people refer to that as a heritage project. It's far bigger than that. We have over 100 organizations who are part of it. Some of you in this room are part of it. We've had over 8,000 Americans submit their resumes to work in the next administration because, you see, we operate under that Ronald Reagan maxim that people are policy. And so a year ago, when we published this 924-page book, Mandate for Leadership, the radical left thought that that was sort of the entirety of the project. And they were really scared because they had never seen the conservative movement do something at such scale. Little did they know that we were also recruiting several thousand Americans to be the people who would implement those policies. And so before I forget, let me make sure that I invite you to do what thousands of your fellow Americans and Pennsylvanians have done, which is decide to tithe your most precious resource, which is your time and your talent, back to the American Republic, and submit your resumes at project2025.org. I don't care how old you are or young you are or in between. I do care that if you're a man, you identify as a man, and if you're a woman, you identify as a woman. Because even though if you don't understand basic biology, you apparently can be confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court, you may not be invited into Project 2025. What's going to happen when we run that trifecta? Well, first of all, the elected officials are ultimately going to decide this, right? Starting with the president-elect, who gets to serve his second term. That would be President Trump. Praise God. I suspect if Project 2025, with all of its associated organizations, has any influence on the next administration, you're going to see the following glorious things happen. We're going to see a new FBI director who select all deletes the code, the legal code that created the FBI, and starts from scratch. You're going to see all of the federal regulation that prohibits investments in things like natural gas under the ground we stand from being harvested for the benefit of prosperity and freedom. That is all coming to an end. In the name of environmental social governance, all these regulations and ridiculous criteria that corporate boardrooms use will come to an end. But as you might imagine, I have a personal favorite, and that is, once and for all, we are going to eliminate, tear out, root and branch the most rotten part of the federal government, which is the U.S. Department of Education. And as if that weren't enough, I'm really glad to report that not only people in the Republican Party and people in the center, but a growing number of Democrats, believe it or not, in Washington and elsewhere recognize that the greatest adversary the United States has ever faced, the Chinese Communist Party, needs to be named as such, and we need to defeat them before they invade our ally, Taiwan. And we're such optimists at the Heritage Foundation. We believe that we will defeat them, by the way, not with outright military conflict, but by recognizing that the Chinese Communist Party ought not have been able to infiltrate our universities, our schools. They sure as heck should not have the right to hire K Street lobbyists and lobby for them in the United States Congress. By the way, it's here, I should mention too, you're going to hear from a lot of candidates for political office in your wonderful Commonwealth. And let me just submit to you with great humility on behalf of Heritage that any of them who, when you ask them the question, do you want to defeat the Chinese Communist Party, if they hem and haw around that, they should not be elected. That is the defining issue. Because you see in Pennsylvania, where you have one of the most untapped, largest resources of natural gas in the world, the issue of confronting China is very much connected to the issue of our energy production. And anyone, especially in your Commonwealth, who doesn't understand that shouldn't be running for office. So, Project 2025, to conclude this point, is an ambitious agenda. I was asked earlier this morning by a Washington Post reporter. See, at Heritage, we talk to everybody because we're not afraid of standing up and speaking for what we believe in. She asked me, Kevin, what percentage of Project 2025 is going to be implemented? And I said, well, that ultimately is going to be up to President-elect Trump and his administration. And she said, so you really think he's going to win? I said, yes, because God still smiles on America. Not that you should be reading the Washington Post, but if you happen to do that tomorrow, just see if somehow that comment got put in there. I bet you $1 it won't be. The third thing that I want to talk about, and I'll conclude with this point, is a little more abstract. I mean, it's referring to a real event, the American Revolution, but in a way that really is abstract, because as I mentioned before, I think we're in the second American Revolution, which up to this point, at least as it relates to us, has been bloodless. But you see, the second American Revolution has not been bloodless. The lawless, open southern border takes the lives of innocent people across this country every day with the scourge of fentanyl, the leading cause of death for Americans under the age of 35. The scourge of lawlessness, which has been explicitly advocated by district attorneys, mayors, governors, and even our current president of the United States, costs lives in our cities all the time. What I'm saying about the Second American Revolution is that we reject all of that and we get busy with not only winning elections, not only governing like conservatives, but every single day in our homes, our neighborhoods, our churches, our professional associations, genuinely putting smiles on our faces, because one more time in this great republic with our backs against the wall, we're going to emerge from Valley Forge and we're going to charge the hill, and we are going to take this great country back. Thanks for being part of it. God bless you.
On Inauguration Day,
The 4 years ahead
seems like an eternity.
it's not.
because the left has engineered our government and institutions.
To reject conservative ideology. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project
Brings together conservative organizations.
to ensure the policy and personnel are in place.
On January 20th, 2025,
Using 4 pillars
We are laying the foundation
for the next president.
to end Washington's bureaucracy and restore American prosperity.
So I hope you saw that video that just ran by Heritage, and I have instructions for you. So how many of you know how to text? Does everybody here know how to text? Very, very good. That's a good response. So if you will text PA 2024 If you text PA 2024 to 31200, the first 150 people will get a text back saying that Heritage is covering your lunch. So if you text PA 2024 to 31200, the first 150 people to do so will have their lunch covered by Heritage. You'll get a text to that effect back to your phone. So please text now if you get a chance. Thanks so much. And so let me introduce the moderator of our next panel. Delighted to have our great leader of Heritage share with us for these last few moments. But now I'm going to invite you to meet Gregory Moreland. Gregory is a Pennsylvania State Director for the National Federation of Independent Business. Greg's clear mission is standing up for Pennsylvania's 13,000 small independent businesses and for the people that make up our communities, just like he did in the military. When Moreland 40 left the military, he wasn't sure he'd ever work again. As a paratrooper in the U.S. Army 82nd Airborne, he was badly injured in a 2012 explosion in Afghanistan and underwent years of physical therapy. Drawing on the resilience he learned from his own father, a child of poverty who worked his way up to direct Dauphin County's Juvenile Detention Center, Moreland earned a master's degree in public administration, interned with State Rep. Maureen Gingrich, and launched a late-blooming but meteoric career in Harrisburg. After 4 years at the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, including as a policy analyst to then Speaker Mike Turzai, Moreland became Chief of Staff to the late State Senator Dave Arnold before joining the NFIB in 2021. He's the proud father of Evelyn, his 7-year-old daughter, and husband to his beautiful wife, Sarah. Please give Greg a warm welcome.
All right, well, good morning, everyone. My name is Greg Moreland. I'm the Pennsylvania State Director for NFIB, the National Federation of Independent Business, and welcome to our moderated conversation today entitled A Legislature Divided. I'm a very lucky man. Not only do I have a beautiful pregnant wife at home right now, but I also have the best job in the world. I get to represent small and independent businesses, your mom and pop shops, all throughout your communities before the General Assembly. And so it's a terrific job to have because I get to stand up for the little guy, right? Much like I did in the military, you got to stand up and sometimes you got to fight. And so our job at NFIB is to protect the rights of small business owners to own, operate, and grow their business. And so I'm here today with 3 small business champions who will talk about divided government and what kinds of legislation we're seeing coming out of the Pennsylvania House and the Pennsylvania Senate. First, I'd like to recognize Senator Kristin Phillips-Hill from Southern York County. Representative Valerie Gaydos from Allegheny County. And also Representative Rob Mercuri from Allegheny County. Let's have a round of applause for them, please. Thank you. Thank you. But before we get into our conversation, I just want to set the stage for where we're headed. Pennsylvania is the only state in the nation that has a full-time divided legislature, right? The Senate is controlled by Republicans, 28 to 22. The House is controlled by Democrats, albeit by 1 seat, 102 to 101 majority after the next special election coming up here at the end of the month. This has led to stalemates in legislative process, failed negotiations, and a several months long pause in legislative activity to fix that leaky roof in the House chamber. But honestly, sometimes from my perspective, representing small business, sometimes inaction is the best action for businesses, right? Sometimes we don't need new laws. Sometimes we don't need overregulation or mandates coming down on small business. Sometimes maybe you guys want to go back and fix the Senate roof. Maybe, I don't know, yeah. But sometimes inaction is also the best action. But this inaction hasn't stopped some radical proposals from taking shape and being introduced to the chambers, right? Not surprisingly, there are a wide variety of different opinions on the role of government and how government should interact with the lives of the citizens. Did you know that in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, there are 9 different proposals to raise the minimum wage. Now, that might not seem like a lot, but there's one proposal in particular that I want to point out to you, is that there is one proposal that raises the minimum wage to $21 an hour. $21 an hour. That equals $43,680 a year salary for a minimum wage earner, should this proposal take shape. I remember working at McDonald's when I was 14 years old. I made $5.25 an hour, but I learned a lot, right? It wasn't about the paycheck that I was receiving. It was about the lessons that I was learning. I was learning to show up at the right place, at the right time, in the right uniform, learning how to interact with the public, learning how to operate that cash register, how to quickly count change, how to get it back to them, right? These are the real things that I learned there. It wasn't the small amount of money I came home with in the paycheck, right? Not only is the $21 an hour proposal startling, but there are 35 Democratic co-sponsors on this legislation. That is over 1/3 of the Democratic caucus in the Pennsylvania House of Representatives has signed onto this bill and has said they support it and they would vote for it should it come up for a vote. Imagine the message that you're sending to businesses back in your districts, to the folks that want to locate here in Pennsylvania but are scared to because these proposals are out there. Imagine the individual that's contemplating whether or not they want to shut down their business or they want to go on for another year, right? These are real threats to our economy and the way businesses operate. NFIB commissioned a study with a third-party agency to show that the $15 minimum wage, should it be enacted, the bill passed out of the Pennsylvania House of Representatives, should that bill be enacted, it will cost the Commonwealth 104,000 jobs and $14 billion in negative economic output. NFIB has a tremendous research center where we have been collecting information from our membership for over 50 years. This allows us to identify trends within our membership to better understand the current state of small business. Some recent findings from the small business community are that, guess what? Inflation is still high, right? I don't think that's a shock to anyone. You go to the grocery store, it's going to cost you a lot extra. Right? Lack of available qualified workforce. Many of our members cannot find qualified individuals that can pass a drug test that will actually show up to work on Monday morning, right? Businesses are pessimistic about the future, right? Small business owners are not optimistic about the next 6 months. That's a scary thing. So why? Why are they feeling this way? How did we get here, right? Maybe, just maybe, it's some of the proposals coming from Governor Shapiro, the federal government, and from portions of the Pennsylvania Legislature. And so that's what we're here to talk about today. And I have 3 incredible guests with me, and panelists and state elected officials. Could not ask for better friends in the General Assembly than these 3 right here. They constantly are defending small business, limited government, and so I thought it would be appropriate to have them a part of the discussion. We'll just kick it off starting with Representative Gaydos. Tell the audience a little bit about yourself, why you're qualified to speak on some of these business issues, and what are some of them coming out of the House?
So thank you, Greg, and we're very fortunate to have a group like NFIB representing and fighting for small business. So thank you for the work you do, because that helps us and gives us the tools we need to go and fight for you. I grew up in Western Pennsylvania. Both my parents were small business owners. I'm a small business owner, and it's just something to me that has meant more freedom to our great nation. I focus on 2 things in my focus in the legislature, and I actually have it on the back of my T-shirts that I pass out that says lower taxes, less government, more freedom. And if it doesn't pass that sniff test on every single piece of legislation that we do, I try to make sure that it follows those 3 tenets, or actually I say 2 tenets equal the 3rd one, right? Lower taxes, less government equals more freedom. So that's always been a focus of mine. We were talking a little bit earlier about the number of legislators in the State House, 203 legislators. Greg and I had this conversation last year, and I said, wait a minute, how many of these 203 have either been a small business owner or have even like remotely or their spouse or their family member. We did a study on that, and it was tragic. This is why we are getting all these types of legislation, primarily from the other side of the aisle, is because they don't understand what it is like to work. You know, I look and say, whether you're a family farm or whether you are a small business, you own a franchise, that the onus is on us. So that's where I see as the qualifications to fight for the group of people that have been so fundamental to the foundation of this United States. I have the bill to reduce the size of the legislature. I look at it that those of us who work, we can probably do this job with our hands tied behind our back, and sometimes it takes some of our fellow members much longer to just focus on legislation when as you pointed out, it's a good day sometimes when we aren't in session. It's a good day for the American business.
Senator Phillips-Hill. Go ahead, round of applause, please. Senator, the Senate has been much more business friendly with the policies that they've been proposing. You know, what is it? Why is that? What do you see inside your caucus that drives that support of small business? And what are some of these legislative proposals, you know, in the Senate versus the House? Can you describe that?
Yeah, well, first I want to say thank you so much for having me here today. Small business is the backbone of our economy here in Pennsylvania. And we know if we're really going to unleash the promise of Pennsylvania, it's going to happen through the hard work and entrepreneurial spirit of our small business owners. We hear a lot of platitudes, but it's the truth. And every one of the big businesses that we see growing and succeeding all across this Commonwealth and this country, they all started as small businesses. I'm proud to be a member of the Senate Republican Caucus, a caucus that truly believes that we must protect Pennsylvania jobs, that we must empower Pennsylvania families, and that we must defend Pennsylvanians' freedoms. And you see that. Thank you. Thank you. This is my constituent, by the way, so I appreciate your support, Phil. So we have put forward policies to do all of that. I, too, came to the legislature as a small business owner, a former small business owner, because to do this job and do it well, it takes my full attention and 210% of my time. But I learned a lot as a small business owner, and I transferred a lot of those skills and that knowledge into the job that I do. So often, I am in a meeting. I was just in a meeting yesterday with a 34-year-old woman, incredibly bright, determined, tremendous amount of grit, with this incredible opportunity and idea, and she had already begun this investment to create a business in Southern New York County that if I was on Shark Tank, I'd invest in, because it is brilliant and I see great opportunity and success on her horizon. But you know what? Over-regulation is stifling her opportunity. And so since I arrived here in the General Assembly, I have championed reducing the regulatory burden. You know, Pennsylvania has over 163,000 regulations on the books. And in a sense, it's just another form of taxation. I have another business owner. He is trying to redevelop a brownfield site. It's ugly, it's atrocious, and he wants to put businesses there, creating opportunity, creating jobs, and he is being stifled because one government agency can't agree with another government agency. He can't get permits from either one. And in the meantime, he's held on to this land, paying those property taxes, and he is really feeling pressure. So I have legislation, Senate Bill 350. It's sitting in the House. Now, as a former House member, we used to say the Senate was the place that all good things went to die. Folks, I have to tell you, the Senate right now is the place where all bad pieces of legislation go to die. But right now, that bill is sitting over in the House, and what it would do is it would reform our system of regulation. It's 2024. If you place an order on Amazon, you're going to get an email. It's going to thank you for your order. You're going to get an email that say it's been packaged, it's on its way, it's arrived at your door. We can do that with permits. We can make them more efficient, more effective, more transparent, and we can get them done in a timely fashion. And hey, if the government can't respond in the statutorily required timeline, we're going to deem it approved. Wouldn't that be an incredible opportunity for every Pennsylvanian? So I'm proud to serve in the Senate Republican caucus, and I'm proud that our caucus is standing up for businesses, large and small, and more importantly, the people who work for them. You know, this legislation has really created some bridges to constituencies I never envisioned myself working with. But even those individuals who I've often been on the other side of an issue on recognize that if we can cut the red tape, we can roll out the red carpet to more business opportunity and more jobs that pay maximum wages here in Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Those were all fantastic points, and we certainly appreciate all your long-standing support of small business. Representative Mercuri, tell us a little bit about yourself. Being a legislator from Western PA, energy is a hot-button issue in PA, right? It's big business out in Western PA. You guys have a lot of resources out there that can provide a lot of economic freedom to the workers, to the Commonwealth itself. We are an exporter of energy. You know, what do you think the role of government is in bolstering or hampering that sector? And where do you see kind of some of these legislative proposals in the House going with regard to the energy industry?
Well, Greg, great question. And first, thank you for having me, and to you all for being here for this wonderful conversation on small business and where we go. You know, if the Pennsylvania legislature were a business, it would be out of business. There's no doubt about it. It's so poorly run. And we do have the largest full-time legislature in the country, but it's the least productive. And as Republicans, we know that sometimes less is more, and so that's not always a bad thing to be less productive. But then, as Representative Gaydos said, we should reduce the size and the overhead of the government in Pennsylvania. And that goes for our energy policy, too. We need to get out of the way of the energy producers in Pennsylvania, and especially in the West. It is such a big opportunity, and right now it's a missed opportunity. If you look at a map of Pennsylvania and you see where the oil wells and the natural gas activity is happening, they're dotted along the other side of the border in Ohio and West Virginia. And that's a direct result of the bad policy in Pennsylvania that we've had under Governor Wolf and now under Governor Shapiro. Governor Shapiro likes to talk a big game. He likes to talk about making Pennsylvania competitive. And he also has kind of walked the line or straddled the fence on the regional greenhouse gas initiative. But he recently doubled down on a carbon tax and trade, and he basically has kowtowed, just like he did on school choice, where he promised something, and then he went the other way with his base. He's doing the same thing on energy, where he's saying we need to be competitive, we want to be energy producers, and now, then he's kowtowing to the climate lobby. And we got to call that out, and we have to contrast our vision of a growing Pennsylvania economy, low regulation, roll out that red carpet, I love that analogy, for small business, and unleash the energy potential that we still have in Western PA and across our state. If we would double down on that concept, then we would grow again, and we still need to do that. So I think as Republicans, we know that small businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, and as a small business owner myself, I know that with hard work, anything's possible. And so we can do this. We just have to get out of the way of those great small business owners and let them create jobs and grow our economy.
Fantastic points. Thank you, Representative. Let's get into, you mentioned Governor Shapiro, and he recently did his budget release, and he says he likes to be competitive as hell, I believe is the term that he uses. It appears that he wants to spend like hell. he has proposed nearly a $4 billion increase in his spending. You know, what are your initial impressions of the budget proposal from the governor, and where do we go from here? Representative Mercuri, you know, we're looking at a structural deficit. You know, can you explain to the audience a little bit about that structural deficit and where we're headed?
Well, there's a surplus in the budget that exists today because of good fiscal stewardship over the past few years, and also a lot of federal government kind of payments into the budget. Governor Shapiro wants to spend every dime of that surplus. You know, I think we should, if anything, send rebates back to taxpayers. That's taxpayer money sitting in Pennsylvania's coffers.
Can we get a round of applause for that?
I've got that proposal next week is coming out to send rebate checks to Pennsylvania taxpayers.
Fantastic.
Going forward, though, if we create new entitlement programs and new budget line items at a higher level, which is what Governor Shapiro wants to do, a record $48 billion plan, then we will have a structural deficit going forward, and we'll be forced to raise taxes. Now, they've also kind of tipped their hand about how they want to do that. They would like to restructure our tax base. We have a flat tax in Pennsylvania, as you all know, 3.07% for business and personal taxes. But they want to bifurcate that, and they'd like to tax businesses more, and we can't allow that. It's unconstitutional. So we need to be on the lookout for that, but that's the plan, is create dependency, divide and control, spend, and raise taxes to do it.
Senator?
Well, I would say to you this. When you hear the word investment, grab your pocketbook or your wallet, because that's code for we're going to tax you and we're going to spend your money. We have a vision, and that vision is of fiscal responsibility. What the good representative said is absolutely true. Look, this is a 7% increase in spending that's been proposed by the governor. That is double the rate of inflation. Now, this is the kind of budget that would work great in Washington, D.C., because they can just print more money. This massive increase in spending spree that the governor intends to take us on can only be fueled one way, and that's with more of your hard-earned dollars. And we even look to Washington, D.C. There is a $34 trillion deficit in Washington, D.C. $1 trillion of that alone is just the increase in Social Security spending. So here we are, and we have a governor who's seeking to emulate those irresponsible spending practices that have brought us rampant inflation, as well as very high interest rates, and it's denying people that pursuit of their happiness, their future success, and the ability to invest their money as they see fit, and the denial for many Americans of that American dream. Home ownership is becoming out of reach for so many Americans because of those failed fiscal policies. We don't need that here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I mean, I'd just like to add on top that what's specific about this spending is that it's on recurring expenses. It's not a one-time, you know, we've got to fix something here in Pennsylvania. It is recurring expenses, and that is going to saddle our future. That is problematic, and that, I believe, is because we don't have enough people in the legislature who understand business. And I always put my encouragement out to people in audiences saying that if any of you are small business people, we need you in the legislature. If you are considering running, please run.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, how do we get back to being competitive as hell against our neighboring states, right? How do we get back to a place where we can get pro-business policies through the General Assembly to the governor's desk and have him sign it, right? Every single political candidate is a small business supporter out on the campaign trail, right? But what NFIB does is we track those votes. We score, and we provide those scores to the constituents in their districts. And what we find is that not everybody actually is a small business supporter, right? The votes, we have small business owners that are voting on policies to mandate their industries, and they have a 0% voting record with our organization. It's nonsensical. How do we get back to being competitive as hell? Representative McCurry?
Well, I think we start with fundamental economic basics. Fiscal responsibility, we don't take in more than we spend, and we don't spend more than we take in. Creates an environment where there's predictability. Then we need to create incentives for businesses to come to Pennsylvania. And it's got to be streamlined permitting, and it's got to be low tax environment. Ohio has a 0% corporate income tax. We've got still, even though we cut our corporate net income tax last year, it's still one of the highest in the country. So we've got a big sign on the front door of Pennsylvania that says closed for business, go to Ohio. We can't be competitive that way. We've got to create an encouraging environment for all business here, and that will create what they have going on in Florida, which is people coming in, creating new business, creating new value, and wanting to plant roots and stay. We can do that in Pennsylvania. We know how to do it. Why don't we do it? Because the other side has an agenda. They have a control agenda. They want to see, just like California, more mandates, more control. They want to take more of your hard-earned money to do it. And then they have their climate agenda that they want to execute on top of that.
It's ultimately like people become reliant upon the government.
That's right.
Then.
There's actually a bill that's working its way through Congress right now that's sponsored by most of the Democratic representatives called the PRO Act that would prohibit, and they have this in California, independent contractors really to exist. And, you know, that's, to me, it's anti-American. Sure. You know, and every one of us should have the opportunity, if we want, to open up our own shop and to do it successfully. So I think small business, again, it's the lifeblood. We need to encourage and incentivize business growth in Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Senator?
It all comes back to one very simple premise, and that is you can't spend what you don't have. And so fiscal responsibility has to be at the very top of the agenda. We have to reduce the tax burden on hardworking Pennsylvanians. We have to cut that proverbial red tape and remove barriers from people's greatest success. We have to unleash the power of our energy economy here in Pennsylvania. And, you know, Representative Gaydos is correct. Too many people in the General Assembly have only ever signed the back of a paycheck, not the front of a paycheck. We need people who innately understand the sacrifices and really what it takes to be successful as an entrepreneur so that they can vote for policies that are going to lift us all up. Again, I go back to, we have great promise here in Pennsylvania. We need to empower the people. And with that, we will see our greatest future success and our children's future success right here in the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Senator. Representative?
So two of the greatest costs of any small business, energy and healthcare. And anything that we could do to reduce the cost of energy or reduce the cost of healthcare are the two primary big bucket list items. I have a bill that would allow association health plans. That means small businesses can pool together. Something that most people don't realize what happened with the Affordable Care Act, and that the Affordable Care Act came out and immediately prohibited small businesses, small farms, small professional practices, dentists, podiatrists, optometrists, to be able to pool together to have lower cost healthcare. That's crushing and has been crushing for very small businesses who ended up eliminating their employees and going back to being independent contractors. You can't build a business when your cost of energy and your cost of healthcare is way more than those larger businesses. The third issue that is a bill that I put together, and that is to extend both in time and dollar amount the net operating loss carry forward. Coming from an investment background, working with startup companies, that is the number one thing that prevents companies from going forward, is that Pennsylvania has one of the lowest net operating loss carry forwards. And I admit, I started a business in another state, and when I first ran for office, I got a lot of grief for that, and I said, here is your statement. No one should ever leave Pennsylvania or have to leave Pennsylvania to start a business. And that's why I ran for office, is that to work with good folks to try to make Pennsylvania strong and supportive of small business, because that is our lifeblood going forward, now and going forward.
Thank you, and I want to thank the three panelists we had here today, fantastic supporters of small business. I can't thank you enough. I think what we've learned is elections have real consequences. We need more small business owners in Harrisburg and in Washington, D.C., and I hope that you will remember that when you go to the ballot box here later this month and in November. So with that, let's have another round of applause for our elected officials.
Well, now I know you enjoyed that, but now you're in for a real treat. We have one of our favorites, a longtime friend of mine who has served in the United States House of Representatives. Before that, he was in the State House, and his name is Scott Perry. Do you know Scott Perry? He served 3 terms as a Pennsylvania state rep. He established a record for protecting taxpayers' interests in Harrisburg. He earned the privilege of serving as a congressman from Pennsylvania's 4th Congressional District. In 2013, he earned re-election to the newly redistricted 10th District in 2018 and presently serves as the U.S. House Committees on the U.S. House Committees on Transportation and Infrastructure and Foreign Affairs. Scott Perry knows the importance of hard work and dedication. He's the grandson of Colombian immigrants and the son of a single mom who fled 2 abusive situations and worked several jobs to survive and support her kids. And this guy is a guy who represents the heart of Pennsylvanians. He's been a longtime friend of mine, and I want you to welcome him warmly, Congressman Scott Perry.
PLC, awesome, awesome, awesome to be with you. So awesome. Thank you. Joe Watkins, one of my heroes, talking about my mom, the original hero. So I thought about what I might talk to you. Okay, I see what the timer is there. That's good. What I might talk to you about today. And you guys know I spent some time in the Army in uniform, so I thought, well, when you're briefing in the military, we call it a 5-paragraph operations order. And if you're not familiar with that, the circumstance is this: whether you're the commanding general, whether you're a lieutenant doing a briefing, or whether you're the private that's running the projector that's putting the, good to see you guys out there, Northern Dauphin County in the house, putting the slides up on the screen there, everybody has to know the mission, right? Everybody has to know the mission. And the reason, prime example, nobody probably knows the name John Reynolds. Anybody here know the name Major General John Reynolds? Just a couple of you, right? Because he was killed on the first day in the Battle of Gettysburg. Killed on the first day. But every soldier on the battlefield needs to know what the mission is so that you can complete the mission. So the 5-paragraph op order starts out with the situation. Situation, mission, execution, service support. I think it's called sustainment and support, command and signal. The situation. So you come in, general comes in for the briefing, sits down. What's the situation? That's where we are right now. We start out with the enemy situation and then go to the friendly situation. So let's start out with the enemy situation. I was thinking about that a little bit last night, kind of going through my mind about our situation. My mind wandered to our foreign adversaries first, because that should be the enemy situation, right? You got Russia, you got Iran, you got North Korea, you got China, the enemy situation. Something that Republicans, Democrats, liberals, conservatives, Americans should all agree on. Now, we don't, believe it or not, and I know you know that, but it's amazing to me that I wanted to put it in that context, but I knew that wasn't going to be enough for you. It's not enough for our audience. My audience here this morning, because we have another enemy, right? Of course, Iran is trying to destroy the United States of America. Of course, Russia is trying to destroy the United States of America. Of course, China using unrestricted warfare. That's kind of obvious. But there is another enemy, unfortunately, in the wire, as we call it, right? They're the enemy outside the wire, We're in the wire. We've got this protection around us. We get guards and sentries up and listening posts and observation posts and all that stuff, but we got, unfortunately, an enemy inside the wire. The enemy outside the wire you can get. You know where they're coming from. You can expect what they're going to do. You can probably counter it. There's nobody better in that when we want to than the United States of America. However, not necessarily prepared, and in my mind, not managing well the enemy inside the wire. So I want to talk to you about that a little bit today. The enemy inside the wire is doing things to America, to you, to your family that have never been seen before in America. And every day you wake up, you think, that's got to be the limit of advance of the enemy. I can't imagine they're going to do any more. And every single day they surprise us. You look at our border. It's one of the biggest things. That's an 80% issue, by the way. Republicans, Democrats, independents, an 80% issue. Unbridled. It's not even that we allow them to come across the border. We just saw the Texas National Guard overrun by people coming through the border, coming across the border, running to Border Patrol. I'm not here to disparage Border Patrol, but the President of the United States and the Secretary of Homeland Security has ordered the Border Patrol to process these individuals, not to say, hold on a second, you don't belong here, I'm going to turn you around and head you back to where you came from. That's not their mission anymore. Their mission is to process them. This is happening, and if that's not bad enough, if it's not bad enough, literally flying people. We don't even have them bother to come across the border and walk across the border. We're now flying them into the country, courtesy of the United States. That's all going on. I don't know if you've been to the grocery store lately. I imagine you have. If you eat, you got to go to the grocery store, or somebody does. You can't blame the grocery store owner. You can't blame the restaurant owner. You can't afford your dinner. You can't afford food. You can't afford your credit card bills. You can't afford your car payments. Heaven forbid you have to buy a new house or another house. You can't afford anything in America today because of what this federal government is doing to you. And oh, by the way, if you thought you would speak your mind, thought you'd go to a school board meeting because, I don't know, you've got a daughter that wants to be in school and wants to go to the locker room because she plays some sport and she wants to be able to change in there, and she has this sense of privacy for herself when she goes to the locker room or the bathroom, and then that is shattered when she sees somebody of the opposite sex there, right? That's our community today. And if you say something about it, right, First Amendment, if you say something about it, the FBI potentially, likely, will list you, put a red flag on you, and list you as a domestic extremist happening in your country today. All kinds of things. Let's talk about your energy bills. If you're paying, we had a light winter. Let's face it, in Pennsylvania, we had a light winter. But your energy bills, if they were like mine, are still fairly high, almost unaffordable for a lot of people. All by design. All by design. And you think to yourself, I live in America. I can make my choices. I choose to buy and drive an Expedition. I'm like a Suburban, whatever. I don't know what the big Dodge is. We'll pick American car manufacturers. But that was your choice. You always thought it would be your choice. But car manufacturers are making cars not based on what consumers, not based on what you want, but based on what the government tells them they're allowed to make. And now they're telling us that in a couple years, literally, well, a few years, you're going to have less of a choice. You're going to have to buy an electric vehicle supplied by China, chips in it by China, our enemy, by the way, not because America wants to be China's enemy, but because China calls us their enemy. And that's not going to be your choice anymore. And oh, by the way, if you want a gas stove, I know they've relaxed at this moment. This administration has relaxed because there's this hue and cry. I asked them about it in a hearing. They said, well, we're not trying to ban all gas stoves. That's not the intent, not to ban all gas stoves. But the rule, not legislation, the rule makers, the administration would make 95% of gas stoves unsellable. Current gas stoves, you wouldn't be able to buy 95% of them. So effectively, they are banning, or they seek to ban the gas stove. This is your country where you look at the Constitution and you say, where does the federal government have any business what stove I buy, what car I drive, or who's in the bathroom with my daughter, right? And that is what we're facing today, which is why it's important to understand the friendly and the enemy. That's the enemy situation. Let's talk about the friendly situation. The friendly situation is this, especially as members of Congress, we have really one or two tools to rein in an out-of-control federal government. One tool, impeachment. It is not a legal remedy. It is not a criminal legal remedy. It is a political remedy. If you get the votes, somebody's done something wrong, the American people agree with you, you're impeached. Senate still has to convict. That's one remedy. The other remedy, the most important remedy, is the power of the money. Because all the things that we talked about, whether it's energy, whether it's the bathroom, whether it's your vehicle that you're going to buy or not going to buy, any single thing that the federal government does takes money. And that comes from the United States Congress. But if your members, if the elected members are unwilling to do anything about it, they're just going to keep going. And this is the friendly situation. So a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, Nancy Pelosi was the speaker. We didn't get our appropriations done because we never do, because nobody wants to. Nobody wants to do that because that would be accountability. You would be able to see, this is the person that voted for this, and this is what it is, and I don't agree with that, so I'm not voting. But they don't want you to see that, right? So they pile it all together right before Christmas in a thing called an omnibus. And every single Republican in the House voted against it. Trillions of dollars in spending. Meanwhile, we're going to be at 35 trillion. We're at 34 and a half or so now. We're going to be at 35 trillion in debt next month, in May. It's April. Every single Republican in the House voted against it. All the policies in there of the Biden administration, every single thing that you hate that's prevailing on your life and imposing on your life, shepherded right through without a Republican vote. 2 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago? We just voted for $30 billion more and all the same policies, which is why you need to know what the friendly situation is. Because, ladies and gentlemen, who you send to represent you makes a difference. Makes a difference. Just think of it in those terms, all right? And then, so you go from, this is a situation. You got the enemy, you got the friendly. What's the mission? Ladies and gentlemen, this mission is to save this republic. At least that's the mission I'm on. I think that's the mission that you're on. That is our mission. It's not to go to Harrisburg or Washington, D.C. and get a nice meal and have, trips to wherever and have great relationships with your colleagues. That's all nice. It's irrelevant. It is irrelevant, and too many people, I think, they go to these places, Washington or Harrisburg, I've been to both, and they lose focus on what they're doing there. And that's how you get Republicans voting for $30 billion more in spending than they all voted against Nancy Pelosi. Somehow it was better under Joe Biden and, quite honestly, our speaker. It's important that we get the right people. So we are in the season of our primaries. Now, this is a family discussion. Sometimes it's a family argument, right? We have different selection of candidates. You got to pick the most conservative one that will win. Not the one that's just going to tell you they're going to do it. And it's hard to, I know, it's hard to determine sometimes. But I will tell you this, if they've got votes, if they're moving from the state house or the state senate to Congress and they've got votes, none of the talking matters. Show me the votes, because people will tell you anything. It's how they vote that's going to make a difference, and nothing else will. You have to be discerning. Now, I will just tell you this. I did not pick, just like John Reynolds, I didn't pick the battlefield that I was going to have to fight on, and neither do you. It is what it is. We have what we have. I don't like 50 days of voting in Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen. Here's me. Here's Scott Perry. I'm going to show up on election day, like the Constitution says. Not election month or election week. I'm going to show up on election day. I'm going to bring my identification. I'm going to cast my ballot as a citizen of the United States, a person who's bona fide, with a legitimate right to make decisions and have a vote and have a voice on behalf of the country that I live in. That's me. That would be Scott Perry's law, if Scott Perry were somehow the supreme allied commander or something. But I'm not. and neither are you. So the situation is we have 50 days of voting, and if you look at the voter rolls, Pennsylvania, a little dicey state, some districts a little better than others, some not. I would just tell you this, if every single Republican that's on the registration rolls that registered as a Republican voted, not voted on election day, not voted early, just voted, we would win every single election. Our problem is that our Republican friends don't vote. So I'm not telling you, look, we all know them. I will tell you, I know them personally. I found out last November. I knew people that just a day or two before didn't go to the polls and vote. And that's a failure on my part, and it's a failure on our part. If we want to win, I didn't set up the rules of the battle. Reynolds ran into the Confederate Army who was heading into Gettysburg to find some shoes, and he got shot in the neck and he died. He didn't pick the battlefield. This is what we have, ladies and gentlemen. We can all talk to 5, 10 people. They all say they're going to vote, probably if you know them, because they know you're going to ask. They all say they're going to vote. Look, I'm just going to tell you, the reality is that some of them are not. We're going to have to get right with using these mail-in ballots for the people that can't get there on election day for whatever reason. And I will tell you this. People are saying, well, we need the legislature to change this situation so we don't have this, so we can go back to the way it was. Ladies and gentlemen, the battlefield is here, it's now, it's today, it's coming. We don't have time for that, and that's probably not going to happen anyhow. The way it's going to happen is this. We're going to take the system that they have, the system that was put in place, and we're going to beat them at their own game. And when we beat them at their own game, they'll be crying to show up on election day with their identification. Stay in the fight, be committed to it. Don't trust that your friends and colleagues and your family are going to go vote. Make sure they get an application. Make sure you're with them when they fill it out. Make sure it gets to voter election and registration. Make sure they vote. God bless you. Stay in the fight.
Scott Perry, our great Congressman Scott Perry. Thank you so much, Congressman. Just great to have you always. I want you to meet a young pastor from Harrisburg now, who Pennsylvania native, somebody I've known for a while. I've had him as a guest on my show, Joe Watkins, State of Independence, on Lighthouse TV. For those of you who are interested in seeing any of those interviews, Rob Mercuri's been on. A number of people that are here at this conference have been guests on my show, and you can watch any of those shows whenever you want on YouTube. If you look for Joe Watkins, State of Independence on YouTube, you can see any of those shows, any of those interviews with some of these great Republicans and some of these great Americans. In any case, let me introduce you to Pastor Joshua Robertson. Joshua Robertson is the senior pastor of the Rock Church in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Along with his wife, Shaniqua Robertson, he established the Rock Church. He's a former athlete. He won't tell you that, but he's a former football player. He did really, really well as an athlete in high school here in Pennsylvania. And he earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Minnesota in 2011. In 2021, he earned his master's degree in theology from Evangelical Theology Seminary. And it was during his educational pursuit in Minnesota that he met the love of his life, Lady Shaniqua Robertson. From their blessed union, they have 2 children, Lanaya and Brooklyn. Pastor Robertson is the founder and CEO of the Black Pastors United for Education. Black Pastors United for Education is a network of like-minded pastors and congregations that strategically partner to educate under-resourced children in non-traditional learning spaces, as well as to advocate to acquire the necessary resources and partnerships that uplift impoverished communities. Please give a warm welcome to Pastor Joshua Robertson.
Good afternoon. I am so grateful and thankful for the opportunity to be here with you today to share these precious moments where, as Americans, we have some critical decisions to make and some critical things to think about and think through. I stand here as a representative of the state of Pennsylvania, of a pastor of a local church. I stand here as a representative, as one who has matriculated through our school system in Pennsylvania. After hearing about some of the credentials, a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, you may say, well, I guess education was fine for you, but really it wasn't. I have an interesting tale of my educational pursuit and journey. I was able to matriculate through 12 years of our school system in Pennsylvania and graduate at probably a first or second grade level of reading. You may ask, well, how does that happen? Well, if you have a bit of athletic prowess, you'd be shocked at some of the doors you can walk through and some of the accommodations that people make. And so I was able to matriculate through 12 years of school, barely reading. No one knew until about the fourth time of me taking the SAT, where I couldn't get the right SAT score in order to receive a Division I-A scholarship to play football. And so I missed out on several offers to play college football at the Division I-AA scholarship, little small school in North Carolina, Gardner-Webb University. Everyone thought it was all good until the third semester, where I had a .67 GPA. My mom said, Josh, how you get a .67? I don't know how you do that, Josh. Well, I didn't know how to read, and so I ended up failing out of college. And when I failed out of college, the month before failing out, I met a bishop in North Carolina. And when I failed out, he called me and he said, man, when you coming back down to school? I said, hey, man, school is done. I don't have the grades. I don't have any way to stay down there. And he said to me, well, what are you going to do now? I was 19 years old. Football was done. I was out of school. I said, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. And he said, man, whatever you're doing right now, you're about to throw away your entire life, aren't you? Aren't you? And after about the third or fourth time saying that, I had tears rolling down my face, because what he didn't know was I was in Altoona, Pennsylvania with a friend that I grew up with who had asked me to travel to Altoona with him, and I had $50,000 worth of heroin in the back of my truck. Now, I had no intention on selling it. I was just taking a friend, right? And I was literally on the car ride up there praying to God that we don't get stopped by no cops. I wasn't about that life or anything. But I was scared. I was lost. And this bishop said, man, move back down here and we'll figure it out together. And so I moved back down there. I took all my possessions and drove back down to North Carolina. And the next day, this man enrolled himself and myself into Cleveland Area Community College in Shelby, North Carolina. This man let me live at his house. Had no bedroom space for me, so I lived on his couch. And my rent for living with him was playing the organ at his church and being a student. And mind you, this bishop, 36 years old, earned PhD, enrolled himself in the junior college as well as myself to show me how to be a student. And after the first week, he realized it was very clear I couldn't read. And so he bought me a Goosebumps book and a highlighter. And his class from week to week was tougher than the 3 I was taking at the community college. I had to write a book report every week about the chapter that I had just read. I was 19 years old when this bishop made this lasting imprint on my life. I now have a bachelor's degree from the University of Minnesota. I have a master's degree from Evangelical Theological Seminary. I finished my master's degree with the highest GPA in the entire seminary. So I didn't, well, praise God. But I didn't have an intelligence problem. I just fundamentally could not learn from reading. But no one had ever noticed it. I was 19 years old before someone noticed it. I wasn't in a room of 30 kids. I was in a room of one-on-one. It was when someone inconvenienced their entire life to give me a chance. It was in a moment where somebody said, you know what? I'll sacrifice my time, my treasure, my talent, everything that I have to make sure that the next generation has a chance. I ran into a bridge builder. That's what that bishop was to me at 19. Now, as Black Pastors United for Education, we establish learning centers. Our learning centers are in our church, and our kids are enrolled in a public cyber charter school. But instead of doing their curriculum at home, we hire members of the church to oversee their academic day. And this has been radical. This type of intervention, not at 19 when most people don't bounce back from losing a full football scholarship to a university, but not at 19, at 9, when kids come to us several grade levels behind in reading and math. And what do they need? The instruction in the curriculum that comes from the public cyber charter school. But what do they need? That we have people we call love warriors, learning guides, who study the child, study their learning habits, study their inclinations, study how this child is kind of wired. And what it has done is this conglomerate, this collaboration between the education community and a local community, a local church full of people that just love people, this different way of doing school, this innovative way of doing school. Let me tell you about its results. In our first year, we started with 9 children. At the end of that year, we had 30 children. 29 out of those 30 children came to us failing. At the end of the year, 22 out of the 30 finished on the honor roll. Remarkable transition. If that's not enough, in our second year, 51% of the students finished above a 90% across all grades, right? You're talking about dramatic change. You're talking about children who come from the inner city, parents. Parenting is at its all-time low, in my estimation. See, I had parents who, if you didn't do right at school, they had a leather reminder of what is right to do. Now, that may not be your style, and I'm not advocating that. I appreciate my parents for what they did for me, but a lot of these kids don't have discipline. They don't have consistency at home. They don't have safe environments at home. And then they go to a school that the school is doing their very best, and the school is helping as many kids as they can. But really, a lot of them slip through the crack. It's easy to when you have one teacher and 25 to 30 students. It's easy to slip through the crack. And so it brings me to this question of what options do we have moving forward? And I think as Americans, we need to apply our American values, which makes us America, to education. We're a country full of innovation, creativity, collaboration. We're a country full of options. You all don't believe me? Just look at the many options that are around you right now. It's around lunchtime. And I'm assuming some of you all's proclivity around lunchtime is to eat. Well, you have a buffet right here in the back for $18. But if you don't want that, Perkins is right across the street. If you don't want that, you have Taco Bell right there. If you don't want that, you have McDonald's. You have a plethora of restaurants for you to make your choice based off of what works best for you. That's the American way. Why wouldn't we do that with education? Why wouldn't we try to have the most robust offerings of education in this world? Why wouldn't we be training the future, our children, to be global collaborators and competitors? If we truly believe that this country is the great country in which it is, in which I do believe it is, even given our country's dark past, yes, we don't have just great testimonies, we have some dark testimonies, but you put all of those testimonies together and you have a testimony of resilience, you have a testimony of innovation, you have a testimony of conquest. And why wouldn't we apply this to education? I think education is the 21st century civil rights issue. I think education in America is how we can both atone for our past and prepare for our future. Education. If we provide robust education offerings to all American citizens, regardless of the ability to access it financially, I think we do ourselves a favor, not only in today, but also in the times to come, when the ages and pages of time has closed its books and people study what we did. What will they say about this generation when we are long off the scene? When you and I have closed up life's final curtains and pitched our tent and moved upstairs, what will the history books say about us? I hope that they would say, I hope the history books would ring loud a testimony of love and of collaboration, of dedication of prophetic courage, that we would do what is best, that we would create what is best, that we would speak truth to powers that be, that we would build a world that all of us would be proud to live in. That's what Black Pastors United for Education is about. I think within the next 30 years, what would it look like to make education a nonpartisan issue? To make it an issue where we are worried about our children and we don't allow the politics or the parties to interrupt policies that treat all of our children equal and give equal access to everyone. This is our plight. This is our responsibility. And I stand today as a proud member of the Rock Church. I stand as a proud member of the Harrisburg community. I stand as a proud member of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I stand as a proud American citizen. And I think that we can do what is necessary to do to create a better world for us to live in the future. We are the trustees of our children's future. Let's do it well. Thank you.
He didn't need to have a manuscript to read from, did he? Quite a story, quite a testimony. And now you know that if you're ever in the Harrisburg area on a Sunday and you can't quite think of what you should do or where you might worship, you might want to worship at Pastor Joshua Robertson's church, the Rock Church in Harrisburg, PA. Let's give him another round of applause. Well, we're going to talk some more about expanding education freedom. It's such an important topic, and we're just so delighted to have our next speaker who's going to lead a panel of one, and that's Guy Shiraki. I've known Guy for a long time, but let me read you his background. He's a senior fellow with the Commonwealth Foundation. He's also a writer for Broad and Liberty and Real Clear Politics, Real Clear Pennsylvania, and a 25th season softball coach and county, of course. Guy's Broad and Liberty columns focus on common sense conservative policies and our culture. His Real Clear columns offer insights into Pennsylvania politics and suburbs and strategies to rebuild and grow the Republican Party. Guy has served as Chief of Staff to the Lieutenant Governor, a member of the Congress and State Senator, as CEO of the Chester County Chamber, and a Republican nominee for Congress. In addition to Politico, Guy's columns are syndicated across Pennsylvania. He's a frequent guest and co-host on Philadelphia Talk Radio and across Pennsylvania. He serves on the board of the PA Coalition of Public Charter Schools and Pennsylvania Families for Education Choice. And he's a former aide to our great U.S. Senator Rick Santorum. Please welcome Guy Shiraki.
As I say, after an introduction like that, I have nowhere to go but to let you down. So we're going to have a conversation about school choice, and I want to invite to the stage my friend and the president and CEO of the Pennsylvania Families for Education Choice, Sharon Sedler. And Sharon and I are going to lead a conversation about grassroots and organizing so that we can have more Pastor Robertsons and more success stories. So please welcome Sharon to the stage.
Hello. Hi. Well, first of all, I'm going to say amen. Amen, Pastor Josh. We're all here for it. So it's a hard act to follow.
It is a hard act to follow, and it's what was inspiring is it's not only a call to action, but he is not only calling us, but he's leading the way. He is leading an effort that is literally rescuing children, and putting in the time and energy behind his words. And that's a good segue to Sharon and her work. And I could go on and on about her background, but I'm going to invite Sharon to do that. I'll just simply say that she is the quintessential mom of the new world, this new era where mothers have stepped forward to not only look after their own children, but to speak and make sure that all of our children are cared for. And so I'm going to invite Sharon to tell you about Pennsylvania Families for Education Choice and what it is they do And then we're going to talk a little bit about what she has learned as she started this organization out of her home. So Sharon, please share with us your story.
Well, thanks so much for having me today, and thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. My name is Sharon Sedler, and first and foremost, I am wife to Rob, and I am mom to 6 amazing girls: Teddy, Adele, Georgia, Gabrielle, Bobby, and Virginia. Also, thank you. Also sometimes known as number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Yes, I call them by number at times. And I started PA Families for Education Choice, Pennsylvania Families for Education Choice, out of my own experience in the education system. We'll get to that a little bit later. But I realized through that process that parents don't always know what their options are. They don't know who to reach out to. They don't know what their resources are. They don't know how to deal with the school district or whatever the school model is and accessing appropriate services for their children. So I wanted to make sure that they had a safe place to come to, and that was me. I also work with education entrepreneurs, and they're called edupreneurs. And what I do is I help those parents or teachers or administrators or community members in creating those options for students that aren't necessarily private or district run. So it's your hybrid homeschools and your micro schools, things that are kind of grown out of people's homes and people's experience, particularly with COVID. That all has allowed me to turn around and work with some of our legislators in Harrisburg. So you'll see me going through the hallways with families, handing out flyers about their stories and talking to legislators about what kind of change is needed and why.
Is that all? So because 5 years ago, you may not have thought yourself to be here at a conference like this. 5 years ago, you may not have thought you'd be leading a statewide movement of parents, and yet here you are. And so not only is it the good work that your organization do, but it's a testament to you and the work that you've done and the leadership that you've put in. And again, as I say, you know, if it were up to me, you know, the Time magazine would have picked as the person of the year would have been the moms who stepped forward for educational freedom over the last few years because they want more and they want better. And the reason I think you were drawn to that, I know you were called to do it, but I'd like you to share. So if you would, you know, explain this journey that you referenced earlier. You faced challenges in your family, and out of that, you not only went to bat for your kids, but decided, this is my calling. I'm going to fight for other kids and invite other parents to step forward. So explain why and where you reached that moment that this was bigger than your family.
Yeah, so, you know, 6 kids, they're all different. They all have different personalities. And so they all needed different things. So throughout the years, we went to private and we did charter, we did district school, and next year one of my children is going to be homeschooling because it's what they need at the time. Speaking to my journey in advocacy, let's face it, I'm bossy. My mom told me I was bossy my whole life, so now it's coming in handy. So my daughter, Virginia, my baby, is now 13, and we had been to district school for a long time. She was having difficulty in 2nd grade. She was fine all the way through kindergarten and 1st grade, but it became apparent a couple of weeks into the school year that she was terrified of something, and I didn't know what it was until just recently. She stopped going, didn't want to go to school. She had nightmares, headaches, started sleeping with me. I would have to pick her up in the middle of the day or calm her down. I remember one day when the principal literally picked her up and dragged her away from me, and I let that happen. And I was at the mercy of the district system, didn't realize the options that I had. So 7 months later, she stood in front of me in my dining room, and I still get upset. And she said, "Mom, I can't do this anymore. Please don't make me go back there." And so I saw this little 7-year-old apologizing to me, the person who was supposed to protect her and provide for her, and she was just a shell. There was nothing left. And I knew that if I sent her back to that building, she would shatter. So I told her she didn't have to go back. We found, luckily, Cyber Charter, and she is doing better now. But it made me realize, even me, 6 kids, very assertive, very involved in my community, I didn't know where to go, what to do, or where to turn. And so I want to be able to save another family, another parent, another child from experiencing that heartbreak and that harm that we experienced.
So one of the things, if you become involved in a cause, it's a cause for school choice, it's a cause for parents, and as you begin to meet other parents, as I've done and you've come to do, you're trying to lead a movement, and then you meet real people, and they have real struggles. And if you're lucky, you get the chance to help them. And I was wondering if you could share with us the dozens or hundreds of parents that you've met where you've had success, where you've met a mom who had a challenge and you were able to use your expertise and roll up your sleeves and share with us a success story. Because so often we know the challenges so many of Pennsylvania's kids face, but every once in a while there's a good story, and I thought we could all use a good story, so give us one.
Oh, there is a good story. So I'm going to start this story with a sweet young mom named Kima. She lives in South Philadelphia, and Guy, you're aware of her story. So Kima reached out to me through a national organization. I'm kind of the Pennsylvania parent that helps parents navigate their options. And she said, what am I going to do? I have 3 children. Her oldest 2 are twins. Her daughter was fine. She was going to Kappa. But her son, she knew, based on the environment in the district, the environment in her neighborhood, that it was not going to be a good fit for him. So luckily, we were able to help her find an option, and luckily now her son is doing amazing. But I want to talk about parents and personal experience turned advocates, because Kima, as she testified at a GOP policy hearing, she started it off like this. I'm a Democrat. I'm a die-hard Democrat. You're never going to change that. So let me talk to you about my family. So everybody kind of, giggled and were a little taken aback. But if you met Kima, you would understand that she is a mom fighting for her child. And there was nothing that was going to stop Kima. So she has now turned into a volunteer for Pennsylvania Families for Education Choice as one of my regional parents to spread the good news of all that is education choice. And I look forward to a heck of a lot more Kimas coming my way and Pennsylvania's way to fight for these kids. Yeah.
So Sharon, I'll just take a moment of personal privilege, as Congressman Perry might say. Take a moment of personal privilege. Sharon is sharing the story, but if you will, sharing the kinder, gentler version of Kima. And Sharon and I went back and forth with Kima, and Kima, her son, was an 8th grader getting ready to go to high school. And I grew up in South Philly. In fact, I'm dressed in my old school uniform because I'm going to my reunion tonight. It's our 5-year grade school reunion. Good, all right, so you are paying attention, good. But Kima said to me, Guy, my son will have to go to Southern, which we would call South Philadelphia High School. And she said, if he goes to Southern, he's going to die. He'll either be jumped or harmed, or he'll join a gang so that he can survive, and then he'll wind up dead. I can't let that happen. So I handed Kima off to Sharon, and now he is a freshman at Newman Goretti High School, and it's a success story.
Yes. Thank you for your work.
So, on the other hand, many charter schools have their enrollment capped. As Senator Dush and the other elected officials here know, there's talk of capping enrollment in charter schools across the whole state, limiting the number of cyber schools, limiting the number of scholarships. Together we work and do my work at the Commonwealth Foundation to bring about lifeline scholarships to rescue more children. But the reality is there are limits. There are children who are at schools where parents don't want them to be, schools that are failing. Kids who do have to go to Southern. So occasionally, Sharon, we meet people who we can't help. And I was wondering if you could share what it means when you deal with a parent and you've run out of options. There is no charter school that has space. There is no scholarship. And so that child wakes up and goes to a school that mom doesn't want.
Yeah, and that does happen, and it's heartbreaking. And as an aside, I've noticed that the more financially distressed the family, or the more special education services that are needed by that family, the more difficult it is for that family to get relief for their child. The wheels turn very slowly. You will have children who are stuck in a certain school for 5 years with a diagnosis before they make it to an alternate program that they should have had before. And by that time, they're a 7th grader with kindergarten reading skills. So that sets them back. And then what do? We lower the bar, they graduate, proficiency is at 35% nationwide, I think. Some schools have 0% proficiency. I could talk all day, but I'm gonna talk about a story. So there is a parent who, due to house situations, had to move her family in February of a child's sophomore school year. The parent dutifully told the school district, hey, we moved, here's our new address. And the school district, did I say February? In February, halfway through the school year, said, you can't come here anymore. You need to go to your new school district. So this child in her sophomore year, who had already had significant trauma from other situations, not only her living situation, was uprooted, and they said, you have to go to this other district school. Well, the mom said, no, that other district school is not gonna be healthy for her for a variety of reasons, and I'm not gonna send her there. Private school was out of reach, charter schools were capped, she was in cyber charter. Now, cyber charter, 2 of my kids are in cyber charter, is amazing for the children that it serves adequately, that thrive in that environment. This child was different. She did not thrive in that environment. 6 months later, she was in a psychiatric facility for severe depression because she had no alternative in Pennsylvania for safe education for that child because she moved. So luckily now the child is doing fine. She's still in a cyber charter program because, again, limits. Good news is, for next year, which is her senior school year, she's on a waiting list for a brick and mortar charter. A waiting list. She doesn't get into that charter, where does she go? To a district school that is deemed to be unsafe by her mom, cyber charter, providing accommodations as needed. She's doing fine, but how long is she gonna do fine? So my heart breaks every time one of those stories comes my way, and I am dealing with 4 of them right now. Very similar circumstances where there are special needs and nowhere for the child to go, or the child is trapped in that district.
Yeah, that's why you created your organization, because we need policy changes, because there are communities where the schools aren't performing.
Right.
But even in communities where schools are performing, there are children that need options. And we should all be working towards the reality, changing the reality, to where every child has access to a school where he or she can reach their potential. Because every child needs that opportunity. And we all benefit, whether your children are grown or whether you don't have children. We all benefit when a child gets to a school that works. And that's why it's so heartbreaking.
In the best interest by those parents.
Right.
We're the ones who are up with them at night. We're the ones who see the after effects. When my daughter would come home from school and she wouldn't be able to function the rest of the night, something was wrong. But I would go to the school and they'd say, she's fine when she's here. Really? Tell that to the ball of a child cuddled up next to me in bed every night for 7 months. We need to have agency. We need to be able to make those decisions. Not the government, not the district, not anyone, us.
So
Thank you.
Come on. I mean, if we can't applaud for parents making decisions, the one thing should unite us. So now that you've been doing this and you've taken this mission on and you travel across the state and you go to different hearings, you even testified before Congress.
I did.
What are some, what are the criticisms? What's the pushback? Because I've always felt, we could go to the Perkins next door and stop the people there and ask them, what do you think? Shouldn't parents decide what school's best? And everybody at the Perkins probably say yes, but the politics of it stops it. So what are the criticisms? What are the pushbacks that you've encountered when you offer sort of parent-centered, common-sense education?
Yeah, so first of all, that if you're pro-education choice, you're anti-district. No, district is one of the choices. It's all kids, all options, all the time. So that's the first one. That really gets me. The second one, though, is that somehow parents choosing an education for their child that may be outside of the district system defunds public education. Sorry, that's crap. All right? It doesn't. When you take the charter student out of the district system and put them in a charter school, that district still retains an average of 30% of that child's funding. Right? When you have ESA programs that are, by the way, steamrolling across the United States, we're getting our butts beat. They may send $5,000, $7,000, $8,000 that follows the child to their school of choice. That school still retains a portion of that funding. The amount of per-student funding actually increases at the district level when you deploy choice strategies. And don't even get me started about the increased results gap achievement in Arizona and Florida. Not to mention the amount of families we are losing in Pennsylvania as a Commonwealth to those pro-education choice states. So it really is a state issue. It's a state feasibility issue, it's a family issue, and it's a survivability of Pennsylvania issue.
No, it's an interesting point you make because it's not only an education issue, it's an economic development issue. And we have a governor that, to quote a phrase, he's tired of losing to free in Ohio.
You took my phrase.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We
can have it back. But, one of the ways we compete with Ohio, Florida, Texas, is making sure that every child has an education, can enter the workforce, and be a future entrepreneur and take, a mom and dad can lead a family. And when they get shortchanged on education, that doesn't happen. So if in this audience or the folks watching that will see this on cable or where else, if there's another Sharon, if there's a mom and dad or a grandmom at home that says, I'm going to help pick up the charge. I'm going to be active in my community, my school board. So what's advice you would give them on how they could join with you and pick up the charge in their community?
Well, first of all, Google me and find me, and I will find a place for you. I will help you find who your legislator is. I will help you find how to message. I will help you get your story out there. If you don't want your story out there, that's okay. It's dangerous for some parents to put their story out there in that community because the backlash from community members who don't understand education choice feel that you're telling them that their choice for district school is wrong. We all know what the trolls are like on social media. You have parents who are brave enough to bring their stories out there, and then they're told that they're neglectful parents or they didn't try hard enough. Well, yes, we did, and now we have a kid who's damaged because we tried so hard and left them in a district school for 7 months while we tried to work things out. So there are people that listen. I wouldn't be on this stage today if it wasn't for Senator Scott Martin. Senator Scott Martin is the one who saw my letter. I sent about 60 of them. Who saw my letter and said, Sharon, I need to know more about your story. Next thing I know, I'm testifying. Next thing I know, I'm making a space for education choice and parental advocacy in Pennsylvania. Next thing I know, I'm here with Guy Shiraki. So it's possible, and there are those in legislature who do want to listen and do want to hear your stories, but we need to make sure that the parents feel safe to be able to provide those stories. And we need to make sure that the legislators are being brought the stories so that they can hear what school choice is, what's needed for school choice in Pennsylvania.
So to put a fine point on it, just, free, no extra charge, some data points, right? The largest school district of the 500 is Philadelphia. There are about 108,000 students in the school district of Philadelphia. There are now about 170,000 children attending a charter school of one form or another. It's now, 1.5 Philadelphias. The number of children in cyber schools alone is nearly 70,000. That's 3 times the size of the Pittsburgh school district. Parents are looking for options. And as big as those numbers are, understand and share this. There are about 40,000 children who are on waiting lists to get in charter schools because the charter school enrollment's capped. So about 40,000. So almost 2 Pittsburgh school districts worth of kids whose parents have stepped forward and said, I'd like them to be somewhere else, but there's no room for them. So they're at a school that's not their choice. So Sharon, what would you say is the first thing someone should do if they wanted to make an impact with their legislator? What's that first thing that they would do to try and go in and talk to a legislator or be involved in their community?
Well, do your research for sure. And there's a lot of different ways that you can do that research so that you're educated and informed when you go in to speak with them. Understand that they have a limited amount of time. So you have to have your bullet points, you have to have your ask. Speaking to people in the office, the staffers, is okay, I won't say it's as important as speaking to a legislator, but it is very important that you treat everyone in that office with respect. If we go in there and we start, pounding our fists and yelling, that's not going to get us anywhere. And might I add, the last time I was in Harrisburg, I had 2 parents accompany me through the hallways. They were Democrats. There is a way to speak to Democrats, and I'll tell you another thing. One of the parents said to me, I am a single issue voter, school choice. Yes, Every Kid just put out a survey, and I'm going to tell you, they said that most voters in Pennsylvania are more likely to vote for legislators who support law, allowing PA kids to attend any public school in the state. 62% say change and rethink is necessary, not the status quo. 55% believe in open enrollment. So when you talk about being sick of losing to friggin' Ohio, I'm sick of our kids living and losing in an education environment that isn't suited to help them. So there are a lot of resources and a lot of avenues. Legislators do want to listen. There's a lot of ways to affect change, support each other in our own communities. I talked about regional parents a few minutes ago. I have parents across the United States, not yet, but I have parents across Pennsylvania who are willing to take the charge, help out parents in their area, in their locale. Just reach out. Help is there.
One of the things we've worked on together was Lifeline scholarships. For those of you that followed the budget last year, remember the budget didn't really finish by its constitutionally required June 30th. We didn't finish till December because we fought about Lifeline scholarships. And if you take away all the politics and all the numbers, the amount of money that would have been spent on Lifeline scholarships, Harrisburg probably loses that somewhere in a paper shuffle today while we're at that conference. But about 20,000 students could have had the choice to move to another school. It's literally called Lifeline because in doing the work at the Commonwealth Foundation, we thought that was the best way to describe it, a lifeline to rescue a child. So the whole budget shut down last year over the right to rescue what we're literally in the legislation is the members that are here, that we're fighting alongside and doing the work in the trenches to help the poorest kids trapped in the worst schools. Not the worst schools that I would define or any of you would define, what the Department of Education would define as the worst schools, the bottom 15%. Could the poorest kids in those schools get the ability to get a scholarship and go somewhere else? So we're back again, Sharon and I and her parents, Commonwealth Foundation and other good organizations and the legislators in this room for a simple question is why can't we help the poorest kids in the worst schools to do that? So I thank you for sharing your story today and thank you for the work that you do and that we're going to continue to do together.
Well, I have a question for you, though. I have a question for you, because it's only fair. What's your why? What is Guy Shiroki's why?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. A lot of whys. The whys were, in the beginning, the idea that it seemed bizarre to me that we forced people to go to school because of where they lived. It seemed bizarre to me that people had to pay twice, that you paid your property taxes. And as I grew and got older and learned more, it seemed to me this was not, to borrow a phrase from Pastor Robertson, I mean, in a sense, it's a civil rights issue. To me, it's the moral cause. It's an academic issue, it's an economic issue, and it is a moral issue. There are children going to schools that are abject failures, and I feel drawn to that as a parent. And as a softball coach, as I joke, I'm required to mention I'm a softball coach in all my forums.
We all know.
We all know. And my Little League team has a game tomorrow, and my tournament girls play on Sunday. Check your local listings. But, as I now am with a group of girls that I've been coaching since they were fourth and fifth graders, who I was their coach for 5 months before we closed down for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. That's the why. I did 4 months of Zoom practices with them. And they taught me how to change my name and put backgrounds, which was very good. Do Zoom classes with fourth graders. It's very helpful. But now they're freshmen. And that's the why. It's that, it sounds it, but it's every child should have the opportunity to succeed. America's about giving the next generation to do better. And that's why. With school choice, we can do that.
We
So
can.
Thank you.
We can. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Guy and Sharon. What an important conversation to have. The next conversation we're going to have is also very, very important. We're talking about life and pregnancy. And to lead that discussion, we have our great moderator, Judge Cheryl Lynn Allen. She became the first African-American woman to be elected to the Pennsylvania Superior Court in 2007. She's a native of Pittsburgh and a former Pittsburgh public school teacher, and she's a graduate of Penn State University and the University of Pittsburgh Law School. She spent 15 years practicing law before earning a merit selection appointment to the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas in 1990. She was elected in 1991 and retained in 2001, and she's currently of counsel with the Pennsylvania Family Institute and the Independence Law Center. She also serves on the boards of the Hosanna House, the Neighborhood Academy, and is a Waynesburg University trustee. Please welcome Judge Cheryl Lynn Allen, and she'll introduce her members.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am honored to be here today to present this valuable workshop where we're going to talk about protecting pregnancy care centers statewide. And as many of you may know, since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, actually since the opinion was leaked to the news media, pregnancy care centers have been under attack. The pro-life movement has been under attack. And we've also witnessed over the past year the defunding of Real Alternatives, a program that had been put into place by Governor Casey, who appointed me to the bench and was a strong pro-life advocate. And so we have here today two women whom I've come to know over the years. First, we have Amy Schuring. Amy is the executive director of the Network of Life and Women's Choice Network, where the choice is life. This is a group of medical clinics serving some of Pittsburgh's neediest neighborhoods. Amy serves on the Heartbeat International President's Council, and is Vice President of the PA Pregnancy Wellness Collaborative. And this is a collaborative of pregnancy care centers and pro-life advocates that came together to provide support for each other in these times when pregnancy care centers are under attack. Also, we have Jill Hartman. Jill Hartman has served on the board of A Woman's Concern for over 17 years. Jill became the executive director at A Woman's Concern, which is a medical pregnancy and parenting resource center in Lancaster. And knowing that those that choose life need support, Jill is proud of the relationship cultivated, classes taught, and knowledge shared by the A Woman's Concern team to men and women through the baby's first birthday. And that's very, very important because you know the abortion advocates and industry likes to say that pregnancy care centers only care about babies while they're in the womb and not afterwards. And so here today, Amy and Jill are going to share with you some of the things that pregnancy care centers do and how vitally important to the pro-life movement and to all Pennsylvanians they are. So Amy and Jill.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start off this discussion with a question. Pregnancy care centers have been around for several decades. And in Pennsylvania, thousands of families have been impacted by these powerful local organizations. People may have some idea of what happens inside these centers, but many will be surprised at the scope and the services that you provide. So beginning with you, Jill, how about if you start out by telling us exactly what work you do at your pregnancy care center in Lancaster?
Wonderful, and thank you for having me. Just a quick show of hands, how many of you actually know what happens in a pregnancy resource center or medical center? All right. I'm kind of blessed because I'm seeing some of our local Lancaster politicians who have all visited A Woman's Concern, so thank you for all of you who've invested in learning more about what happens. A Woman's Concern was founded over 50 years ago in response to Roe versus Wade and all the conversations about that. They felt very strongly that there needed to be an immediate local support system if this issue was in front of us. So for over 50 years, we've been serving in Lancaster County, like many other pregnancy resource centers and medical centers across our great Commonwealth. What you need to know is what we look like today looks a little bit different than what it did previously. What we look like today is we are a pregnancy medical center. So we are able to be the first people that meet with many of our women when they first find out if they're pregnant and need to discern what their options and their choices are. And then, unlike what the other side wants to say, we actually at A Woman's Concern walk alongside of them up till the baby's first birthday. Many centers across the Commonwealth may look different, and they might only do education and they might only do medical, but many do both also. So we're very unique because we respond to the unique needs of our neighbors and our local communities. So what else happens at A Woman's Concern? We don't want to just save lives, we want to transform them. And we do that through the education and the relationships that we're able to cultivate. Men in the room, we invite you in. The other side has said you do not have a voice. Not only do we feel that you have a voice, we feel that you can make a huge impact in families in our local areas. Yes. And then finally, we do have one tier called Empowered Youth. Some centers across the state believe that there should be a preventative tier, so we actually can take a healthy relationship education program out to our local community, reaching our youth.
Yeah, similarly in Pittsburgh, we're serving in some of the neediest neighborhoods there. We're really happy to locate our 3 medical clinics in areas of great need. And so many of the women that we see otherwise would really have a difficult time with pregnancy. Many of them, I would say most of the clients that we see are what we call abortion vulnerable. They are making a decision about abortion, and many of them are leaning into that decision because they feel that they have no choice. As a matter of fact, that's where our name came from, Women's Choice Network. Because I was so tired of hearing women say, you know, I have to get an abortion.
I have no choice. We wanted to make sure that that choice was available. So just like Jill's center, we provide ultrasound on site, STD testing and treatment right in our centers. The first person that they're going to see is either a nurse or an RDMS sonographer. Many times we are the first responder. We're the first person that this person in a pregnancy situation is going to see. And you know, if she would go to an emergency room, or you know, any of you that have been to a hospital or emergency room, it's kind of like treat them and street them, right? Treat them and street them. And certainly an abortion clinic, treat them and street them. And oftentimes repeat them, right? Treat them, street them, and repeat them. And we have the opposite view. We really want to see transformation happen. We want to see this woman throughout her pregnancy. We want to see her on a regular basis. We're supplementing prenatal care. And then for the first year of life and second year of life, as long as she invites us into her life. So we're able to provide, you know, what many people think of as the diapers and baby clothes. And of course we do that, but that is such a small part of the program. It's an important part, but the medical is what really changes lives and changes hearts. So when people see that ultrasound, 80 to 85% of them will choose life for their baby because they see that that's surrounded by a group that's going to support them and carry them through that pregnancy.
Thank you. Now, it appears that, and this is especially so since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we've seen some municipalities attempt to pass ordinances to regulate pregnancy care centers. Somehow they misunderstood the case law or the reading of the law because the Supreme Court turned the issue over to the states, not the municipalities and the townships. But we've seen some municipalities attempt to regulate pregnancy care centers, calling them fake clinics, accusing them of engaging in fake or false misleading advertising, bringing harm to pregnant women. So, beginning with you, Amy, how do you address this concern?
Yeah, in Pittsburgh, our city council voted on basically to regulate pregnancy centers' advertising, and they called it fake and deceptive advertising. In addition to that, we were really hit hard right after the leak for Dobbs and through that next year with constant protesters, vandalism to our clinic, and the internet didn't treat us very well either, to be honest. But one of the things that really stands out is one of the mornings we were showing up actually with a group of women who were coming for our post-abortion care. These are women who had chosen abortion, but they were coming back for a post-abortion care group because we want to care about them no matter what decision they make. And some women have been carrying an abortion decision for years and years. So we were having this post-abortion care group for healing, and on the front door, covering our front door, was this huge sign that said, "Shut down fake clinics." And I gotta tell you, there is nothing fake about offering free ultrasound. There is nothing fake about our medical director and our nurses and RDMS staff offering STD testing and treatment inside of our center. There's nothing fake about walking alongside with a mentor throughout your pregnancy. There's nothing fake about telling this young man to get up off the sidelines into the game because we want to hear his voice. There's nothing fake about holding a child in your arms whose mom went through abortion pill reversal. I'll tell you what, there's nothing fake about these clinics. So whatever they were throwing at us at that time, we were just able to turn around and really found that there was a great support in our city and in our state.
Yeah. And Jill?
At a woman's concern, call me a little naive, but the majority of people, well, all of my team members, chose to work at a woman's concern because they wanted to serve. They wanted to give back. So we were a little naive to think that it would be very controversial or we'd be attacked because you were helping somebody with an unplanned pregnancy. It just seems counterintuitive that we would be attacked. But yet, when the leak happened and all the subsequent attacks happened, it got layered on. Big tech started blocking our ability to reach her. So it was big tech. And then it was also our governor. I was really blessed. The real Bob Casey set up a program called Real Turns to Abortion over 30 years ago. And my center was one of the recipients of that funding. he unilaterally decided for our state that women and families were only going to be supported with one option, and that was abortion. So he took away the programs and services funding for my program, about $175,000. So it was real money. And then in addition to that, our Attorney General decided to, you guys, she had a complaint line. That's kind of awesome, right? A complaint line. But there was one way you were able to, one organization you were able to complain against, and that's pregnancy centers. That's us. And you know what? You can do it anonymously, because that's really effective also. So we were quite taken back, and then we decided, you know what? We know who wins in the end. We know our hearts. We know that we're medical. We know that we're credentialed. We know that we're making impact in our local areas. And we, thank goodness to a lot of you in this room, through lots of prayer and lots of support, got strong. And we were very intentional, and directors across the state, there were 8 of us, Amy being the vice president, came up with a coalition, the Pennsylvania Pregnancy Wellness Collaborative. And therefore, now we have a united voice so that when these attacks come against us, we're stronger together.
Yes.
So the abortion pill has been in the news recently, and you're familiar with the case that the FDA, that was argued against the FDA by the attorneys for the Alliance Defending Freedom recently in the Supreme Court. But it appears that this abortion pill is the method of choice for women accounting for over 60% of all abortions in Pennsylvania at this time. How has your center addressed the rapid growth and demand for the abortion pill? And how has that changed the way you care for women considering abortion?
I think pregnancy centers have to be very nimble. We have to respond to the culture around us. And we have to stay abreast of what the needs of our clients are. So when we began to see, and this is years ago that we began to see the abortion pill emerging as the abortion of choice. And there's a lot of misconception about what this pill is. It's actually a series of pills that a woman takes early in pregnancy. It was highly regulated when it first appeared on the scene, but those regulations largely have been lifted because of COVID, and they have not been reversed. So a woman can order these pills by mail. She never sees a doctor. In most cases, never even talks to a doctor about it. She can order the pills by mail or go to a drugstore and buy them at the drugstore. And so the first pills starve the baby of progesterone. The baby is starved to death literally because of the lack of progesterone that her body would ordinarily create. And after the baby is gone, a couple days later, she takes a second set of pills, which causes her body to expel the baby. She is by herself. She's in the bathroom of her home or her dorm room or her school. And she basically expels a baby at 10, 11, 12 weeks. It's a really gruesome experience. Most of the clients that come back after an abortion like this say that they would never go through that again and they wouldn't wish it on their worst enemy. The abortion pill, however, has gained tremendous popularity and is considered a safe alternative to childbearing, which is nuts, and based on a lot of faulty data. One of the things that we've been able to provide that is really exciting in pregnancies, in pregnancy centers across the country, is abortion pill reversal. And it is a really simple protocol where we simply reintroduce progesterone into her system. We can do that in those first early days. Just really, literally, we have hours and days to respond, and we can provide progesterone. We do an ultrasound to see if the baby is still alive. The abortion proponents call this like voodoo science. They tell us that we're experimenting on women. But I got to tell you, when you see a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, whose mom reversed her abortion 2 or 3 years ago, it is so exciting. I mean, we've seen abortion reversal over and over again work for our clients. They have beautiful, healthy babies. And this is something that I think we didn't ever expect that we would do something like this. We didn't expect that there would be a need. And I'll just say this, abortion is never the remedy. A lot of people think it's the remedy. We have to have abortion in place because we have to have it for so many weeks because it has to be there. And I got to tell you, after 40 years of working in this industry, abortion is not the remedy. In other words, say this mom, she has 2 kids at home that she's having trouble feeding and clothing. And she says, I just cannot have one more. I can't do it. I have no choice. I have to get an abortion, right? If she gets an abortion, she goes right back to that same situation. And probably within a year, she'll be pregnant again. But if you can go into that context, if you can disrupt that circumstance and change it, if you can go into her life and say, you know what, we're going to help those 2 kids. We're going to feed them. We're going to clothe them. We're going to get you in touch with services that make that happen. We're going to find ways for the community, especially the church community, to come around you and care for you. The need for abortion evaporates, and her life begins to change, and healthy habits and behaviors begin to take over. You know, abortion is not the remedy. If she'd had an abortion, the only thing that changed is her, and the loss of her baby's life. And it's a change that stays with her the rest of her life. So we have to do better with this. We have to recognize that abortion has not delivered on any of its promises. We were told that this would be safe and rare. We were told that this would be between a woman and her doctor. We were told that this would elevate women, that it would reduce poverty, that families would be more intact and people would be happier. None of those things have come to pass. Abortion has not delivered on any of its promises. So let's make sure that pregnancy centers are encouraged and strengthened and supported. Because you know what? That's what we do every day. We care for women every day.
Less medical oversight is not caring more. I see a lot of youth in this room, and I also see a lot of people that have been invested in what we would call the pro-life world. I'm going to ask you to take a step back, and I'm going to be asking you to be invested in learning more about what happens with the abortion pill and what happens with abortion, and very importantly, what happens with the power of the ultrasound. So I'm sorry if it's too much detail, but I'm going to indulge myself. An ultrasound does 3 things. Somebody takes a pregnancy test. Now at the dollar store, they can take a pregnancy test. But you guys, you don't know that they are still pregnant when they come into you unless you do an ultrasound. I'm going to tell you why. Because about 25 to 28% of pregnancies end in natural miscarriage. So if they're considering an abortion, is it not of the utmost importance to make sure that there is viability, right? So anybody, if you're looking at women's health, they should have an ultrasound to confirm that they're pregnant. Logical. Somebody opened up the day talking about normal, logic. The second thing it does is it confirms that the pregnancy is where it is expected to be, which is in the uterus and not in the fallopian tubes. I know that might only be 1%, but I think there was 4 last year at a woman's concern. If a woman takes the abortion pill and she has not had an ultrasound to confirm it's in her uterus, that abortion pill, the pain and the discomfort she had is masking what can happen with the ectopic pregnancy. This is women's health. And the third thing is, we know that the abortion pill can be effective in what it's supposed to do, which is kill the baby, in those first 10 weeks of which the pill was written and it was prescribed to be able to be effective. We know very clearly, regularly how often women are taking that outside of medical oversight. Women don't know the first day of their last period. I'm so sorry. If we took a poll here, that would not work. And knowing the gestational age of the baby dictates how safe it is for the woman. I didn't say safe for the baby. It's never safe for the baby, but safe for the women. So this is a women's health issue. So if you want to win the conversations, if you want to be able to talk to a friend who might have a different opinion than you do, stay in this zone. This is women's health, and this is where we should all be coming together, be more knowledgeable, be articulate, and be an advocate for women empowerment.
Yeah, amen. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
So we've heard many people in the abortion industry argue that if abortion is restricted or banned, as they like to say, women will die. Especially now we know babies will die, but especially those women who may be experiencing a pregnancy complication. So they argue that abortion is the solution when a woman has a pregnancy complication. So would you expand upon that and set the record straight?
Yeah, I think that's the value, again, of the ultrasound and early intervention. One of the things that we do is expedite prenatal care, and in situations where a woman has been, for example, taking a medication that might be contraindicated for pregnancy, or a person who has a prenatal diagnosis. And these are really difficult situations, right? These are not things that she should be figuring out by looking something up on the internet. This is something where she should be talking with a doctor. And too often, I think the abortion decision is made without helpful information and without providing significant support. So I know in Pittsburgh, we have maternal and fetal health physicians whose specialty is these kinds of issues. And we're going to get that young woman and the father of the baby, if possible, to that doctor as soon as possible so that they can hear all of the information that they need to hear. The other is that when there's a prenatal diagnosis, it's a really difficult thing, and there's so many terrific networks online and in person where people can talk with others about that situation and about what it's like to raise a child with that diagnosis. And that kind of support coming around a person, throughout the pregnancy is huge. It gives her the dignity of bearing that child all the way until its natural death. And rather than cutting that life short, it actually honors mom and baby at the same time. So I think it's a false choice, too, to say, well, we have to have abortion because of these narrow circumstances. We talk about the exceptions all the time, and when you see commercials, it's always somebody who's had this really small exception to the rule. But you're going to help me understand the other 99.9% of women who simply say, I had no choice, I had to do this, and they never encountered the support or help that they needed, because this is the vast majority of women, and these specific situations are important. We absolutely have to talk about those and provide resources for them, but that does not explain the vast number and almost complete majority of people who are choosing abortion for other reasons.
I think you answered that well. Can I just address something about the false attacks? I just want to be very clear that the pregnancy centers that I know of and the ones that we work with, I don't know any that don't have this same integrity. One of the attacks they say is we false advertise. What I would like to ask is, what makes them assume that when somebody wants to grab their phone and Google abortion pill, that they're not an intelligent woman or man that wants to learn more about that? All of our websites, all of our scripts, all of our interactions make it very clear to those seeking our services that we do not refer for or provide for abortions. But women and men in those situations deserve and have a right to have that information in front of them. The centers that we work with very much believe that people do have a choice, but we do believe they deserve an informed choice.
Yeah, women deserve better. Women deserve better than being handed one choice only. They deserve better than to have the internet filter out anything but an abortion decision.
I'm going to laugh for just 1 second. I just did a training to my team the other day and kind of giving them kudos because our medical services questionnaire, 99% raving fans. We're better than, I think we're better than everybody. But then I was teasing my education team. They were only at 98%. So I would like to know who these complaints are coming from, because they're certainly not coming from those that we serve.
And so, as we wrap up, what can the public do, the members of this audience do to support and help you in your work?
Want to go?
We will always take your prayers, because we know very clearly And Judge usually tells us better because she spoke to my board and I'm like, yes, Judge. This is not a battle about just life and death. This is light and darkness. This is about goodness. This is about us providing hope. When Planned Parenthood stands beside our governor and they say that this just happened, that they are not going to stop until the pregnancy centers across our great Commonwealth don't exist, the 130-some centers that exist across this great state serving families, they're not stopping till we don't exist. There's something sad about that. And then you have to question, what's their motivation? We must be doing something right. We must be doing something right. And as Lexi shared from PA Family at just a recent conversation that we had, we talked about why. Well, they win because they don't provide any hope. They win because they're only putting women in this one little box. We provide hope. We provide support. Real choice comes with that support network.
And I think the network itself is you. It's the people in our neighborhoods. It's the people that are in the churches nearby. Because we offer a holistic program. So we're addressing their emotional state, their relationships. We're addressing their spiritual growth and development. We're talking to them about all aspects of their life, their finances, of course their health and physical, taking care of themselves physically. But you know what? That takes a lot of people. That takes a tremendous network of support, and that's why we're called the Network of Life, because it really is a network. That's where you get involved. And I would say if you're wondering what to do to really encourage pregnancy centers, I would say schedule a tour at one. Look it up and look it up on the internet and find the one that's closest to you and just take a tour. Just walk through and say, what are some of your needs? Because a lot of people want to talk to us, and we want to talk to you about the ways that your skills can fit with the needs of our clients.
And so, would you agree that everyone here should share with their friends, with their family members, with their neighbors, and provide them with information concerning just what pregnancy care centers do and how vitally important they are in our community?
Yes, please be informed.
Yeah, thank you.
And have you invited your local representatives to visit your center?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Have you invited Governor Shapiro?
I have, yep. Yep. The day he attacked us and took our funding, I called him and said, I'm sure you don't have the right information that this is what you're thinking about doing or what you're saying about us. Please come, I'd be happy to enlighten you.
And I think that we should all encourage our representatives to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, panelists, for a great job. So grateful for you. Now we get a treat because we get to hear from the Majority Leader in the Pennsylvania State Senate, and that's an important position. And I can't think of a better person to be our Majority Leader in the State Senate than Joe Pittman. Let me tell you a little bit about Joe. Yeah, give him a round of applause. Let me allow you to applaud him. Joe Pittman is the Majority Leader in the Pennsylvania State Senate. He's a lifelong resident of Indiana County and represents the 41st Senatorial District in Armstrong, Indiana, Jefferson, and Westmoreland counties. Prior to being elected by his colleagues to serve as Majority Leader in 2022, Joe served as Chairman of the Senate Urban Affairs and Housing Committee, Vice Chairman of the Senate Environmental Resources and Energy Committee, and is a member of the Appropriations, Banking and Insurance, Consumer Protection and Professional Licensure, and Judiciary Committees. He was also a member of PennVest, their board of directors. He's carried on the enduring tradition of working to better his community by serving as a past board member of the United Way of Indiana and as a member of the Purchase Line Red Dragon Foundation. Joe is also a life member of the NRA, as well as a member of the Indiana County Republican Committee, Ford City Sportsmen's Association, and the Indiana Franklin Lodge number 313. Prior to joining the Senate, Joe served as former Senator Don White's chief of staff. In that role, he developed a strong working relationship with members of the General Assembly, legislative staff, and officials across several agencies. He holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Penn State, and he resides in Indiana County with his wife, Gina, and their 4 children. And you learn a lot about people when you ask them what matters to them, and when you see what matters to them, how their eyes light up when they talk about their families. And Joe told me about his wonderful family, not only his wonderful wife, but his 4 kids, 2 boys, 15 and 13, and identical twin daughters who are 9. And they are the light of his life. Please welcome our great Majority Leader, Joe Pittman.
Good afternoon, PLC, and thank you, Joe, for that very kind introduction. And I very much appreciated the time that Joe and I just spent talking, and I truly appreciate Joe's service to our Commonwealth and our community in so many capacities. It truly is an honor for me to be here as the Majority Leader of the Senate Republican Caucus, and it's a humbling experience to represent my 27 other colleagues in that role. And I'm here today to tell you that we as the Senate Republican majority believe in the promise of Pennsylvania. And so much of the promise of Pennsylvania, quite frankly, is in this room, it's in these hallways, and you can find the promise of Pennsylvania in our urban, rural, and suburban communities alike. And our agenda continues to be very simple. It's about unleashing the promise of Pennsylvania. And our agenda can be summed up in one word: empowerment. We believe in empowering the good people of Pennsylvania. We believe in empowering the families of Pennsylvania. We recognize that parents have the ultimate responsibility for their children's education. And we understand that that also means the parents must take responsibility for their children's education. We in the Senate Republican majority have led the way to grow and expand the Educational Improvement Tax Credit Program. We led the way to expand and enhance opportunities for parents to make the decisions that they think are in their students' and their children's best interest. We actually reached across the aisle last year to work in a bipartisan fashion with our governor to craft the Pennsylvania Award for Student Success Scholarship Program. The PASS Scholarship Program is one of its kind. We in the Senate passed it not once, not twice, but 3 times. The governor said he supported it. He talked a good game. He wasn't able to walk the walk. But hopefully this year, he'll back his words up with actions, and we will achieve vouchers in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We believe in empowering our families through protecting and supporting their Second Amendment right to protect themselves and their loved ones. There's no doubt that we are a nation that is devoid of law and order. And it means that we must make sure that individuals have the ability and right to pursue their constitutional obligation to protect themselves and their families. And that's what we as a Senate Republican majority continue to remain firm on. You know, the governor talked a lot in his budget address about the need to help fix homes, the need to help families send their children to higher education, the need to help individuals pay their utility bills. And we agree. We absolutely agree that all of those opportunities should exist. But we have a little bit of a different view on how to make those opportunities possible. And ultimately, we believe that the best way to allow individuals to fix their homes, to send their children to higher educational opportunities, to pay their utility bills, is for them to have a family-sustaining job. In fact, we in the Senate Republican majority are all about maximum wage jobs. I'm so tired of hearing about minimum wage. The conversation should be about maximum wage jobs, maximum wage opportunities, and empowering families to live the American dream. And we've done a lot in that regard. And in fact, we view one of the most fundamental ways to promoting family-sustaining jobs is to use our God-given natural resources to produce energy and electricity, not only for this Commonwealth, but for this entire nation. Indeed, the resources that we have here to produce energy and electricity are unrivaled. And we recognize that that production of that electricity and energy leads to family-sustaining jobs. It leads to economic security, but it also leads to national security, because energy independence is national security. And our national security is what actually allows us to be the lamp of liberty for the rest of the world. And if you look at what's going on across this world, there's no question that that lamp of liberty should burn more brightly now than ever before. And the reality is, it should be Pennsylvania Energy lighting that lamp of liberty. And that is a commitment of our Senate Republican majority. We believe in empowering taxpayers. Thanks to the leadership of our Appropriations Chairman, Senator Scott Martin, we have been the fiscal watchdogs for the taxpayers of this Commonwealth. Make no mistake, we do have a budgetary surplus, and we've kept that budgetary surplus for a reason, because we know that there will inevitably be a recession, there will inevitably be a rainy day. And the last thing that we ever want to do is ask the taxpayers for more of their hard-earned money. And so the question is, do we spend these dollars as the governor proposes, or do we save them to protect the taxpayers for this next rainy day? We are committed to protecting the taxpayers. And we continue to choose to empower our taxpayers. And we look for ways every single day to reduce the tax burden, to reduce the regulatory burden. My friend and colleague, Senator Kristin Phillips-Hill, has led the way on permitting reform. Permitting reform is absolutely critical to unleashing the economic opportunity and the promise of Pennsylvania. And you know what was so special about the permitting reform piece of legislation that we passed? We did it in a bipartisan way. The Chamber of Commerce came together with the building trades to recognize that employers and employees have a symbiotic relationship, that they understand that if we don't have economic growth and development, we don't have jobs. And so we passed that piece of legislation bipartisanly. We're proud of that work. And unfortunately, our friends in the House had a water leak to fix and didn't have time to get that to the governor. But hopefully now that they're back open for business, they can send it to the governor's desk for his signature post-haste. We believe in empowering our law enforcement community. The District Attorney of Philadelphia, Larry Krasner, clearly can't lead. He clearly can't follow. And so we politely asked him to just get out of the way. We passed legislation to empower our Attorney General to enforce the laws on the Southeast Pennsylvania Transit Authority. We know that the city of brotherly love has become a crime-ridden embarrassment, and we must fix it. And so we've said to our Attorney General, appoint a special prosecutor, enforce the laws, back up the women and men of the SEPTA police force, allow them to do their job, to clean up that transit system, and to restore law and order to the city of Philadelphia. And we achieved that, and we're going to work to restore law and order to the city of Philadelphia. We have passed countless pieces of legislation to crack down on drug dealers. We have passed countless pieces of legislation to support our law enforcement community. And we have passed legislation recognizing that border security is a Pennsylvania problem. We called on the governor just 2 weeks ago to send the National Guard to Texas to support the efforts of Governor Abbott to secure his border, because his border is just as much our border. And we realize that a nation without borders is not a nation. And we must support and protect the efforts of governors on the border states to protect their people, because we know that the crisis there knows no borders and knows no bounds. We have also moved to empower the voter. We recognize that election integrity is fundamental to keeping this constitutional republic intact. Our first order of business in the Senate was to pass a constitutional amendment on voter identification. Few people remember that the current law says that when you vote for the first time, you have to show identification. So if you have your identification the first time, why wouldn't you have it the second time, or the third time, or the fourth time? It seems pretty basic. So let's make constitutional voter ID a priority. Let's put it before the voters and make sure that we have the integrity in our electoral system that we deserve. And I want to say we have made some progress in that regard. We banned Zuckerbucks. Zuckerbucks are no longer allowed in this Commonwealth. We've banned the sale to third parties of the data of voters in this Commonwealth. And we achieved a significant victory in federal court just last week, where the Third Circuit Court of Appeals said, you know what, when the General Assembly uses the word shall in law, they mean shall. And what they said is you shall sign, you shall date your ballot. They agreed with us, and we won that victory. And that's another step toward election security. But make no mistake, we understand we have much more to do in that regard. And we recognize that there's nothing more fundamental than securing our elections, securing our borders, and giving our families opportunities and empowering them. Now, we have made progress and strides in our agenda, but while we're in the Senate Republican majority, we can only do so much. As our governor likes to lament, he has the only divided legislature in the nation. I would like to fix that in November. We have to return our friends in the House of Representatives into the Republican majority. That is job number one. We also need to make sure that we have solid conservatives elected to each and one of every row offices that we have on the ballot in November. And we need to make sure that Dave McCormick becomes the next United States Senator for Pennsylvania. Because if we do not win, we cannot govern. And we cannot win if we are not united. You know, in Joe's very kind introduction, he mentioned my family. And I'm very proud of my family. We've been honored to be married for 18 years now, and we're blessed with 4 beautiful, healthy children. But I can assure you that our marriage has not endured because we always agree. In fact, our marriage has endured because we disagree sometimes. We make mistakes, or at least I make mistakes. Let me clarify that. I make mistakes. I have moments of disappointment for my family. But you know what? We reconcile those differences. We keep our view on the big picture. We focus on the long term, and we understand what really matters. And that is keeping our family together, supporting our family in times of need, building up our family, and giving our children every opportunity to grow and succeed. And my friends, we have to view our political process in the same way. Our opponents are not from within. Let's be clear. And there are moments in this big conservative family where we will disagree, we will disappoint, we will make mistakes, but it's incumbent on all of us to reconcile those differences when those differences occur, focus on the true opponent, which isn't even the Democratic Party. There are good, hardworking, common sense Democrats in this Commonwealth. That's not the issue. The issue is the progressive, radical movement that we see sweeping the United States. That is the opposition. That needs to be our focus, and we need to be clear that when we leave this conference, that we don't have energy just today, we don't have energy just tomorrow, but we are energized every single day from now until November and beyond November to recognize that we have to be united, we have to come together, we have to win so we can truly govern. That's what this is all about. We in the Senate Republican majority will continue to fight every single day for our principles. We will figure out how in divided government to negotiate issues without negotiating principles. But we need help. We need support. We need to strengthen our own majority. We need that House Republican majority, and we need more victories not only this November, but beyond. You know, the governor continues to say he wants us to be more like Ohio. Well, you know what Ohio has that Pennsylvania doesn't? A Republican governor. So my friends, let's keep at it. Let's fight the good fight. And I ask you above all to pray for me, to pray for all of your elected officials, especially those with whom you disagree, and to keep fighting the good fight. God bless all of you, and God bless this Commonwealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Pittman. We appreciate that. He talked about an important conversation that we're getting ready to have right now, and that's a conversation about defending our nation's borders. Do you agree that's an important conversation? Good. So to lead the panel discussion on that, we have a wonderful panelist, somebody who's been a guest on my show, Rose Tennant. She's a radio host, political pundit, author, and speaker. She's the host of the Rose Unplugged podcast, and she's been syndicated on radio and TV for 20 years with her programs airing on iHeart, Clear Channels, Salem Radio, and Sirius XM. She's a frequent guest host on the Sean Hannity radio show. Rose has also made frequent appearances on Fox News, CNN, OAN, Newsmax, and Breitbart. She's contributed to FoxNews.com and FoxBusiness.com, as well as The American Thinker, American Spectator, and Breitbart News. She's the author of the book, Thanking Our Soldiers, a collection of inspirational stories demonstrating the generosity, kindness, and basic goodwill toward those who serve. Please welcome Rose Tennant.
And of course, I would love to introduce to you someone that has been a hero to all of us. I think you'll agree. It's a face that I'm sure you recognize. Tom Homan. Former ICE director under the Trump administration, Fox News contributor, and also now he has Border 911. How appropriate, because we are in need of help right now. So Tom, thanks for joining us today here in Harrisburg.
Hey, thanks for the invite, appreciate it.
We were out in the hallway and so many people have stopped by to thank him for the work that he's doing, because it's just a handful of people that it seems are protecting our border. So let's just give another hand to him for everything that he's been doing. Tom, one of the things that we talk about, you and I, in the past is how strong this country is, and yet, when it comes to our border, we are lacking severely in security. Why is that important? Why is it important to have a secure border?
Because you can't have national security without border security, right? You're not a country without borders. I mean, Ronald Reagan said that, but bottom line is we need to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where's coming in, why it's coming in. And when the border's open, it's a national security threat. And my biggest concern is, because we got 114,000 fentanyl overdose deaths of drug coming across the border. You got 600% increase in sex trafficking on women and children. You've had over 400,000 children smuggled to the United States. This administration can't find 100,000 of them. You got the cartels making billions of dollars. But the scariest of all of this is the terrorism aspect. The Border Patrol's arrested people from 181 different countries. Some of these countries sponsor terror. They've arrested over 340 people on terrorist watch lists just on the southwest border, twice as many on the northern border, which we never talk about. We just hit 2 million known gotaways. Caught on video, drone traffic, sensor traffic. Not a guess, they were seen crossing. There's a video, there's some sort of print, and Border Patrol couldn't respond because they're overwhelmed with this humanitarian crisis. So you got to ask yourself, why did 2 million people pay more to get away? Because you pay 2 amounts to the cartel. You pay an amount for the cartel to get you across the border, get you to the Border Patrol, the job's done. Because you're going to turn yourself in and get released, right? You got to pay a hell of a lot more if you want to get to Chicago, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, New York. So 2 million people said, I know I'm going to pay more. I don't want to be released in 24 hours. I don't want a free airline ticket to the city of my choice. I don't want a free hotel room. I don't want 3 squares a day. I don't want free medical attention. I don't want the work authorization you're going to give me. I don't pay more to get away. Why do you think that is? Because they don't want to be fingerprinted. They don't want to be vetted. So that's just scared the hell out of everybody. That's the thing that scares me the most. I am convinced terrorists have crossed this border in Joe Biden. I don't know how many, but someday we're going to find out. It's going to be a bad day for America.
Exactly. And how else do we find out? I mean, what do we do with the gotaways right now? I mean, what do we do with the new administration?
You got to get the hell out of power. You got to get President Trump back in the White House, what you need to do.
You skimmed over a few things that I know are very important to you because it breaks your heart. You've told me stories about the children that have been trafficked, the children that have been molested. We talked about fentanyl before, how it is destroying our children. There are children that are affected on both sides of this border. And yet, so this is a humanitarian crisis, and yet it is not treated as such. It's become so political and so divisive where it should not be. We're talking about human lives here.
It shouldn't be a partisan issue at all. Like I said, there's been over 400,000 children smuggled into the United States through the cartels. And we know these children are being abused. Throughout my career, I've talked to young girls as young as 9 years old, 9, who were raped multiple times by members of the cartels. And when you talk to a 9-year-old and you see that her belief and decency is gone, everything innocent's been ripped from her, her life will never be the same. It turns your stomach. This little girl's never going to be the same. And this happens every day. While I'm talking to you all right here, there are ladies being raped by the cartels. You know, this Doctors Without Borders did a study said 31% of women that make that journey get sexually assaulted. If 31% of women admitted they got sexually assaulted, how many got sexually assaulted? So look, and while we're talking right now, women are being sexually assaulted by the cartels. A child will die today on the border. And women and children will be sex trafficked across the border. People need to understand, you said it in the very beginning, we're the strongest nation on earth, and we no longer have operational control of our southern border. There are criminal cartels in Mexico control our border. This is not my opinion. You talk to any chief patrol agent at Border Patrol, one chief patrol agent used the term broken arrow. He said, Tom, I can't contain what's coming across the border, maybe 10%. Because the cartels, they send these caravans just don't happen from nowhere. The cartels decide, they put these groups together, they send them across part of the border, because on any given day, on average, 70% of agents are no longer on patrol because you're dealing with humanitarian crisis. So then the cartels will send a big group through one area, knowing whatever's left, that 30% are going to seize upon that opportunity because there's going to be a lot of medical issues there, right? So that's when they move the fentanyl. That's when they sex traffic women and children, and that's when they're going to move the terrorists. That's going to move the gang members, the people that don't want to be vetted. So they have operational control over the southern border, and this administration handed it to them because we handed, under the Trump administration, we handed them the most secure border in this nation's history, and they destroyed it on purpose. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation. I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I worked for, even Clinton, Obama, took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security without border security. Joe Biden's the first president in the history of this nation who came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. Think about that.
Wow.
It's treasonous what he's done.
You mentioned gangs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the last thing I read was MS-13 is in about 48 of our states right now. Yeah. And we've been learning that a lot of the crime that's taking place, a lot of theft, are tactics that they have taught immigrants coming across the border. So what kind of, I mean, you're worried about terrorists, and we all are, but even on a smaller level, is it smaller? We've got the threat of gangs, and they are instructing others on how they do things.
In the last decade, if you look at Border Patrol stats over the last decade, right around 18 to 20% of everybody Border Patrol apprehends is a convicted criminal. In the last 3 years, the Border Patrol has arrested over 100,000 convicted criminals trying to come to the country. 126 of them convicted of murder. So President Trump wasn't wrong when he says some bad people come across the border. They're all not public safety threats, but many are. He got it right. So look, you know, and you got to ask yourself again, the 344 people on terrorist watch list, why did they get arrested? Well, obviously they're morons, because the terrorists are trained how to invade law enforcement. Right. So it's really about the ones that got away. These are people that want to be fingerprinted. And people, but they don't understand that. When we say vetting, the vetting is only as good as the information we have access to. We got 30,000 Chinese males of military age across the border in this administration. How do we vet them? Do you think China's giving us information on who these people are? No. Venezuela, Syria, Turkey? You think any of these countries are giving us information on who these people are? No. Most terrorists in this world have no record. Unless they're encountered on a battlefield by the DOD and taken a retina scan, or unless they're part of a T3 investigation, we don't know who they are. So you can vet them all you want. When Border Patrol arrested them, they'll put them through NCIC. So unless they have a criminal record here, we don't know, right? And some countries, like, you know, England and other countries, don't have sophisticated systems, but most of the countries coming across this border, there's no system to check their criminal history. So unless they've been arrested here, the vetting's going to be, can't find anything, let them in.
How did Remain in Mexico work? And is that something we should take another look at? Not that we will during this administration, but shouldn't we?
Remain in Mexico is a game changer.
Yeah.
That was the biggest game changer in the Trump administration. I'll tell you exactly how it worked. Because we're sitting in the Oval Office with President Trump, when we're explaining to him how this all works and why they keep coming. And I explained to him 2 different data points. I said, these people come across and they claim asylum. But the threshold, the first interview by the Border Patrol or by CIS was down there, the thresholds are very low because they don't accidentally send somebody home to be persecuted by the home government. First of all, asylum is you're escaping fear and persecution from your home government, your state government, because of race, religion, political affiliation, or participation in a specific social group. Like if you're from Iraq and you're homosexual, you know, you need to fear your government. Right. So when we explained to President Trump over the last decade, it shows nearly 9 out of 10 people who claim asylum at the border never get relief from U.S. courts. They simply don't qualify or they don't show up. So then his second question was, I remember this meeting exactly, he says, well, what happens to that 9 out of 10 order removed? Well, based on court data, 9% leave. 9. Wow. If they're family group, 6. If they're a child, 3. Huh. So, he looked at me and said, then why do we keep releasing them? If we know most of them don't qualify, why release them? Because they don't leave. So that's where Remain in Mexico came into play. He said, you know, they can claim asylum, but they're going to wait in Mexico. And when they have a hearing, they lose, guess what? We don't have to go find them. So it was a game changer. You can still claim asylum. And if you win your case, welcome. But it just stopped the catch and release. And when it took about 3 months under that program, and they stopped coming because they know they don't qualify. So they weren't going to sell everything they owned to give it over to the cartels to get raped or assaulted or possibly drowned in a river just to be sent home. They said, you know, never get into the United States, so they stopped coming. And if they really escaped fear of persecution, they would have kept coming. But again, 9 out of 10 really, they want to come for a better life. They want to come for a job. I get that. Right. That's not asylum. Yeah. So I always tell people, well, Holman, you kind of, you know, these people are just looking for a better life. And why are you so strict on it? Because when you cause a crisis this big where people are coming for a better life, it overwhelms the Border Patrol again. And when you overwhelm the Border Patrol, all the other bad things happen. So there's a right way to come to this country, and there's a wrong way to come to this country.
You know, I have to ask you because you brought up President Trump, and it does seem like you two have a really great relationship. When you first met him, when you started working with his administration, what were some of your first thoughts about him? Very curious, wanting to understand more about the border?
I'm close to. I was with him last night. I was at Mar-a-Lago last night with President Trump, and that's why I'm tired. I haven't slept. I first met him was on Air Force One. A quick story. So I decided to retire when Hillary Clinton was running against Trump. I was convinced Hillary was going to win. I said, no damn way I'm going to spend another 4 years after 8 years Obama. So I decided to retire. And so I accepted a job making about 3 times as much money as I did at 3rd in Command ICE. So I decided I'm out. So I gave him 120 days notice because I was convinced. Anyways, we all know having Trump won. My wife asked me next morning, she said, now what the hell are you going to do? You already announced your retirement. But I had to leave because I already signed the contract, right? So at my retirement party in January, I was actually at the retirement party, and it was the saddest day of my life because that was the day you can put your badge and gun on the shelf. You're never going to carry it again. And any of you out in law enforcement, military, that day you leave that became your life, it was the saddest day of my life. Wow. So at the end of the ceremony, me and my wife were staying in the hall shaking hands, and someone came up to me and said, Secretary John Kelly's on the phone. He needs to speak to you right now. So my wife looks at me and said, what's that about? I said, this DHS Secretary probably saying congratulations. So I get up to my empty office because my stuff's already boxed up sitting at home. This is on a Friday. I want to start my new job Monday. It was John Kelly. He says, Tom, I know this is bad timing, but the President of the United States wants you to stay and run the agency. And I said, sir, it's bad timing. I just retired. And he said, no, you didn't. I didn't sign the paper sitting here on my desk. It's a true story. So I said, well, sir, with all due respect, I got to talk to my family. I already signed this contract. I don't know what my implications are, legal implications. I already signed the contract. We'll start Monday. And I can't do this without talking to my wife and kids. I said, my wife and kids, I've moved them so many times. I've had protective details around them for the death threats against my kids and my wife. And it's just, I felt they had enough. And I said, I got to talk to my family about this. I got to talk to this company. Can you give me till Monday morning? And John Kelly says, okay, 0600 Monday morning, I need an answer. I said, okay. He says, but before you leave, I want to leave you with something. And I remember this word for word. I actually wrote it in my book. He says, Tom, the President of the United States is asking you, a career law enforcement officer, to serve your country a little bit longer. He needs your help. Talk to you on Monday. So I went home with that.
Yeah, what are you going to say to that?
So on my way home, my wife says, what was the phone call about? And I told her, and she goes, hell no. What are you doing? She goes, you're about to make 3 times as much money, no more death threats, no more security details, we get a normal life. And she goes, plus I don't like him. She didn't like Trump. Oh. And caveat that, she loves him now because she saw what he did with this country. Yeah. So she's his biggest fan. So after a weekend of fighting, I called the company to come and say, yeah, go ahead and do it because you'd be worth more to us as a director, not just number 3. So Sunday night, I'm laying in bed with my wife. She goes, what are you going to do? I said, what do you think I'm going to do? She goes, you're going to go. I says, that's who I am. And she says, I know it. And she supported me. So next day, I said yes. So they said, all right, we'll shut your phone off. The White House going to announce it, and they did. And of course, I shut my phone off. Next morning, I got up, and it was there's just too many. Shut it down. So I showed up in the ICE office the following morning to amazement of hundreds of people who just gave me a gift 3 days later because I was leaving. So I walk in my office, and there's a group of ethics attorneys with a list of every gift I got. I don't know where the hell they got it from. They had every gift I got, including a $500 gift certificate my wife got. And I begged them, let me write you a check because I'm not going to ask her for that check because she's already pissed off I'm sitting here today. So we did it. Next morning, I'm on Air Force One, the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald Trump. And I'll tell you about President Trump. I walked in, when I was on Air Force One, Secret Service came and got me in the back and said, the president wants you in his office. So I walked in the office, sat down, and of course, the first time we met. And he goes, heard a lot of good things about you. I'm glad you took the job. I said, yes, sir. I said, what are my marching orders? He goes, do your job that you haven't been able to do the last 8 years. Go do your job. And that was it. That was we split a sandwich, and that was it. We sat and chatted. But what I tell you about President Trump, look, I say this all the time. I've never met a man, other than my father, who loves this country more. I'm telling you, he does. And we've had many conversations. He wants the America I grew up in. I don't recognize this America. No. Where I grew up in a small town, farming country outside of Fort Drum, New York, everybody had an American flag on their front porch. Everybody respected the police. That's why I became a police officer. My father was a policeman. My grandfather was a policeman. The country is different, and that's a country Donald Trump wants. He wants America to be great again. He wants us to be, and I love the guy. And people always say, well, you know, he says some stupid things sometimes. You know, yeah, okay. If you're looking for perfection in your next president, then wait for the second coming of Jesus. Because I never met a man who's perfect. But, and I've said this in every speech I said, you know, I promise him he comes back, I come back.
That's what I was just going to
And I
ask
will,
you.
in a minute.
And I want to know one thing, too. I love it. Every time I have him on my show, I'll say, how you doing today? Because I woke up pissed off. And you say that all the time because you're mad. But let me ask you, what will you do day one? Day one, I want to know.
I'm going to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen.
I just got chills. I did. I got chills.
You know, reminds me of, I got to tell you a story real quick. So about 3 years ago, Washington Post did a hit piece on me, of course they all do. My wife asked me all the time, to bother you half the country hates you? I said, I don't give a shit what they think about me. I'm sorry for the, my wife tells me to stop swearing. Anyways, they did a hit piece, and the first line of the story was Tom Homan deports people, and he's really good at it. So my wife comes running down my office, goes, look at this, what they did to you. Look at this hit piece. Well, let me tell you something. That's in a frame on my office wall. I wear it as a badge of honor.
I love it.
And we are. And people say, well, that's a racist thing to say. That's, you know, what a terrible thing. You guys can build concentration camps. That's just a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it wasn't
right?
true. Yeah,
when you have the largest illegal immigration crisis on the southern border, where 9 out of 10 will be ordered removed, if you don't remove them, you're never going to fix the problem. There needs to be consequences for entering this country illegally.
Oh, so let's talk about that. We have a little more than a minute. Let me ask you about that. If we don't see a change in our administration, if we don't see a Donald Trump in office, what are our hopes for this country?
I tell you, it's so screwed up right now with all the millions of people that are released in the United States. I said this on air the other day in network. It says, you know, for the millions of people being illegally released in the United States, I got a message for you. Don't get comfortable, because we're coming. And I said, but look, if so much damage has been done now, it's going to take us a decade to fix this. But if they get another 4 years, I don't think we can fix it. I don't.
That's
look,
powerful.
people say, why do they do that? Why would anybody unsecure the most secure border we ever had? They obviously see some sort of political benefit in the future, whether future Democratic voters, but I think when he signed 94 executive orders destroying everything we did, he also overturned the Trump census rule. Millions of these people will be counted as sanctuary cities next census, which is going to result in more House seats for the Dems. There's no other reason to unsecure the country. So this is the now or never this year.
It really is. It really is. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Homan, God bless him. Please keep him in your prayers. Yes. Thank you for what you've done for this country.
Was that awesome or what? So now for a conversation on securing Pennsylvania's energy future. And for that discussion, we have a great team. Let me tell you about our moderator. Carl Marrera is the executive director of the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association, PMA, which many of you know. If you know PMA, give them a round of applause. Very good, very good. So he's been the executive director of the PMA for the last several years. He oversees the government affairs, external communications, and political strategy of the association, in addition to acting as a writer, producer, and reporter for PMA Perspective, which is a weekly half-hour news program on Pennsylvania business, government, and politics, and as an editor of the PMA Bulletin, which is, as we all know, a premier in-depth analysis of current issues facing Pennsylvania's businesses. So he's the chief lobbyist for the association, and with a tenure of more than a decade at PMA, Carl graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Political Science from Elizabethtown College in 2009 and obtained his Master of Arts in Public Policy from New England College in 2012, where he now serves as a part-time lecturer. He's a lifelong Pennsylvanian hailing from Danville. He now calls Mechanicsburg his home, and he's married with a wife and 2 daughters. Please welcome Carl.
Well, Pennsylvania is the largest exporter of electricity, the second largest producer of natural gas, and the third largest producer of coal in all of America. We power the grid, and our production is essential to American energy leadership and national security. The environmental movement has changed from activism to obstructionism. Obstruction of domestic energy production doesn't lessen our dependence on energy. Instead, it simply shifts energy production to other locations, and there is nothing environmentally friendly about relying on Russia, China, and Saudi Arabia for needs that we can do much cleaner and safer here. Decisions on energy policy at the state level have national and global implications. Ultimately, Pennsylvania energy leadership is American energy leadership. And American energy leadership is essential to stabilize the geopolitics of the world. Pennsylvania is perhaps the most regulated, safest, and provides the best working conditions of any energy-producing state or nation. Both economically and environmentally, it is the smartest choice to want that activity to happen here as opposed to elsewhere in the world. But the left has pandered to environmental obstructionism. And this threatens countless Pennsylvania jobs, our overall economic competitiveness, and will actually hurt, not help, our environment. Today, I am joined by three amazing individuals who have been key to advocating for sensible energy policy, and I will introduce them to get their perspective on these important issues. First is State Representative Jim Struzzi from Indiana County. Representative Struzzi is in his third term of service to his residents of the 62nd Legislative District. Like many citizens raised in Western Pennsylvania, Jim was instilled with the traditional values of hard work, personal integrity, and community service. He is committed to protecting those values at the state capitol while fighting to reduce government spending, eliminate burdensome taxes, create more family-sustaining jobs, improve the climate for businesses, and work to ensure the agricultural industry has the proper tools and support that it needs to be successful. And next is Brianna Howard. Brianna serves as the mayor of Mount Jewett, Pennsylvania, and is the external relations manager at the Independent Women's Forum. Prior to joining IWF, Brianna was the director of media strategies for the House Budget Committee Republicans, and she has the honor of serving in the Trump administration as Special Assistant to U.S. Secretary of Labor, Eugene Scalia. Brianna, thanks for lending us your voice in this important conversation. And we cannot forget my main man, Sean Steffi, who began working as a Boilermaker in 2002, serving in numerous supervisory roles throughout his career in the field. In 2017, Sean was elected as Local 154 Executive Board Trustee and began working actively with Local 154 LEAP Committee. He was appointed as a business agent in 2018 and was reelected as Executive Board Trustee in 2020 and was lead inspector in 2023. Sean is the chairman of the Local 154 LEAP Committee and has been at the political forefront of the Boilermaker issues, especially the fight against the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, more commonly known as RGGI, which we'll talk about in a bit. He is continuing to build a reputation in Western Pennsylvania as a strong advocate for unions, workers, and the entire fossil fuel industry. Sean, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
Representative Struzzi, I'm going to start with you. You've been a tireless advocate against Governor Wolf's unilateral entry into the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, commonly referred to again as RGGI. How has this and potentially Governor Shapiro's PACER, which is a cap and tax plan, and PRESS, which is a massive expansion on government-mandated energy sources plan, how has that impacted your district, the Commonwealth's energy, and the Commonwealth's energy leadership as a whole?
Well, thank you, Carl, and good afternoon, everyone. In Indiana County, we have 2 coal-fired electric generation plants. Sean is my constituent. The Homer City Generating Station announced it was going to shut down last year. Now, I'll take you back a little bit, though, to when Governor Wolf first came forth with this idea to join the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. It was my first year in office, and I heard this, and I thought, why would anyone who is governor of a state that is one of the largest energy exporters in this country, in this world, want to enter into a cap-and-trade system that basically taxes the emissions from our power plants, from our manufacturers? it made 0 sense to me. And today, it makes 0 sense to me. So I stood up along with Sean and many of my colleagues to fight against the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. I introduced legislation, several sessions worth of legislation, to say that the governor had no right to do this by executive order because it did, in fact, create a tax. The Commonwealth Court recently sided with us to say that, in fact, it was a tax and that the governor had no right to enter into the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative. So you want to talk about the impacts. Prior to 2019, the fall of 2019, when Governor Wolf announced he was going to do this, $14 billion of new gas infrastructure had been built in Pennsylvania. You know how much has been built or even proposed since the governor announced the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative? Exactly, 0. Now, there was one power plant in Renovo that had been proposed prior to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, and unfortunately, because of extreme environmental groups, that plant in Renovo, Clinton County, $1.5 billion proposed investment in Pennsylvania in our energy infrastructure is gone. So we have 0 investment in Pennsylvania since the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative was announced. We felt it firsthand in Indiana County when the Homer City Generating Plant announced it was going to shut down 125 direct jobs, countless indirect jobs through the coal that was provided to the plant, all the other jobs, restaurants, the taxes for our school districts. It's a big impact. We felt it firsthand in Indiana County. And then you look at the investment that I mentioned, and Sean will tell you, I know he will, that our jobs are going to Ohio and West Virginia. So when Governor Shapiro announced that he was, first of all, going to appeal the Commonwealth Court decision that Reggie was in fact a tax, and he did it on the grounds that not because of Reggie, but because he needed to have the power to do that, which I think, again, is fundamentally wrong. You cannot create a tax by executive caveat. And so, the impacts of this continue to unfold. And now with this new proposal that the governor has come forth with, the clever acronyms that they come up with, which don't mean anything to me, again, when he says he's tired of losing to Ohio and West Virginia, we're going to keep losing to Ohio and West Virginia if we continue to propose taxes on our most valuable resources here in PA. So, thank you.
Sean, Representative Struzzi hit on this really well. Actually took a little bit of my question, which is I actually love, because you said that there has not been a single natural gas plant proposed in Pennsylvania since Governor Wolf unilaterally took us into Reggie. But where is the work going? Why is it going there? And then a follow-up to that would be, what does it all mean for our electric grid reliability in Pennsylvania and throughout really the entire Northeast United States?
That's a great question, Carl, and thanks for having me on here. And hello, everybody, today. Good afternoon. So the Boilermakers, we've been around for 130 years. We're industrial, fossil fuel driven. Build, maintain coal, natural gas, nuclear power plants, paper mills, steel mills, so everything that's basically fossil fuel driven. So I have 24 counties in Pennsylvania. I have 2 in Ohio and 2 in West Virginia. My members are currently working in Ohio and West Virginia building energy infrastructure. So I can give you a great example. So Lordstown, 30 minutes across the border, okay? They already have 1 natural gas plant there. It came online in 2019. They're currently building another one, 1,100 megawatts, 1,000 construction jobs, okay? That plant, earlier today, we had a guy talking about education here. That facility right there being built will give, for 15 years, guaranteed, $1 million a year will go to that school district. $500,000 a year is going to go to that community, okay? And it's also going in and doing renovations on that local school district. So we have 15 mega brownfields. These are plants that we lost, like Representative Struzzi talked about. Homer City, Masontown, Bruce, I can go on. There's a bunch of them. Well, they're building that infrastructure now in Ohio, and they're building it with new state-of-the-art technology that the turbines can burn a blend of hydrogen and natural gas, okay? So they're getting ready for this changeover. But what that does is, and this is where it falls in with their manufacturing sector we were talking about, Carl, their manufacturing is booming in Ohio. They need reliable electricity to, meet the demands of the manufacturing sector.
So you got, what, a $20 billion chip plant going in Ohio. You got many battery plants that are going to manufacture battery. And the one that really is, I guess, shouldn't make you laugh, but it does. They're building, First Solar's building the largest solar manufacturing facility on the Northeast. And what are they getting powered by? Fossil fuels, natural gas, okay? So we're buying solar panels off of First Solar to install in Pennsylvania while our natural gas is being built in Ohio. These are jobs that are great paying blue collar jobs, not only union and non-union, they are the pinnacle of a blue collar job, okay? We need to continue to build this infrastructure out. So Ohio is not, when they're gonna finish this project, they're gonna build another one in Harrison County, and then they're gonna build another one in Oregon County, Ohio. It's to send electricity, reliable electricity in the manufacturing sector. So we need to build more manufacturing, get this manufacturing back into Pennsylvania. These jobs that come from the manufacturing puts kids in our school districts, and these facilities put taxes in our school districts, and that's what makes the economy go around. I'm no expert, I'm a Boilermaker, but it's pretty easy to figure out. And if we're going to move on in the future with EVs and the whole 9 yards, we need reliable electricity, and it's got to come from natural gas. And like you said earlier, Pennsylvania is the second largest natural gas producer in the country, only behind Texas. And to put that in perspective, we produced more natural gas than the Nord Stream 1 produced going all to Europe, right here in Pennsylvania. We need to take it to the next step. And these natural gas producers want to be transparent and do it environmentally friendly, and the Boilermakers want to be a part of that solution. We need to build it out on an all-the-above energy policy. And that includes, I'm not against solar and wind, but it's not going to carry us to the next level with artificial intelligence and data centers and everything else. We need natural gas, we need coal, we need nuclear, and we need renewables and what comes with it.
Sean, I'm so glad, yeah, absolutely. I'm so glad you brought up the community building aspect that energy and manufacturing create. And we have Brianna here, I mean, and you are a mayor of a small town, so you understand all this very, very well. But in addition to new government taxes on energy, excessive regulations are also a significant barrier to growth that you've seen as well. You've seen it firsthand. Tell us what your experience has been, and then also give us some insights as to how energy manufacturing really are community builders.
Yeah, thank you so much, Carl. So the story of obstructionism in the energy industry is nothing new. This is an old story that's been happening for years and years. My family is a fourth generation energy producing family. I'm a proud roughneck. I come from a long line of roughnecks that they wear that title proudly. My brothers did not graduate from college. My dad didn't even graduate from high school, and he runs and operates an independent oil and gas company in McKean County, Pennsylvania. I'm from the other side of the state. I'm very happy to be here today to talk about this because it's my story, right? It's where I come from. There's a great picture of my grandfather holding up a sign here in Harrisburg on the steps of the Capitol that says, "Casey goes to lunch and we go to jail." And it's a true testament to the fact that this has been happening for a long time. Energy producers have been fighting back against the government for years because, matter of fact, they just don't like energy producers. They don't want energy to be extracted in this state. And I think there's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what energy extraction is and how important it is to our state's economy and to our nation's place in this global economy. So, and as far as the community building, I mean, I've come from a very, very low-income community, a low-income county in McKean County. The average income is about $30,000 per individual in my town. And so, the energy industry provides good-paying jobs in our community, and it contributes to across the board, right? You have people who work in the energy industry at companies, small companies like my family's, and other related energy businesses. And not only do they work at these companies, but they're the ones who, donate to the Little League team. They donate to, your child's softball teams. They're there when you need them. They're the ones who have the equipment that they are being borrowed. It sounds silly, but these are just small things that really, really matter in these small communities like mine. So, and when the government targets small producers like my family's, it really makes a huge difference in a negative way. So a really distinct memory of my childhood, and part of the reason that I've been advocating for the energy industry my whole life is when I was a kid, I remember distinctly 2 Forest Service sort of agents came to our door and asked, my dad's name is Ted, and said, again, my dad's a small producer, right? This is a small company of like 20 people who are drilling and fracking in Pennsylvania, and said, where's Ted? Because my dad had cut down a tree on a Forest Service road, and these guys were not happy about it. So I think that just goes to show how intense these federal agents, of the law, right? They think they're cops, how intense their rule over the energy industry is. So obstructionism is real, and it's been happening for a long time. It's really nothing new.
So Representative Struzzi, I watched the Pennsylvania House budget hearings, and you specifically asked the acting Secretary of Environmental Protection if there were plans for a cap-and-trade type program. What spurred you to ask this question? What was her response, and what happened just 2 weeks later?
Well, essentially, the questioning of the Deputy Secretary, or the Acting Secretary, revolved around a visit that we had in Indiana County at the Conemaugh Power Plant. The Conemaugh station takes reclaimed coal, they take abandoned refuse piles, and they turn that into energy, and then they turn these ugly eyesores that have acid mine drainage and all that into community parks, into green spaces. They're actually doing more for the environment than Reggie would do, on a local level. And so I was there along with a number of my colleagues from the House and the Senate, and she was there. And we went through the whole course. We did a tour. We went out to see these sites. We did a tour of the power plant, saw all the good work they're doing, 100+ jobs. And then not one mention from her about the governor's plans to appeal the Reggie decision, or any mention of him having his own cap-and-trade system. So I leave the event at the power plant, and I'm traveling back home at the northern part of Indiana County, and I hear on the radio, literally 5 minutes after I leave, that the governor is appealing the Reggie decision. So I'm thinking, now, did she sit there the whole time knowing this, listening to these guys from the power plant talk about how bad Reggie was, how Reggie would put them out of business, and talking about the good work they're doing? Did she sit there and listen to this and not even acknowledge that she knew the governor was going to do this? So I'm on the House Appropriations Committee. I had an opportunity to ask her this question during one of the budget hearings. And she said that she had no idea that the governor was going to appeal the Reggie decision. Now, I said, you're the Secretary of the Department of Environmental Protection, and you had no idea the governor was going to do this? So that tells me, as I said earlier, it's not about the environment. It's about the governor's power. And that was, it was disappointing to me overall. I'm just appalled that the governor is even appealing that decision, and then he comes forth with his own cap and trade, whatever acronym it is. But yeah, it's just frustrating, the communication, the governing by press release, and everything else that this administration is doing when we have the resources to lower taxes, we have the resources to create more jobs, we have the resources to make our communities safer right under our feet, and we're not capitalizing it. In fact, we're punishing it and literally trying to put the fossil fuel industry out of business.
Sean, what can you say about the Pennsylvania labor force that you helped to recruit, train, and deploy here in our Commonwealth? And I said it before, but I view Pennsylvania as the safest, most secure, and most environmentally beneficial place for this energy development to be occurring. But how do you and your members live that?
Well, our training programs are second to none. We're all self-funded. We're not taking a penny off of anybody. Everything is self-funded through our unions, or from the steam fitters to the Boilermakers. So for me as a Boilermaker right now, I'm not growing my apprenticeship program because I can't keep our members having a hard time keeping them working in PA, and I can't go to a young kid like, hey, come on in and I'm gonna send you to, North Dakota to go to work. There's a lot of work in Wyoming, North Dakota. We're trained to build heavy industrial, infrastructure and energy, and some of them are energy, engineering marvels like the cracker, okay? And this isn't, people are trained to spot weld fenders on a tricycle. These are high pressure tube welders, steam fitters, the whole 9 yards, that heavy riggers, using some of the largest cranes in the world to build the cracker. So now these guys are like, they're not gonna stick around for a green job building a solar farm, okay? That's just, it's not happening. They're $15, $16 an hour jobs. When they give you this, hey, transition into a green job, that's a bunch of BS, okay? These guys are gonna go where the money is in another state, and they're gonna build this infrastructure. And for me right now, it's Ohio and West Virginia. West Virginia wants to build a great big natural gas plant. Dodgeville, and like I told you earlier, the ones that are gonna go in Ohio. So these guys are gonna go. It's not like they're going to Texas to work, they're going just across the border. But we're ready to build it out right now in Western PA. And the energy guys in the fracking industry, Marcel, they're, you know, them are highly skilled jobs too. And, you know, they're being stagnated right now too. We got to move forward here. This shouldn't even be a political issue. It's a luxury that we all want with energy, from our cell phones to the energy produced and electric turning your light switches on. It's what we got to have. And I don't understand why we're trying to do things that put us in the reverse. And we're ready to build it out, but if we keep going down the path we're going, we're not going to have that workforce. They're going to move, and they're going to go where the work is.
Brianna, families sitting around the kitchen table are balancing checkbooks, and they're hurting because of the drastic rise of inflation, and energy costs are a big part of that because of government intervention. What would a new additional tax on energy, like the one that Governor Shapiro just announced a few weeks ago, mean for everyday Pennsylvanians?
Yeah, Carl, that's a good question, and that's a hard question because, like I said, these are very limited income Pennsylvanians and Americans, really, and energy bills are already through the roof. I mean, the decisions coming from Washington are already hurting people, and any additional tax in Pennsylvania, especially folks where I live, are living on $30,000. I mean, that's a very limited income, and any additional tax on these folks is gonna hurt. And I think especially when you think about how it trickles down to the price of additional goods, right? The price of how it's gonna impact food prices, especially where we live. It's not only is it the price of food, but availability of food, the additional implications for, trucking and other related industries. I think that's a huge part of the rural part of the state that I think sometimes isn't, always talked about. We see this in areas like mine. The local grocery store shut down 2 years ago in my town. And since then, the food insecurity that exists in small towns sometimes, and these things are all related, and I think those pieces that are missing from that puzzle that folks sometimes in Harrisburg miss out on because they're not seeing how folks in rural Pennsylvania are living. And I think any additional tax on energy, of course, is going to impact energy bills, and that's just unsustainable for folks on limited incomes, especially the elderly Pennsylvanians who are really fixed. But those who are just trying to feed their children, I mean, the price of food is ultimately going to raise from that. And I think that's a huge factor that we have to consider here. And that's something that I think about. I mean, in my own community, I can't even go to the grocery store. I have to drive 30 miles to go get groceries. Like, those things really, really matter for everyone in the community like mine, so.
Representative Struzzi, a quick one because we're running short on time, but I wanted to get this in. So your colleagues in West Virginia in their legislature passed a session ago a bill to expedite and incentivize the construction of natural gas power plants. And they actually cited Pennsylvania's environmental progress in our creation of new natural gas power plants as a reason to do that. How has the utilization of natural gas benefited the environment here in Pennsylvania?
Well, when they talk about clean energy, that's natural gas. You have to separate what's clean and what's renewable. And if you talk about reliability, okay, natural gas, and you can do this on your own phone if you want. You can pull up the PJM grid, okay? It's an app, you can download it. You can see the breakdown of the power. I don't know if you can see it around the room, but this big blue area right here is natural gas. That's what's powering the grid right now. So we have it, we need to invest in it, and we need to make sure that our jobs that Sean's talking about, all of our resources aren't going to other states. Now, we're not just kicking the governor's plan around. We have our own plan. My colleagues in the House and I have introduced energy legislation, or we will be introducing. We put out co-sponsor memos to create a Department of Energy in this Commonwealth. We don't have a Department of Energy. We have an environmental protection agency that's actually dictating our energy policy. It should be the other way around, or at least in conjunction, so that we can capitalize on our resources, not just approach energy production from an environmental standpoint. I think that's the first thing we need to do, and we need to make sure that we have grid reliability. I'll be quick. I'll be quick, Sean.
You're good.
Or Carl,
This
I'm
is
sorry.
Very, very important.
And, you know, Homer City generating plant shut down. They're not producing power right now. That baseload energy is what you need. During Winter Storm Elliott in 2022, on Christmas Eve, there wasn't enough energy to power the grid. And do you know what saved Christmas? And I've said this before, coal. Coal saved Christmas because you had that baseload energy on demand. We need to make sure that that continues to exist. We should be investing in all forms of energy production, but realizing that our big three, nuclear, coal, and gas, need to be there on those days when solar and wind are not going to get it done. To replace the amount of energy that comes from the Homer City generating station, 10 million solar panels. 10 million solar panels on 5,000 acres of land is what you would need to replace the energy produced by one power plant in Homer City. 704 windmills. Could you see that? 704 massive windmills in place of one power plant just to replace that energy? Makes no sense.
Well, some of your colleagues, yeah, absolutely. And to that point, some back of the envelope math, some of your colleagues on the other side of the aisle in the Pennsylvania General Assembly wanted to pass 30% solar mandates by 2030. In order to achieve that, you would have to clear cut and put a solar panel on every square inch of Philadelphia, Delaware, and Chester County. It's 1/3, and you'd still be 600 square miles short. It's the equivalent of 1/3 of all state forest land. That's what we're up against. Representative Struzzi, you actually answered my last question, so I'm going to ask this to Sean and then Brianna, but it was, what would you do to encourage energy development in Pennsylvania? What opportunities exist and why are they so important?
Well, I think the big thing that's coming now is going to be using our natural gas to produce blue hydrogen, okay? And I think that is definitely a way of the future. It's cleaner. But we like Jim said earlier, we can't forget about coal. So we got to keep our coal in the mix. We need an all the above energy approach here. And the coal, nobody was yelling and complaining when we had the winter storm here for 4 days when coal was out producing natural gas. Nobody was saying, hey, get rid of the coal. The Christmas lights were on for everybody. But then once that storm was over, then like, yeah, let's get rid of it. So we need to keep our coal facilities. We need to keep them till we can start transitioning to maybe hydrogen, and natural gas is the future, and nuclear, the modular nukes. We got to go there, and we got to keep, you know, wherever it's geographically, you know, good to put the renewables, then put them. But they're intermittent, they're unreliable, and it is not going to energize our state or our country in the future. And they're trying to come up with what you said, 34 gigawatts by 2035. That's 34,000 megawatts, okay? And Jim just pulled up the grid. If you look at renewables, what's it producing? About 6,000 megawatts probably today.
Tiny little sliver.
There's no way we can't get there. It's impossible. So we got to look at the data. We got to be realistic, and let's go with a realistic approach and get the smart people to the table here that understand, and let's take it the right way.
Brianna, real fast, your recommendations to state lawmakers.
I think we need to get our finger off of business people. I think we need to unleash our natural gas capacity in Pennsylvania. I think we need to change the culture of work in Pennsylvania and allow blue-collar workers to do what they need to do.
Well, thank you all for your attention, and let's thank this wonderful panel. Thank you, guys.
Thanks so much, Carl and panel. Job well done. Our next speaker is talking about an equally important item, Pennsylvania and climate change. Pennsylvania and climate change. So our next speaker is Gregory Wrightstone, and you should know, among other things, that he wrote and published the #1 best-selling book about climate change, and he's here to talk to us now, and he's got slides for us as well. So please welcome Gregory Wrightstone.
Thank you so much. It's good to be back here at PLC after a couple of year absence. You might be interested before we get started. I've been deluged with interview requests today. You may not have heard there was a 4.8 earthquake in New Jersey. So I'm a geologist. They want to talk to me about it. So I've got about umpteen Newsmax and other interviews we've been doing. And one thing I did, they went for projections. I said, I'll make one prediction for you. By the end of the day, Al Gore, John Kerry, and the other climate grifters that are being funded by the climate industrial complex will tie the earthquake to climate change. So I can guarantee you that. Well, let's get going. You just heard the last speakers talk about Reggie's being appealed. I'm not going to go in. There are two more things that the Climate Emissions Reduction Act. I'm not going to talk to you today about how it's going to drive up energy costs, but it will. I'm not going to talk to you about it's going to drive industry out of Pennsylvania, and it will. I'm not going to talk to you about how it's going to do anything to improve the environment, and it won't. What I'm here today to talk to you about is the justifications that they're using to push this on us. And what are they talking about? They're justifying this by this demonization of carbon dioxide. What they're doing is they're saying, in Pennsylvania, this is the reason they're doing these programs. They're saying because of CO2-driven warming, we're increasing flooding, we're increasing drought, so too much rain, not enough rain, increased health risks, increased high temperature, and I think there we go, okay. Sea level rise, agricultural decline. So what I'm going to do today is just walk you through all these claims, and if these things are not happening, and there is no climate crisis, there is no need to do Reggie or the other program he's talking about that will be economically crippling. A lot of this was drawn from our recent report, Pennsylvania's Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, Why Reggie is a Solution in Search of a Problem. You can get that. It's on our CO2 Coalition table out here, free for the taking. We were deep in fighting Reggie over the last few years. I've testified before the Senate, before Darrell Metcalf's Energy and Environmental panel. We fought that, and we're happy to be part of killing it. And what's their justification? What they're doing right now, because of these false claims, they're trying to restrict your freedoms. They're trying to control every single aspect of your life. They've already regulated away incandescent bulbs. They've already told you how much water can be used in your toilet, how much water comes out of your shower. Now they're trying to regulate what you can drive, how you heat your home, and just every other aspect of your life. Why? Because of this demonization of carbon dioxide. So let's take a look at it. Before the Industrial Revolution, I'm not going to give you too many numbers. It was 280 parts per million. Today it's 420. That's a 50% increase of carbon dioxide, and it's from burning fossil fuels. And I'm okay with that because you can see that CO2 increases are hugely beneficial, and I enjoy living a high carbon lifestyle, and I'm going to continue doing it, and I sleep well at night. So is there a climate crisis in Pennsylvania? Let's look first. The big thing they're telling, everything is being driven by temperature increases, isn't it? We've got to limit it to 1.5 degrees. Well, I'm going to give you data that's actually from the United States Historic Climate Network, from NOAA. Bear in mind that the data you see is artificially inflates and warms the modern temperatures while cooling the past temperatures, which actually accentuates any warming you do see. So just take into account, but this is actual government data. This is Pennsylvania's average temperature. The data you see here starts in 1895 and goes up until the end of last year, 2023. And you'll see here the red is the temperature. Anything you see that's blue is carbon dioxide. So this goes from 1895 until just a few months ago. What does that look like to you? I don't see a climate crisis there, do you? We're seeing basically flat temperatures over the last 125 years. What about maximum temperatures this is Pennsylvania data specific, maximum temperatures in Pennsylvania, flat. They're not increasing, and this is why they're telling us we have to do something. We have to limit, we need to impose carbon taxes. We need to drive up your energy costs. Because of this, there is no climate crisis in Pennsylvania. The temperature's there's no huge increase. What about the heat waves? This is a chart showing Pennsylvania, the percentage of days above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It peaked in the 1930s. 90 years ago, we saw more heat waves by far than what we have today. So we're seeing that our average temperature is not increasing wildly. Our heat waves are decreasing, actually. And so let's take a look. Heat wave fact check. It's false and misleading. The other big thing is drought. Drought's the most impactful severe weather event if you look over the last several thousand years. More people die due to drought, and it's has more economic impact when the big droughts hit. Okay, so this is annual precipitation in Pennsylvania, showing a modest increase in precipitation. Not quite looking like a drought. In agriculture, a little bit of extra rain is hugely beneficial, but it certainly does not back up their claims of drought, which will then affect agriculture. And this is the Palmer Drought Severity Index for Pennsylvania. The green at the top means less drought. The orange, the yellow at the bottom means more drought. Once again, this is the Palmer Drought Severity Index that's from NASA, and it's showing, again, a decrease in drought. So we've seen that heat waves, false, droughts, false. Fact check, false and misleading on droughts. So is flooding increasing in Pennsylvania? I had a chance to look at hundreds of records that we could get from different stations. And I said, well, let's just look at the key ones. So I looked at Three Rivers in Pittsburgh. This is the Ohio River flood crest per decade declining. They're claiming flat out that floods are increasing because of climate change. We see the Allegheny at Franklin, again, flood crest per decade declining. Bucks County, Pennsylvania, amount of floods per year decreasing. And so we could go through a litany of many dozens of these to see similar events. So flooding fact checked, false and misleading. So does Pennsylvania have increasing health risks due to worsening pollution? This is from the EPA. This is national air pollution. We see all the major air pollutants have been in significant decline. They're still declining, but not at the rate that we were, because our air is actually so clean, it's hard to clean it up much more without doing expensive work on this. We also know we're being told that deaths and heat-related mortality will increase, but the largest temperature-related study of its kind looking at temperature-related mortality, Dr. Antonio Gasparini looked at 74 million temperature-related deaths. He found that 20 times as many people die from cold as from heat. Another recent study said it was 15 times as many die from cold as to heat. So what does that tell me? Global warming would save lives. Global warming saves lives. We can state that, it just does. The number of people die due to colder, it's multiples of that due to heat. The other thing we look at, look at the air pollution is significantly better. Both our air and our water probably are cleaner today than they've been in 150 years. Think back in the 1960s, Lake Erie was a cesspool. They called it a dead lake. Nothing was virtually living there. The Three Rivers of Pittsburgh, where I just moved from, to the free state of Florida, I might add. They're holding it was dead. There were some catfish, but not much else lived there. They're holding Bassmaster fishing tournaments at the Three Rivers in Pittsburgh. Lake Erie is now a wonderful hotspot for fishing. So our air is, and there's the Susquehanna over to our east here is just a wonderful case study of how a river's been increased and cleaned up over the last several years. So is agriculture in Pennsylvania declining? This is a key. This is probably the greatest benefit we've seen from modest warming and more CO2. Here it is, corn. This is corn production in black. Red is temperature. Blue is carbon dioxide. Look at that. This goes back to 1961. Corn is the #1 agricultural product in the United States and in Pennsylvania. They're marching in lockstep. It's getting warmer, there's more CO2. Warmer means longer growing seasons. Killing frosts end earlier in the spring, arrive later in the fall. Carbon dioxide increases, fueling plant and crop growth. It's a really, really good story. Here's another Pennsylvania corn silage. Again, breaking records year after year. And just look at milk production. Again, breaking records year after year. This is in my new book, which you can see on our table out here. The red line is food production. This is global. The blue line is population, global population. Look at that. Our food production in the world is greatly outpacing population growth, which that's a huge, huge statement. We hear a lot of times people claiming we've got too many people. And again, this is the length of growing season in the continental United States because warming is lengthening the growing season. We've added 2 weeks to the growing season since 1900. That is really, really, really good. If you're in outside here and you've got an apple orchard or a fruit orchard, what do you fear the most? Late spring killing frosts, right? Because that could just wipe you out for the year. Because of this, in a longer growing season, there are fewer you're less risk of that. Deforestation, we hear a lot about that. No, it's reforestation. We see it globally. What's happened in Pennsylvania? There's been a 5.3 increase in standing timber and forests in Pennsylvania since 1953. So much for deforestation here. And what would we do if we actually went to net zero in Pennsylvania? So I used the magic simulator here created by NASA to look at this. And if we had gone to net zero in 2010, we would avert 3/1000ths of a degree Fahrenheit by 2050 and 8/1000ths of I gotta say it correctly, 8/1000ths of a degree Fahrenheit by 2100. I mean, that's way below anything we could measure. It's closer to zero than it is anything we can measure. So what they're doing is they're imposing these harmful, economically restrictive solutions that we call a solution in search of a problem. So if you've driven the turnpike over the last few years, you may have seen one of our billboards. We did this up at Newsstand, and then we had another one up out this way closer. So we say, sleep well, there is no climate crisis. And once again, I want to assure you, if you're living a high carbon lifestyle, you can sleep well. Because what we're seeing is the title of my book, my new book is A Very Convenient Warming, How Modest Warming and More CO2 Are Benefiting Humanity. I call it the greatest untold story of the 21st century, that of a thriving Earth and a thriving of the human condition, and we should celebrate that. So thank you very much.
We're grateful to Greg for that presentation, and we have another speaker for you who is absolutely dynamic and somebody who has a message that hopefully a lot of Americans will hear. His name is Adam Brandon, and Adam is the president of FreedomWorks. You all know FreedomWorks, right? He's a grassroots service center to millions of activists who support smaller government, lower taxes, free markets, and personal liberty and the rule of law. He joined FreedomWorks back in 2005 and just worked his way up to the top, so now he's the president of FreedomWorks. But before that, he was a teacher, and he has a background as well in economics, having graduated from George Washington University and gotten his master's there in economics. He is an extraordinary man and a real thinker about where we're headed as a country and what matters and what's important for us to understand, and especially what's important to understand to win elections, because it's great to believe what we believe, but if we don't win elections, if we don't get people elected to office, we don't have much capacity to move the needle forward in the way that you might like to see it move forward. So I'm delighted to introduce to you Adam Brandon. He's the head of FreedomWorks, and he's also, you might be interested to know, a Cleveland Browns fan.
Thank you very much. I hope that doesn't cloud your opinion of me, that I I spend my Sundays hopelessly watching a disaster of a football team, but I try to keep my insanity just limited to Sundays. So I know we have a very tight timeline here, and the presentation I want to give is a smaller version of something I've been giving for the last year, both to public audiences and also on the Hill and to many of the people that you know. And this gets back to this, we have a big problem. Yesterday, something happened that never happened in American history before. Yesterday, we crossed over $100,000 a second in debt being tallied up. So when I'm done with my presentation, we'll have added $90 million to our national debt. Every 104 days, we add $1 trillion. The problem's not getting better, the problem is getting worse. So one other point that's just been so important to me is the failure of the red wave back in 2022. You should have smashed through in that election, but you didn't. And why didn't we? We failed to reach independence. We have a problem preaching beyond the choir. And there's 3 states that are going to matter in this upcoming election cycle. It's Pennsylvania, it's Michigan, and it's Arizona. So you are on ground zero. But if you fail to preach beyond the choir, we're not going to get there. So number one, this often shocks people. When you look at the number of people who are independent in America today, it's 49%. 26% are Democrat, 25% are Republican. The fastest growing demographic in America is independent. It's surging. So what's driving this? It's the rise of the millennials. Millennials are aged 28 to 43 years old. If you look at this map, just a few years ago, they were just about 40% of the electorate. This election cycle, 49% of your electorate will be millennial or below. This election will be the last generation where baby boomer generation is the dominant generation. It is now over. Millennials are going to dominate politics for the next 20 years. So every problem that you're discussing today, whether it's border, whether it's spending, millennials are going to be the dominant political group through the 2040s. It is up to them to solve the problem. So this is very important to understand. If you're going to be trying to reach these new audiences, try to understand where Americans get their news. How many of you watch Fox News in this audience? 1.2 million people watch Fox News every day. Every week, Joe Rogan is downloaded 14.9 million times. Think of that. When you look at if you're over age 50, your primary source of information is television. If you're under 50, you do not watch TV. Cable news is going bankrupt. The head of CNN put out a memo to his staff a couple months ago that if they do not start to evolve away from cable news, they're going to collapse because the only demographics that are watching TV are 50 and above. So if you're going to try and reach people and you want to win an election, are you on Instagram? Are you on Facebook? Are you on TikTok? That's where the voter is going to be in this cycle. And what's interesting to me, of all the money in politics, what do we spend money on in politics? On TV ads. Right now, we just did a poll that we're polishing up right now, a national survey. 6% of people over age 65 said they may change their mind on the vote. Okay, so only 6% of people over age, but your TV generation. Just a small handful of people may or may not choose who they vote for. Think of the amount of money that's going to be dumped in TV advertising. Voters under 40, a third of them say they're likely to change who they vote for between now and the election. So why are we spending all this time and money advertising to a group that already knows who they're going to vote for, yet we're ignoring the group that could actually move? And so when you're thinking about how you're doing your politics and you're trying to do your turnout, think of where these audiences are. So this is something that blows people away. Millennials. 77% of millennials believe they'll be better off a year from now than they are today. They're the most optimistic generation in American history. And why is that? They think problems are there to be solved. They think this is a great, incredible country. What is everyone bitching about? We have problems, let's solve them, let's get on. What the message works for them was Ronald Reagan Morning in America. They're not angry. They're not angry at all. They're optimistic. They're at early stages of household formation. What is the number one issue that matters to this demographic? It's affordability. It's not the border. It's not abortion. It is affordability. This is a generation that wants to be able, this is how radical they are. They want to buy a house, have kids, and buy a car and go on vacation. That's what they dream of. They're waiting for you to engage them on this. You want to win here in Pennsylvania? Start talking about issues that hit at them in their pocketbook where they are trying to become you. 77% are optimistic. They don't want anger. So we have a poll that we were able to, in our modeling, the top model, this is why polling is often wrong. Polling is based on a model called PVI, Partisan Voting Index, which says you're Republican or you're Democrat and does not account for this massive surge in unaligned independent voters. I'll give you an example of how this is wrong, and this is a hard one. When you see numbers like, are you pro-life or pro-choice? And people say, I'm pro-life. Okay, the next question is, do you support abortion rights? And they would say yes. That's not contradictory. What they're saying is they are personally pro-life, but they are not going to tell you what to do. That's what the voter is saying. So when you start engaging with voters, understand it's not necessarily the first issue. It's like, how does that apply later on? And you can apply that with almost all issues. So the reality of when we're looking at modeling, and the modeling that we've built, is that the Democratic Party is overwhelmingly driven by identity politics, and that's race and gender. Republican voters most respond to culture war issues, but your swing voters' two main issues are what's called, this is the word they use for us, tolerance and choice. Tolerance means live and let live. You do you, let me do me. I don't care if you're gay, I'm not putting my pronouns on my email. That's tolerance. Choice. Choice is, I want more choices in retirement, more choices in healthcare, more choices in school. So that suburban swing voter that's going to determine the election is looking for a policy platform that is based on you do you, but give me more choices. If that is not a Reagan-esque message, I don't know what else is. So finally, I think there's been a lot of discussion about entitlements in this cycle. Remember I mentioned that $100,000 a second? What is the two most expensive things we spend money on in the United States? Social Security and Medicare. It's like 70% of the budget. So all the conversation we're having about cutting spending, the discretionary part of the budget, we're talking about less than 25% of the entire US budget. And so when you're looking at the problem, the younger generations know this. Look at this. Remember the third rail of American politics? 76% of millennials want to reform Social Security and Medicare. 76%. This cuts across every partisan break. And you're telling me that's the third rail? You want to win the next generation? Because what they know is that they're going to pay full price for everything and not get any of the benefits. That's why they're upset. That's why they're upset about affordability issues, because they're feeling the whole debt thing, the whole problem is going to come crashing down on them. And neither party right now is fully addressing the issues that this demographic cares about, which is affordability and spending. Yes, the next generation is actually the generation that truly cares about getting spending under control. And we should absolutely embrace that. That is the future. This is the next 20 years. So it's not just about trying to win an election in Pennsylvania right now. It's about trying to win a whole frickin' generation, the next 20 years of American politics. So with that, I appreciate the time. Normally when I've got lots and lots of other slides to share, and there's a lot of questions, but I hope if you take something away from what I'm saying is, when you're out there and you're trying to get candidates elected, if you are not talking to millennial swing voters, you're not talking to the people who are going to win and lose elections. So it's not, you've got to get comfortable talking beyond the base. Thank you very much.
All of these conversations, every one of them is important, and I have the honor of introducing our next speaker, Daniel Garza, who's going to talk to us about the evolving landscape as it has to do with Latinos and winning in 2024, because winning is key to all this. All this is just a lot of talk if we don't win in 2024. So let me tell you something. Let me introduce you to my wife, Stephanie Watkins. She is the love of my life and my best friend, and she's been my wife for the last 49 years. Come stand with me, honey. Come stand with me. Thank you. You can stand with me. So let me tell you about Daniel. Daniel actually worked with our oldest daughter. Our oldest daughter, both of us worked, I worked for a U.S. Senator named Dan Quayle some years ago. Great U.S. Senator and great Vice President of the United States. And then I worked in the White House for President Bush. My wife was an appointee for both Presidents Bush, first at the Department of Education, and then under President George W. Bush, she was appointed to be the regional administrator of the SBA. And our oldest daughter, Tiffany, followed us into public service and political life and served at the Republican National Committee, and then went to work in the White House for President Bush, and before coming back to work years later at the RNC for Reince Priebus. But she worked with Mr. Garza in the same office, in the Office of Public Liaison, the office that I worked in as well when I was a staffer at the White House some years ago. But listen to his background. He's born in the Central Valley of California. He migrated with his family annually from their ancestral hometown of Garza Gonzalez in Nuevo Leon, Mexico, throughout California, Nebraska, and Washington State, following the crop season as farm workers. He did that until he was 19 years old. He followed with his family, going from state to state, working in the farm industry. And what an amazing career he's had. He began his career in public service as a congressional staff assistant for Congressman Hastings, was later elected as a city councilman for the city of Penn, Washington in '96. In 2001, he was tapped by the Bush administration to serve as the Deputy Director of External and Intergovernmental Relations Affairs in the Office of the Secretary at the Department of Interior. Then he moved over to the White House in 2004, and was appointed as the Associate Director of the Office of Public Liaison in the White House. In 2007, he joined Univision to host and co-produce Agenda Washington, a weekly Spanish language news talk show covering the issues impacting the U.S. Hispanic community. He was designated as one of Washington, D.C.'s influentials by Congressional Quarterly magazine in 2018 and 19, and was named one of the 50 most influential voices in Washington, D.C. by the National Journal. He serves as the president of the LIBRE initiative and resides in Mission, Texas with his wife and 3 children. Please welcome Daniel Garza.
Thank you so much. It was a high honor to work with Tiffany at the Office of Public Liaison at the White House during my time there. Really one of the most memorable times of my life, working for George W. Bush. This is actually my second opportunity that I've had to address this conference, and it's a privilege to be invited back. Today, 75% of Americans think the country is headed in the wrong direction, according to a recent poll. Americans have essentially 2 competing visions to choose from, 2 directions that will define the future of our country, of who we are to become. On the one hand, there is the paradigm of power, a top-down approach where the elite control your behavior, those who believe that for their side to win, the other side must lose. For their side to get ahead, others must stay behind. The connected, the politically favored, and those who hold the levers of the system get favored status. But others are made to submit under the thumb of the coercive machine of an all-powerful government. And on the other hand, there is the paradigm of empowerment. America is a place where everyone can succeed, a bottom-up approach where people are trusted to innovate, trade, and benefit from a free market system that rewards competition, risk-taking, and customer service, where we all rise by serving each other and unleashing innovation in a society of mutual benefit. So it's either empowerment or power. Will it be all of us or us versus them? And today, more than any other day, the stakes for our nation couldn't be any higher. Politicians greenlight massive spikes in government spending and borrowing as we grow frustrated over the nation's debt continuously ballooning. Latinos especially are experiencing real economic pain as the result of inflation. And we are all watching our individual liberties erode. And it is happening at an unprecedented pace. Speech, religion, privacy, equal under the law, and other areas are eroding. Elected leaders are increasingly replacing Judeo-Christian traditions for a failed secular dogma lacking any moral clarity. We are acquiescing to policies bent on redistributing earned wealth over policies that focus on redistributing knowledge and opportunity. As you've heard in today's presentations, our free enterprise system is being stifled by state and federal bureaucracies, fixated on depriving citizens and businesses of their ability to make entrepreneurial decisions. And more, with maybe a tepid resistance on social media by a lot of us, we are casually ceding our liberties and freedoms enshrined in our founding charters for a centralized, all-powerful government controlled by power-hungry politicians. Every rule, every law, every mandate and regulation imposed by politicians and unelected bureaucrats are really actions by the state meant to control your behavior. They're meant to control your behavior. And statists won't stop until they control the market, the family, the church, and other institutions that made America great. We are on the road to becoming entirely dependent on an all-powerful state controlled by a ruling elite. Folks, a pernicious endgame is afoot here. As the power and control and wealth of government grows, there is a proportionate diminishment of power, control, and wealth in the life of the individual. I don't need to tell you, total submission is the goal. We cannot be the generation that allowed our American principles to diminish. We must make a stand and fight for freedom and empowerment where we all rise while we still can. It is, after all, freedom that drives progress. As Robert F. Kennedy said, government by the consent of the governed is, as in our Constitution, must be limited in its power to act against its people, so that there may be no interference with the right to worship, but also no interference with the security of the home, no arbitrary imposition of pains or penalties on an ordinary citizen by officials high or low, no restriction on the freedom of men to seek education or to seek work or opportunity of any kind, so that each man may become all that he is capable of becoming. It will always be true. Government that governs least governs best. So why do I mention this? Why start with the threats to freedom when I'm here to discuss the Latino vote? Because undermining freedom and stifling opportunity matters to all Americans, and winning the Latino vote requires champions who will defend American principles. Latinos fled top-down governments. They came to America for want of opportunity, for want of American-style freedom. They are willing to work hard and earn the American dream. Instead, they are being sold a rehash of the government model that destroyed their countries of origin. A limited government should matter deeply to each and every American. And everyone in this room knows that one side of the political divide is working diligently to expand government, not restrain it. They have imposed an agenda on minority communities not caring what our concerns are or what our priorities are. I don't know about you, but I've never heard Latinos in my community or anyone in my family ever mention the need to eliminate cheap and reliable energy sources, spike our utility bills, pile on more costs in the name of their sacred crusade to shove a green agenda down our throats. But listening to the extremist progressives in the professional liberal Latino political class, you would think that we Latinos are all in on destroying our energy future. And the vast majority of Latinos reject this insanity. Democrats have become the party of socialist university professors, extremist activists who block traffic to keep working people from getting to their jobs on time, who fight against energy abundance. They are keeping parents from choosing the education that they want for their children when school choice is the best equalizer of opportunity. And Democrats are the party of heavy taxes, anti-business regulations, and soft on crime, indifferent to the border crisis. And they don't bat an eye in dividing the country with a race baiting, branding anyone who doesn't agree with them as fascist or Nazis even. They are the party that refuses to hold certain communities to account who refuse to insist these groups act morally. They are forgiven of Hamas terrorism, of illegal border crossings at the border, ignore vandalizing of property by left-wing extremist activist protesters. And they groom DAs to be soft on violent urban crime. Yet to their shock, Democrats never imagined that Black and Hispanic voters would abandon them. As John Tillman wrote in an op-ed this week on USA Today, Democrats have tried to drive turnout among their coalition by focusing on divisive issues. For Black and Hispanic voters, Democrats have emphasized grievance politics, warning about systemic racism and anti-immigrant sentiment. And Democrats are guaranteed to double down on this approach between now and November, hoping to lure back more minority voters. But liberal leaders should instead ask why so many Black and Hispanic voters have turned rightward in the first place. And the answer is simple. The Democratic Party is ignoring the issues that we care about the most. So more and more Latinos are saying, this is not my party anymore. A recent poll found 47% of Hispanics calling themselves Democrats and 35% identifying as Republican, compared to 2021, when 57% of Hispanics identified as Democrats and only 26% said they were Republican. 2012, Obama earned 71% of the Latino vote. 2018, Hillary got 66%. 2020, Biden down to 59%. 8 Latino Republicans flipped 8 congressional seats from blue to red in 2022. So why is the GOP making gains with Latinos? Well, it's pain. Unnecessary economic pain brought on by Biden's thick-headed policies. Biden's reckless spending has made the cost of living 20% more expensive across the board and made home ownership almost impossible for Latinos. Biden's anti-energy agenda that has made us recklessly dependent on foreign oil and his negligence on border security and foreign affairs have made America dangerously less safer. Turns out all issues are Latino issues. But there are other reasons. Unions have been losing influence, diminishing their capability to turn out members. Youth vote has been trending conservative. An overwhelming majority, 65% of 18 to 29-year-olds identifying themselves as moderate to conservative. 65%. Only 13% of boys identified as liberal or very liberal. And keep in mind, 1 million Latinos turn 18 every year, and over 85% of them US born. 22% of Latinos will be voting in their first presidential election this year. 22% of us, young, with no loyalty to any party. GOP elected leaders and right-leaning partisan voices have become much more familiar with the Latino community. They're connecting better. And Latinos are finding out that GOP candidates are much better aligned on Latino policy priorities, the economy, on jobs, on inflation. I must also add, data-driven turnout capabilities of Latinos are maturing to a place of such significant size that it is improving turnout of the electorate in favor of our policy champions, are good candidates, and impacting the results. Over the last 12 years, LIBRE, for example, has been amassing a Latino voter database that now has 7 million Latinos in just 13 states that we've identified as either aligned or swing voters. And you can bet it's Latinos themselves who are mobilizing and turning out Latinos. Here's some insight. Winning over voters begins with 2 fundamental sentiments each candidate needs to convey, and maybe even a party. Number 1, that you care. Number 2, that your ideas are superior. Because if somebody thinks that you don't care about them, they don't care what you have to say. But if you show up, if you do the work, okay, I'm listening, what do you got? And that's where you make your case. You show you care by showing up and connecting with them one-on-one with them on issues that they care about, not imposing an agenda like the liberal left likes to do. Listening to their priorities and not merely imposing your own agenda on them will assure you gain their attention. Then you make your case and you tell them how we will write the next chapter of America's story together. America is a remarkable story of achievement, of conquest, and about the resiliency and the grit of its broad diversity of people. Oddly, it's an unprecedented level of progress many take for granted, like it was inevitable, a serendipitous series of events that made us prosperous. But of course it wasn't. From the very beginning, this nation was blessed with bold and visionary leaders, brilliant minds who gifted the world with the greatest experiment in governance ever contrived by man. One based on individual freedoms and limited government, a democratic republic, free markets, American principles that made our prosperity possible. But for that to continue, we need to defend America's founding principles. Each one of us requires a quality education. Each one of us needs a helping hand to overcome the barriers we face every day. We have seen that good happens when you empower people. And the GOP must connect on policies that sustain an all-important premise. America must continue to be, as the senator from my state of Texas says, that country where anyone from anywhere with nothing can achieve anything. America is, most of all, a story of man's struggle for freedom, stated forcefully and unequivocally one cold January day by President John F. Kennedy. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, and oppose any foe in order to assure the survival and success of liberty. And that's the thing about the story of America, that it's a story that continues to be written. And now the story is ours to write. How will we make our mark? Empowering people or impose an all-powerful government over them? The Latino community is ready to choose empowerment and good candidates who also choose empowerment, to work united with all of you for freedom, because freedom drives progress. God bless.
Thank you so much, Daniel. The next conversation is equally as important. It's about the importance of outreach to the Latino voter. And to lead that discussion, we have Dr. Jimmy Zumba. Dr. Zumba is a committed and passionate community leader who cares about the betterment of the Latino community and actually the entire community in general. He is the founding president of Latinos Are, a nonprofit that prepares and educates our next generation of Latino leaders and STEM professionals with the state policymaking process while learning by doing at the branches of state government. Dr. Zumba has a diverse education and professional background, and he has experience in public and private sectors in the U.S. and Latin America, ranging from scientific research to finance to product development and policymaking. He worked in the Key Gene as the Director of Business Development for North and Latin America, doing business from the USA to Argentina and everywhere in between. And he served as an aide in the U.S. Senate to members of the Senate, and he's worked in the Strategy and Finance Division at the Vanguard Group of Investment. He also did research at Louisiana State University and the United States Department of Agriculture, both in Louisiana. He received his PhD in plant breeding and genetics from Louisiana State University, his MBA in corporate finance from Lehigh, and his BS in agriculture from Zamorano University. Please welcome Dr. Jimmy Zumba.
No, you are introducing him as well.
It's okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to introduce myself real quick. Well, thank you all for being here. My name is Helder Tosti. I'm currently the Government Affairs Director at the LIBRE Institute, but previously I was the Field Director at the National Republican Senatorial Committee and the Hispanic Director at the RNC during the 2020 cycle, while I ran Latino engagement for Latinos for Trump, the president's coalition at the grassroots level nationally. And so we're excited. Jimmy and I are going to have a pretty quick conversation, but really what we're here to do today is offer you probably one of the greatest opportunities we have as a movement to actually make sure that we are on the right side of engaging what is the single fastest growing conservative, new aligned community in the country and in Pennsylvania, which is a Hispanic community. Just recently, there are now more than 1 million Latinos in the state of Pennsylvania, over 600,000 registered Latinos in the state. And currently, when Election Day comes in November, we're going to have a population in the state of roughly 9%. And so the Hispanic community is growing. in Pennsylvania, but what we're here to talk a little bit about today is not only are they growing, they're moving in the Republican conservative direction, and how do you capitalize on that to win, not just in 2024, but beyond, because as many have said here, as goes Pennsylvania, there goes America. And so with that, I'll go over there, so thanks. But, and so to start off, I think the framework that we're operating with is that there is a lot of opportunity out there for anybody who's willing to capitalize on it. There's this sort of mirage that we first kind of heard about Ronald Reagan, right, who said Hispanics are conservative, they just don't know it yet. And for many political pundits, it's been 30, 40 years, Hispanics are still not Republican, right? And so the argument is, well, why aren't they? And one of the reasons really is because traditionally as a movement, we haven't really invested the resources or the time to move the ball forward with Latinos. But when campaigns do that, they win. A really great example is Governor Glenn Youngkin from Virginia, who actually outright won the Hispanic vote in Virginia. He won by 60,000 votes. In a state like Pennsylvania that has many more Latinos, what can be done here? And as we move into tight battles for the state, local, and frankly, federal elections, where do these votes come from? And so to talk a little bit about his experience at the beginning, we have Jimmy Zumba here, who has done a lot of time on doors in Allentown, Reading, and everywhere else. So if you want to talk a little bit about what's it like to be Hispanic grassroots person here in Pennsylvania and share your experiences.
First and foremost, thank you for being here. I mean, what a fantastic conference here and spending time with great conservative friends here. Now, let me tell you this. Based on talking with hundreds, perhaps thousands of Latinos here all over Pennsylvania, let me say that Latinos are very thirsty. They're very thirsty in a way that, unfortunately, both parties, specifically, obviously, I am a Republican. The Republican Party hasn't approached the Latinos as we are, as you know, when we met last cycle, 2-3 years ago. When we were door knocking, many people, it's like, wow, it's the very first time that I hear about the Republican Party. It's the very first time that I hear about these candidates and stuff. So, as a matter of fact, just recently, when we were collecting signatures for our candidates, I converted over 50 people just knocking the doors, and suddenly, oh, here, I'm looking for somebody, and suddenly, oh, my daughter or my son is 18, 19, and suddenly, okay, can you get them registered as well? So the point is, we need to put our efforts, the Republican Party, locally, I'm talking about county level, city level, and obviously at the state level, that we need to invest in a Latino outreach, because as Helder said, Latinos are generally conservative, but we don't know it. But once we go to the doors and we mention, you know what, we are pro-family, we are pro-law enforcement, we are pro many things that we come here. I mean, we are also for economic freedom. And then after that, oh yeah, I am pretty much Republican. Sometimes they are easy to change parties. I have changed hundreds of people from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party, and also hundreds of people they were not registered, and suddenly I asked, and they're doing that.
And so I think one of the topics that Jimmy is touching on, which is so important, is showing up. This is kind of a trick question, but who would say that there's probably more Hispanic people in their community now than a decade ago? Could you raise your hand? That should be all of you. That's not a trick question necessarily. But the reason that's important is the community's growing, and they want to be a part of the process, right? They're deeply dissatisfied with the direction of the country. Over the LIBRE Institute, which is the organization that I'm a part of now, we did a poll last year. 85% of Hispanics felt the country was moving in the wrong direction. And President Biden, even though he had gotten almost 60% of the Hispanic vote, every single poll that is coming out right now has him underwater. And so what would happen in a world where, let's imagine all of us in Pennsylvania woke up on November of 2022, all the results are pouring in, and we lose 2 congressional seats by 6,000 and 7,000 votes, CD7 and CD8, right? We are pretty close to both of those. We didn't lose by 6,000 votes in CD7. We lost by 3,000. Why is that? If we had taken the time to convince 3,000 people to vote our way instead of the other way, we would have won those seats. And what that means is, where do we find these voters? The single largest group of individuals that is not currently a part of the voting process in Pennsylvania are Latinos. That district is 25% Latino. If you move over to the Berks County-based district, that's 25% Latino as well. And on your tables, a lot of you will have sheets that I'm currently kind of talking about from the LIBRE initiative that break down every congressional district by how Hispanic they are. And one of the craziest facts that we can possibly share to you in 2020 is Hispanics moved 19 points to the right from the 2018 midterm election. If they were moving super fast in our direction and we didn't convince 3,000 people to just show up or change their mind, then that's on us, right? That is on every one of us. One of the things that Jimmy talks about when he could tell you the stories, they're pretty remarkable. You show up to people's homes and they'll look at you and they'll say, oh my gosh, I've never talked to a Republican and you speak Spanish. Why are you here, right? And why are you here? And you go to Allentown, we've knocked doors there. It's not always the safest experience, but it's a really friendly one. People are very lovely and people there open their homes and they want to talk to you about a shared theme we've seen today, right? Which is normal issues. They don't want someone to talk to them about some really complicated thing that doesn't affect their lives. They want to know what we're doing as a movement to protect good paying jobs, to work on safety, to work on, broadly speaking, crime, education quality, et cetera. And it's these genuine conversations Jimmy is having that is converting people. On that topic, when you were out in Allentown, what would you say, or frankly anywhere really, what were people talking about and what did they want to hear from you?
Before I answer your question, just let me give you some numbers just to reinforce what is on the tables from the LIBRE initiative. For example, the top 5 cities in Pennsylvania with more Latinos is obviously Philadelphia, that is 1.5 million people. We have pretty much a quarter of a million people, Latinos there. So 250,000 Latinos living in Philadelphia. Same, for example, Allentown, out of 125,000 people, almost 70,000 are Latinos. Reading, for example, Reading has the highest percentage, but it's a smaller city with 95,000 people. We have around 63,000 Latinos, so pretty much 68% of Latinos. Then comes Bethlehem and Easton and stuff like that, but the Lehigh Valley in general, we have almost to 100,000 Latinos there. And again, that is where the District 7 is, and when Helder was mentioning, if we were able, or we are able to switch maybe around 5,000 Latinos going from the Democratic Party to the Republican, or just registering from non-being registered before to brand new right now, we can win in November. So that is a District 7 that is winnable according to my analysis. Now, experiences when I approached the Allentown, or door knocking Allentown, Reading, and some other communities here around the east side in Pennsylvania. I mean, remember one thing, is there is no difference between you and Latinos. I mean, we want safe neighborhoods. They are concerned about the safe neighborhoods. They want to be able to leave their house, go to work, and come back. So it don't matter if you live in a wealthy neighborhood or in a poor neighborhood. Everybody wants the same. So we are obviously they want a good paying job. Everybody's talking about that. They want to have the security that they be able to afford being able to rent at least, or a house, or buy a house, have a car, be able to afford a car, and same with groceries. So they are concerned about as well with the inflation. But sometimes my advice to politicians here, many people, they talk about inflation. Many people, especially our community Latinos, they might understand what inflation is, but they are not going to understand the word itself. They are going to understand, well, you are paying right now much more cost of going to the supermarket, or perhaps you're going to pay much more, whether it's the gasolines and the gas station and stuff like that. So they understand simple words like that, and it's better to communicate in that way. Because if you talk, oh, inflation is high, it's like, yeah, but they don't understand the consequences of that. But if you say, you know what, last year I was going to the supermarket and I spent $100, but right now the same groceries I'm buying a year later, I'm spending $200. They understand that. So again, it's the economy, safety, a school choice for their kids as well, because they want to also have a better future for the families. So again, there is no difference between them and us, you and us. It's just perhaps we were raised in a different ways, but still it's the same issues.
So Senator Rick Scott from Florida normally talks about this. He says Hispanic issues are American issues, right? We're not totally different. I'm first generation Mexican American. I grew up on a dairy farm in Central California, and all we cared about was going to a good school, being able to, my mom had a business and milk our cows and, kind of do our thing. We didn't want the government to be involved. During the Obama administration, so many bad EPA regulations came out. They decimated not just my community in California, but so many communities here in Pennsylvania. And the problem is when we're trying to think about day in, day out, why also Hispanics are looking for new opportunities, why they're on the market, you could say, is because the Democratic Party has by and large failed them and hasn't delivered on the messaging, on the policies. One of the hottest takes, I guess, is this whole Latinx conversation, right? It's about woke culture. We're gonna talk about Latinx. Democrats were heck bent on making this be on every document in this entire country. Do you know what percentage of Latinos had even heard of the term? 3%, yeah, of the polling, even then, 0. So you had a party apparatus that was saying the most important thing is how you identify in the Latinx issue, not how are you safe, where's school choice, how are we making sure your cost of living's down. And the issue is there's no accountability and there's no one like you actually trying to have the conversation. One of the biggest misconceptions in Hispanic outreach that the entire GOP has bought into is that you have to be Hispanic to talk to Latinos. 80% of Latinos in Pennsylvania are bilingual. They speak English, but they just need someone who wants to talk to them and have a normal conversation. It's not that hard. I will say, on days like today, you probably don't want to be outside knocking doors. But then the question is, how do you find opportunity in the near future? We as a machine, be it political, local, et cetera, we turn off normally. We take the off year, we get ready for an election, we show up all of a sudden and expect to make a big difference. Surprise, Spanish Inquisition style, people don't like it. Surprise there, right? But what does happen is, what can we all do to actually make sure we're taking advantage of opportunities that are coming up very closely? Who here plans to go to any of their county fairs in Pennsylvania over June, July, any of those months? Raise your hand if you plan to go to one of those fairs. You know what's always painfully missing at all these? Hispanic Republican booths, or any sort of bilingual material being offered by a lot of our allied organizations out there, or the county parties, or local candidates. Who here speaks Spanish? Does anybody here speak Spanish at all? Well, look at that. A whole lot of people who know what they're talking about, who could empower you to actually reach these populations. We have this idea that we have to go show up in the neighborhood sometimes and knock on that door, but it's also sometimes just about being where they are. If these families are, struggling to make ends meet, they're gonna pay the $10 for the local fair because that may be their only opportunity to entertainment or an outing with their families. And what better way than for you guys to be there with your message, which we know is a winning message. And so that kind of takes us to the communications issue. Does anyone here know why immigration has traditionally not polled as one of the most important issues in Pennsylvania for Latinos? Anybody have any guess why? It's because the vast majority of Hispanic folk in Pennsylvania are Puerto Rican. They're already citizens. They're not worried about immigrating. They're worried about keeping the jobs and the lights on at home. And when you go to towns like Reading and Allentown, a vast majority of those people are Puerto Rican, or they're Dominican. They came over in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. They moved across. They don't want to worry about the immigration issue. They want to hear about drugs. They want to hear about the fentanyl that's ruining the lives of their children, that's ruining their communities. Well, who has a winning message on that? Sure as heck not the guys letting it all in. So part of it is we think we have to always recreate ourselves as conservatives to win. We don't. We just have to show up. And that's perhaps one of the hardest things because at the end of the day, your time is the most precious thing, right? And so one of the things that I want to touch on here at the end very briefly is to talk about the LIBRE initiative. The LIBRE initiative, we're the largest conservative Hispanic advocacy group in the country that is exclusively Hispanic serving. We are part of the Americans for Prosperity family. We just opened a chapter full-time here in Pennsylvania. And real quick, Jenny Dallas, if you want to stand up, she is the lady you should give all your homework to. She is our strategic director. For those of you that have the sheets, her contact info is there, but before you leave, if you are remotely interested, if your county is on US Corridor 222, which is one of the most important, fastest growing counties as far as Hispanic population grows, you need to talk to her. We are already having events with members of Congress. Her launch in Philadelphia had over 250 attendees, and we're ready to make a difference. But what we really need at the end of the day is partners that want to partner with LIBRE, because we have often the vision and the resources, but what we really need are partners that believe in saving this country. Because the last thing is election day. We don't want to lose a congressional seat by 6,000 votes. We don't want to lose the state house by 2 races. We don't want to lose the presidency because people stayed home. And that's what's so important. I can't say it's going to be sexy being out there doing the work, but gosh, election day is going to feel good when it does. And so that's what I have to say. Thank you for me and Jimmy to wrap us up.
And again, if you are volunteering, door knocking for any candidate, could be a local candidate for the state house, could be a statewide candidate for Senate. Please bring also with you, besides the literature you're bringing for the candidate that you're campaigning for, bring a voter registration. Because at the very beginning, when I started doing this, I knocked several doors, and many people said, well, I have somebody to register, and suddenly I didn't have the voter registration. So obviously you can do it as well online, but what I have the experience is when you have a voter registration form, it's easy. I just need the license, and I control what party they are registered on because I have it on me. So my advice is bring a voter registration with you if you are door knocking, and ask if there is somebody else on voting age and that they can register if they are not registered. And we can increase the party as well in that way.
All right, well, thank you for your time, and we'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your programming. Thank you, we'll be around.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a very exciting moment because I get to introduce you to somebody who is going to have a huge impact on the future of our country. He's our next United States Senator from the state of Pennsylvania. His name is Dave McCormick. Now here's what you should know. So Dave has a great story. I can't think of anybody better qualified to serve us, to represent us in the United States Senate than Dave McCormick. Here's a guy that was raised by 2 hardworking parents and worked on his family farm as a kid, did great in high school, was an outstanding student and athlete in high school, a great football player and also a great wrestler. He was selected to go to the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And he didn't just stop there. He had an outstanding career at West Point and then went into the service, the military service, served our country overseas, put his life on the line for all the rest of us, clearing minefields and the like, leading men overseas, won a bronze medal for his service overseas to keep all of us safe, and then came back home and started a business in the Pittsburgh area, a tech startup, and hired hundreds of people in Pittsburgh and succeeded by the sweat of his brow and using his intellect in that business. And along the way, of course, was asked to come back to D.C. and to serve the country, which he did so well as the National Security Advisor for our country, helping to protect our interests around the world. And then he was the CEO of a large and successful investment firm here in the country. And guess what? He can't think of anything better to do than to serve his fellow Pennsylvanians. He's a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian, by the way, to serve his fellow Pennsylvanians in the United States Senate. It's a sacrifice, but it's one that he feels is so worthy of all of you, I'm delighted to introduce to you our next United States Senator from the state of Pennsylvania, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Dave McCormick.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks for that great intro. I appreciate it. All right, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for coming out today. Lots of friends in the audience, thank you. Thank you for being here. I always feel bad when I'm dressed up with these things. Let me start by saying I apologize for being overdressed. The new uniform in the Senate is hoodies and sweatshorts, right? So here's the problem, Pennsylvania. You have one senator who won't wear a suit and another senator who's an empty suit, right? That's the problem. And that's what we got to fix. That's what we got to fix. I know many of you, so I won't, and Joe did a nice job on my background, but the thing you need to know is I am a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian. My dad was born in Indiana County. My mom was born in Punxsutawney. I like to say Punxsutawney because it reminds me of Punxsutawney Phil and Punxsutawney Bob, who only pops his head up every 6 years for election years. And I was born in Washington County, and I grew up in Columbia County. Columbia County, where my folks had a farm. My dad worked at the college, was the president of the Bloomsburg State College, and I baled hay and trimmed Christmas trees. For those of you from that area, I was a busboy at the McGee Hotel. I delivered papers, and I wrestled and played football and hunted, and wrestling got me to West Point. And West Point kind of changed my life and opened up the world to me, allowed me to serve the country in Iraq, and then gave me the leadership, I think, to come back. And West Point is duty, honor, country. That's what you'll learn there, and that's a big part of my life. Some of you know Dina. My wife is Egyptian. She was born in Egypt as a Coptic Christian, and her family moved to America when she was only 5, so they could practice their religious freedom. And she worked her way through the University of Texas. Her dad worked as a mechanic, couldn't speak English, worked as a mechanic and mowed lawns. And she got to work for 2 presidents, President Bush and President Trump, had a great business career. So she and I look at each other and we say, oh my God, only in America could these kinds of stories exist, only in America. And that America we love, that America we know is slipping away, and that, my friends, is why I'm running for office. That is why you're here. We all feel it. And so this decision was hard in some ways to run again. You know, I lost by 900 votes of 1.5 million cast. That's a gut check. It makes you question, you know, what you really want to do. But if you believe America is the greatest country in the world, if you believe that it's given you everything that it's given us, if you believe it's in deep, deep trouble, and you believe that you can do something about it, that is the time to jump into the ring, and that is why I'm running for the Senate. That's why I'm so glad to be here today. So thank you. Now I'm gonna tell you what you already know, but it's important to just take stock of where we are. We're in deep trouble in the following ways. Economically, when I see President Biden get up there and talk about Bidenomics working, I say, oh my God, that's not what I see traveling across the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. 60% of Pennsylvanians, 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. And due to the unbelievable spending policies of Joe Biden, and Bob Casey, by the way, who's voted for every spending bill, as well as the energy policy, we've had inflation, which has driven up prices by 18%. 18%. And wages have gone up by about 14%. So if you're somebody who's living paycheck to paycheck, and you're going to buy food or rent or fuel, you're getting squeezed in the last 3 years. Life is getting harder and harder. Interest rates have gone up, so if you want to buy a new pickup truck, it's about 60% more expensive. If you want to buy a new home, it's about twice as much as it used to be. So this economy, despite what Joe Biden says, isn't working for most of Pennsylvania. And it's the direct result of bad policies, constraining the development of fossil fuels here in Pennsylvania, which has driven up the price of fuel. It's the result of this spending. Republicans and Democrats alike have been spending too much for 20 years. If you looked at a chart, it's like this, but under Joe Biden, it's a hockey stick. The spending is wildly out of control. $34 trillion of debt, $1 trillion of interest a year. We spend more on interest than we spend on our defense. It's a crisis, and we need new leadership to deal with that, and you can thank Joe Biden and Bob Casey. But it's not just the economy. You know, when I started the campaign, October 1st, I'd go around, every room I'd go into, I'd say, give me the 3 big issues. And the 3 big issues would be economy, they'd be border, and usually crime. Guess what? Border is number 1 right now. And of course it is. If we were sitting in a room together on the first day of the Joe Biden administration, when we knew he was going to overturn Trump's policies. And we said to ourselves, how bad could it get? It's gotten so much worse than we could have ever imagined, right? This is unbelievable. 10 million illegal migrants that have entered our country. That places huge burdens of social services. It's destroying our cities, the sanctuary cities. But just think about the national security risk of this. The national security risks are incredible. So we have millions of people that we don't know who they are or how they got here that have crossed our borders. 160 of them in 2023 were apprehended who were on the terrorist watch list. These are people that are on the terrorist, those are the ones that were apprehended. 13 people took the towers down on 9/11. And we've got 160 and hundreds more who are on the terrorist watch list that are in our country. And then you think about the fentanyl crisis, which is a direct result of the open border. So we lost 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year to fentanyl. 4,000. Almost 100,000 in America last year from fentanyl. I think these numbers are so big that people aren't digesting what this means. To put it in perspective, for those of you who were around during Vietnam, 8 years of Vietnam, we lost about 50,000 Americans. In 20 years of war in Iraq and Afghanistan, we lost about 5,000 killed in action. 100,000 last year because of the failed policies of Joe Biden. And guess who's voted with him every step of the way? Bob Casey voted for sanctuary cities. Bob Casey, who voted against more money for the Border Patrol. Bob Casey, who voted against an initiative to close the flow of opioids and fentanyl into our country. Bob Casey, who voted against Kate's Law, which would allow us to prosecute illegal migrants who commit a felony, leave the country, and come back. So we have an unsecure border that's a disaster for America, and you can thank Joe Biden and Bob Casey. We have crime that's spiraling out of control. In Philadelphia and Pittsburgh where I live, I met with the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police in Pittsburgh, a couple weeks ago. In 2020, there were 1,000 people on the police force in Pittsburgh. Today, there's 750 on the way to 650. They can't hire them fast enough. When people are eligible for retirement, they're leaving. In my neighborhood in Pittsburgh, in Squirrel Hill, we used to have 6 police cars patrolling at night. We now have 2. If you have a crime happen and you call the police, unless it's a crime in progress, they don't come. You file your police report telephonically. This is the state of our cities, and Philadelphia is even worse. Those of you who live near or around Philadelphia, all-time high murder rate. Larry Krasner, this liberal prosecutor supported by Soros, has put in place a policy: if you steal less than $1,000, you're not prosecuted. Can you believe it? So of course the crooks are going in and shoplifting. They add up how much they're stealing. If it's under 1,000, they're not going to get prosecuted. I was in Chester County, I don't know, a couple months ago. I walked into a sporting goods store. There was a woman proprietor. I said, how are sales? She said, gun sales are big, high. I said, who's buying? Women. 60% of the sales are women buying handguns because they're worried about the violent crime coming from Philadelphia into the suburbs, and it is. We have the war on energy policy, which I talked about. I mean, it is a terrible state of things, but the scariest thing of all for me is the spiritual decline. So only about 1/3 of Americans, young Americans, only about 1/3 of our young people think America's exceptional. Only about 1/3 are very patriotic. Only 1/3. And then you see those kids on campuses, and they don't know the difference between right and wrong. And they don't know good versus evil. And you got Jewish kids at the University of Pennsylvania who are staying in the rooms because they're afraid that they'll be attacked if they go on campus. And you say, my God, how could that happen on the campuses of our greatest universities in the country? And then you watch those 3 college presidents testify, and you say, oh, that's how it happened, right? The lack of leadership, the lack of moral clarity that is failing us across our country. And as scary as all those things are, in many ways, it might even be scarier when you look outside our borders. Dina and I went to Israel right after Christmas. We went to Kfar Aza, which is one of the communities that was attacked on October 7th. 800 residents, 100 of them were butchered on that day. I mean, decapitations, families burned, parents killed in front of their kids. Pure evil. You can't believe this could exist. You think it's a horror movie, but then, of course, you know it's not. And that evil, Hamas focused on Israel, was not just for Israel, that's for the West. And not just Hamas, Hezbollah, Islamic Jihad, all of these terrorist proxies and they're attacking Americans across the Middle East, and the original sin is Iran. The deal we did with Iran where we gave them back $100 billion in 2015, Obama, Biden, and guess who? The deciding vote, Bob Casey. And that's creating a risk for America that we've not seen the end of. It's Ukraine and Russia invading in Ukraine, all because of the view of America's weak and Joe Biden's weak. China rattling its saber. Listen, I'm 58 years old. I was a soldier during the Cold War, and we used to talk about nuclear annihilation. I was in the first wave of troops into Iraq. I was in the Treasury Department during the Great Recession, where we thought we were going into the Great Depression. And I've never been more scared in my adult life about the possibility of things outside of our borders taking America in a direction that we can't control. So we are in deep, deep trouble. And we've been in deep trouble before as a country. And when we got to the edge of the cliff, we pulled ourselves back. And the difference between cascading over the cliff and pulling ourselves back is leadership. That's the difference. It happened in 1979. I remember as a kid waiting in the gas line with my dad, odd days and even days to get the gas. I remember inflation was 18%, something like that, 17, 18%. We were in a recession. Iran had taken our hostages 435 days. It was the peak of the Cold War where we thought the Soviet Union was winning. 4 years later, when I was a plebe at West Point, it was morning in America. Leadership matters. I'm not saying we need Ronald Reagan or even the policies of Ronald Reagan. But what I am saying we need is leadership. And that's why this Senate seat is so important. This Senate seat gives the right leadership in Pennsylvania. It also will turn our majority in the Senate to a red majority, which under the worst case will block the progressive left from taking our country over a cliff. And under the best case, with President Trump in the White House and a Republican House, will allow us to drive an agenda to get America back on track. This Senate seat could not be more important. And everywhere I go in Pennsylvania, I feel things that make me believe, and I'm more confident than ever that I'm going to win this election. I'm going to win this election. You know, I wouldn't have gotten in unless I thought I was going to win it, but every day that goes by, I think I'm going to win it more. And the reason I believe that is, number one, this is a change election. This is a change election. 80% of Pennsylvanians, 80% of Americans think our country is going in the wrong direction. Those aren't Republicans. Those are Republicans, Democrats, independents. Those problems aren't Republican problems. Inflation, a chaotic border, our national security at risk, wars around the world, crime. Those are problems for all Pennsylvanians. 80%. It's a change election. And if it's a change election, you want to be the challenger, not the incumbent. Not the guy that's been in office for 30 years. Not the guy who's been in the Senate for 18 that most people have never heard of. It's a change election. Number two, our party has united around me, and I am deeply grateful for that. Deeply grateful. I've had the endorsement of the party. I've had the endorsement of the congressional delegation. Everybody from Scott Perry, also an Army man, retired general now, who was the chairman of the Freedom Caucus, to Brian Fitzpatrick, who is the co-chair of the Problem Solvers Caucus. And all of them have come behind me, and they don't agree on everything, and they don't agree with me on everything. And I tell them all, listen, you're going to agree with about 80% of what I say. 80%, which is higher than I have with Dina, and I bet higher than many of you have with your spouse, right? 80%'s not bad. But we disagree 90% of the time with the crazy progressive left that's destroying our country. And we got to win to get leaders in place that can get things back on track. We are united as a party, for the most part, on the need for mail-in ballots. Listen, Act 77 is not my cup of tea either, but that's the law, and we're not going to win elections unless we close that gap. And President Trump's team, people from around the country, people from across Pennsylvania have united on this. There's millions of dollars focused on this. It's something we got to embrace or we're going to lose. We got to do it. Election integrity. We've got to make sure that this election is a fair election. We got to make sure we get our best shot. There's a huge set of initiatives around making sure that everything from voting machines to drop boxes to the day of the election to the voter rolls are screened. And most important, give people confidence that their vote's going to count. If our people don't feel like their vote's going to count, they're not going to come out to vote. We got to give them belief, confidence, right? And voter registration. Listen, we are becoming a red state. You want some good news? We're becoming a red state. In 2016, there was 1 million more registered Democrats than Republicans. It's about 395,000 today, and it's going south. By election day, I hope we're 300,000. Like, we are becoming a red state, and we can win elections if we run smart elections and are united as a party. That's the second reason I'm going to win, is because we're united. The third reason I'm going to win is when you push people, when you get past inflation and the border, and you say, what do we really need? You know what they say? We need leadership. We need leadership. And my opponent is everything but a leader. This guy is the son of a famous governor, and that is his calling card, right? He has not, in his 30 years in public life, has done virtually nothing. In his 18 years in the Senate, and I challenge all of you, go look at what my dad calls the Google machine, and you will soon find that he has not accomplished a single thing in the Senate. He's not led on anything. But don't think his lack of leadership hasn't been a disaster for Pennsylvanians, because he has voted 98% of the time with Joe Biden. Bob Casey is not a leader. Bob Casey is a follower, and he is following Joe Biden and the progressive left over the cliff. All those things I talked about. All those things. Inflation, crisis at the border, crime. Bob Casey last week took an endorsement from Indivisible Philadelphia, a radical group that wants to defund the police. Every step of the way, this guy has gotten more and more out of touch with Pennsylvania, more and more aligned with the progressive left. He's a leader. He's a follower, not a leader, at a time when we need leaders. And the final thing I'll say is, I can feel the energy. I can feel the movement coming together on the campaign trail. People are scared. People are frightened. 2/3 of us, myself included, believe our kids are going to be less well off than we are. I was at State College about a month or so ago, and I'll end by saying to you what I said to them. First thing I said is, you know, you've not been around that long. Many in this room have been around a lot longer. How many times have you heard politicians say, this is the most important election of your lifetime, right? How many times? Always, right? Every time. But I want to ask you to think back on all those times and think about this time. And was there ever a moment where America felt so fragile? Was there ever a time that the consequences of getting it wrong seemed so profound? Was there ever a moment when you felt so helpless to change the direction of the country and where you were so fearful that the America you love is slipping away? I don't think so. So this may be the one time. It is the most important election of your lifetime, right? Second thing I'll say to you, which I said to them, is, and I said in this, it was about 50 kids at Penn State. I think it was all the Republicans at Penn State. And I said, listen, guys, I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be okay either way. No matter what happens in this election, I'm going to be okay. Because I got more years behind me than in front of me. Like a lot of people here. Most of us in this room have more years behind us than in front of us. But then I said to them, but you're not going to be okay. You are not going to be okay. You young people are not on a path to being okay. Our kids are not going to be okay unless we change the direction of this country. We're not going to be okay. And so I say to them and I say to you, you need to treat this election like your life depends on it, because it does. Thanks so much for having me today. It's good to be with you. Good to see you. Thanks, Charlie. How long did I go?
A while.
What was it?
We'll be okay.
I think Joe told me I went a little too long.
No, you're fine. This is who they're here to see. Let me introduce myself. My name is Joel Natale. I'm the station manager and talk show host at Talk Erie Radio in Erie, Pennsylvania. And I want to go rapid fire here, Dave, because let's talk about action and what's going to be the effective message when we talk about economy, inflation, and the cost of living. What's the winning message for you?
Winning message is Joe Biden and Bob Casey are to blame. They own the dilemma that most Pennsylvanians are feeling, and we need smart policies that dramatically cut spending, and energy policies that unlocks the enormous potential of Pennsylvania. That's the best way to create opportunity for Pennsylvanians and the best way to get ourselves out of the economic ditch that Biden and Casey have put us in.
Do you think that those kinds of movement could bring some population back to Pennsylvania? Because we have an issue with our economy is dependent upon population, and we're declining in population.
Well, I think most people know this, but if you could do one thing, just one thing in Pennsylvania that would change it dramatically, it would be natural gas. Our natural gas, we're the 4th largest. If Pennsylvania were a country, we would be the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world. And that natural gas, the benefit of that is not just good for the counties that it's in. That's a huge opportunity for all of Pennsylvania. If we had sensible regulations and opportunity to drill, if we had pipeline reform, permitting, that would allow us to get that natural gas to neighboring states, if we had an offshore port that would allow us to export that natural gas around the world, that's hundreds of thousands of jobs. And these are great paying jobs. I mean, these are great paying jobs, great opportunity. I was in Tunkhannock at Lackawanna College for petroleum and natural gas last week. I mean, these kids are graduating at the age of 19, 20. They're making 60 grand a year. And when they go in overtime, they're making 80. And they're very technical jobs that have huge opportunity. This is the one thing we could do that helps our national security, helps our economy, and it helps our environment. And Biden and Casey have completely screwed this up because they've been hijacked by the crazy green movement.
Let's talk about immigration. What can you do in the Senate to right the immigration?
Well, the number one thing, we talked about fentanyl. I hammered that. Listen, I'm going to say something which may be controversial. As a military guy, I always am reluctant to use the military. We need to use our military to take out the cartels, right? That is, we have the technology. We've got 20 years of perfecting that with war in Iraq and Afghanistan. We're pinpoint technology with the drones. We've got incredible special forces. We did this 20 years ago with Colombia and during the cocaine wars. This is killing 100,000 Americans. So I would surgically take out the cartels. We might do that with the Mexican government. If the Mexican government is compromised by the cartels, we might just do it on our own. But this is a huge national security threat.
Let's talk about crime a second. The mayor of Philadelphia just put a curfew at Kensington. I mean, they're nibbling at the edges. What would you do?
Listen, first of all, you got to get rid of these crazy prosecutors. You got to prosecute criminals and put them in jail and have them, hold them accountable for terrible behavior, right? So that's what. But listen, I'm a guy who wore a uniform. I wasn't a man or woman in blue. But we've got to respect these people in uniform. They're doing an enormous service to our society. They have to be adequately funded. They have to have qualified immunity. They have to have leaders that have their backs. They can't have leaders like Bob Casey that support defunding the police. They can't have leaders that say the problem is systematic racism across all of our police forces. You can't have a viable police force unless you have leaders that stand with it. And so that's our biggest problem. Bob Casey has been weak on this from day one. You talk to the cops, 47 sheriffs across Pennsylvania, county sheriffs have endorsed me. Every one of them says the same thing. We can't hire fast enough. Nobody wants to be a cop anymore because it's dangerous, you don't get respect, you're not adequately funded. That's the beginning of the end. When you think about law and order as a basic building block of community, of business, of safe families, we got to get this back on track, and it's all about leadership, and Bob Casey's shown none of it.
There's a bridge between the immigration crisis and crime. In our county, in Erie County, I interviewed the coroner. He said every one of his overdose cases were related to fentanyl.
Yeah.
Is there a way to, put a stop to the fentanyl?
Yeah. Well, three things. One, that fentanyl is starting in China. So those ingredients are coming from China to Mexico. So what's the Biden administration doing? They're negotiating with the Chinese to try to get their hands around the problem. No, you interdict the ships. You treat this like it's poison coming in your country, because it is. That's the first thing. Second thing you do is you go after the cartels in Mexico, the way I described with the military. Third thing you do, and don't let any of what is being said in the news change what's true. which is that Joe Biden has in his authorities the ability to close down the border and secure the border. Trump did it. Biden's not doing it. And you remember that when you go to the county fair, sometimes you'll see the guy with the 3 walnuts, and there'll be a P, and they're trying to move the P. That's exactly what's happening right now. Biden is trying to shirk his responsibility for an unbelievable crisis at the border. He's trying to shirk his responsibility for inflation. And the guy that's shirking with him is Bob Casey. That is exactly what's happening. That's what's happening on shrinkflation, greedflation. The idea that Bob Casey voted for everything and Joe Biden created this inflation crisis that's destroying our working families, that's theirs, and they're trying to blame it on somebody else. That is the opposite of what we need from leadership. Leaders hold themselves accountable. They take responsibility when they screw things up. Biden and Casey have screwed up our country royally, and they need to own it.
National media is saying this Senate race is the most important in America. Let's deal with what your opponent, Senator Casey, will be attacking you with in this campaign. Here's a quote from a campaign release I received. Dave McCormick isn't out of touch, he's out of state. Now, these base voters here are looking for a W from you because they're distraught after that 2022 open seat loss. So how do you plan on fighting that attack?
Well, you start with, you're going to get attacked on something, right? That's the nature of this business. This is a pretty good one for me, I think. I want this, because let's have that debate, right? 7th generation Pennsylvanian, grew up here, all-state football, 4th in the states in wrestling, left to serve my country for 9 years, in the military, in combat, Bronze Star, came back to Pennsylvania, created 600 jobs in Pittsburgh, went back into public service. And then, I had a chapter of my life, like many Pennsylvanians, where I ran a company outside of Pittsburgh, or outside of Pennsylvania, rather. I kept my farm, kept my friends and my family. My mom and dad still lived here. And then am back here to serve, live in Pittsburgh, have a family farm. I think that's what we want from our kids. We want our kids to have success, and we want people who are successful to lead our country in public service. And so the way I'm going to handle this, I'm going to own every part of my career and my success. I'm proud of it. I have nothing to apologize for. I am divorced. I have 6 daughters, 4 daughters, and 2 stepdaughters. They're 23 to 17. People say, this political stuff must be so hard. I said, if you've had 6 teenagers in the house at the same time, women, this is easy, right? This is easy. But one of my daughters is with her mom in Connecticut, so I fly back periodically to Connecticut to see my daughter, and I'm going to do that like any good dad would, and that's how I'm going to run the campaign. The reason I think they're focused on this is it worked for Oz. It worked against Oz. It's a lot harder to make that work against me, and so I think that'll be the response.
Last question.
And by the way, if you have the record that Bob Casey has, if you've been 30 years in public office and haven't done anything, if you've been living off the public dole for 30 years, if you're part of this dynasty where you think you just get to be in office because your dad was a famous governor, that's what you do. You point to the other people who are successful. I'd say, okay, let's have that conversation about who's best prepared to lead our country. I'll say one more thing, which is when I'm on the campaign trail, I say the following. If you are more or less satisfied with the direction of things, if you think the status quo is okay, do not vote for me. I am not your guy. I believe we're in deep trouble. I believe we need change. I'm not going there to be a senator. I've had better jobs than being a senator, to be honest with you. I'm going there to make change happen. If I win this race and come back for a visit 2 years from now and haven't made change happen, then I will have failed you. This is all about fighting for change. Bob Casey's the status quo. I'm change.
Last question. Yeah. You know, cities like Erie were the land that left behind, but we're experiencing a renaissance now because of a lot of investment by our private sector. You talk a lot about servant leadership in your book. Talk about bringing hope to communities like Erie, like Scranton, like Harrisburg.
Yeah, this is a basic thing about leadership, in my opinion. And I'm not putting myself up on a pedestal as a perfect leader, but leaders do 2 things at the same time. They are brutally honest about the reality. This is our reality, everybody. Like, you got to embrace reality. You can't convince people something's true that's not true. But then you lay out a vision for where our country can go, where our Commonwealth can go, a vision for the future that's credible. So all the great leaders that I've had a chance to work with, the leader I try to be, they have 4 qualities. Number 1, they lay out that vision. Number 2, they're courageous. They're willing to speak truth. They're willing to stand up and take personal risk. When was the last time Bob Casey took personal risk? They take personal risk because there's no decision, no thing I could do that everybody's going to agree with. The third thing they do, they're humble. Leaders are humble because, man, and I've lived it. I've been fired. I've had high-profile failures. Nobody's perfect. It's a constant. Life is about learning and growing and leading, and so leaders are humble because you don't have all the answers. You have to draw on others. And the fourth thing that leaders do, they care deeply about the people that they're seeking to lead. It's not about them. If a leader thinks it's about them, then they're not a good leader. It's about those that you're seeking to serve. And I've learned those lessons over many years in the military and in business, and that's what I think we need at this moment. People that are willing to lay out a vision, stand with courage, learn from their mistakes with humility and care. And I think if we have that, we're going to get our country on the right track again. Appreciate it, Dave. Thank you. Thank you all. Let's go.
Okay, folks, a couple of quick announcements here, very, very important. When I'm done speaking, we need you to exit the room as rapidly as you can because the hotel has to clear everything, take everything with you. Do not leave personal items in the room. The hotel has to move very rapidly to reset for dinner. Vivek Ramaswamy is here. He wants to start right at 6:30 and speak right at 6:30, so we want to be on time. For those of you who are going to the pre-dinner reception, the reception this year will be held in the hotel. So you'll want to go down this hall, across the little driveway, into the hotel lobby, go to your right, you'll see a set of steps. That's where the pre-dinner reception is. It will run from 5 until 6, and then promptly at 6 o'clock. And we will start the dinner promptly at 6:30. When you come back in for the dinner, a number of the tables will have numbers on them and organizations' names. Those are reserved tables for those organizations with assigned seating. If you don't have a table number on your badge, then you need to use a non-reserved table. Please do not sit at the reserved tables, or it frankly makes for a lot of chaos. So please, if you're going to the reception, feel free to head over to the hotel. But we'd ask you, if you have sidebar conversations, please go outside. We want to turn the room as rapidly as we can. And then we'll have Vivek Ramaswamy, and Dinesh D'Souza is here. So much ahead.